Chapter 1845. As long as the human race at the sacred boundary maintained its current state, the calamity of pain would never disappear. The symbol of pain would always exist. However, the spirit formed by energy would die, and the existence of Lin Pingan would disappear forever. The next time the calamity of pain appeared, it would have a new appearance and form. Jiang Taishu sighed as he looked at the border of mystic domain where the calamity continued to erupt. Once called the symbol of pain and calamity by the human race, he personally helped countless people of the two domains to survive. A famous hero, his name would be recorded in history. A nameless hero, buried in history. Jiang Taishu shouted coldly. After the 4 heavenly devil emperors, the devil race army in the southwest direction, follow and block them outside mystic domain. The servants looked determined as if they were going to die. They were determined to defend mystic domain's last line of defense. While countless blood songs were being performed at the sacred boundary. In a huge nebula far away, many galaxies occupied it. However, they were scattered and no longer had their former glory. That great divine relic, which the gods and devil emperors had once called the God Emperor's relic, had now completely disappeared. Eternal silence descended on the nebula as if it had been there since ancient times. In the battlefield outside the realm, the heroes were shocked. Even the devil emperors were dumbfounded by heaven-burying devil emperor's change of fate. He didn't die after taking a hit from the divine elephant. The current heaven-burying devil emperor used the last remaining fragment of the devil god king's body to reverse fate and come back to life. Even if he wasn't at his peak, his battle strength was still at 70 to 80%. The 4 venerable elders of the demon cultivator race, the 4 ambitious and ruthless characters who had founded the demon cultivator race, had schemed and even betrayed the entire demon cultivator race. In the end, they had ended up as someone else's dowry. The Empress was about to fly over with heaven-burying devil emperor as her target when the killing intent of the 6 devil emperors rose sharply. They suddenly moved with Lin Chen as their target. Damn it! The Empress cursed softly. She pulled her devil blade and forcefully stopped the 6 devil emperors. Unbridled calamity, myriad poison tide. The calamity devil emperor, who was the embodiment of calamity energy, suddenly exploded with devilish energy. Devilish light shrouded the sky and covered the earth, absorbing the moon and stars. The calamity poison tide, which was 2 times more ferocious than before, rushed toward the great empress. This was the calamity demon emperor's ultimate move. When the water empress attacked with her saber, heaven fiend demon monarch, who was the fastest among them, shot through the void world and broke through the encirclement of the water empress. You want to leave? The great empress glared at him with rage in her eyes, and her saber intent became even sharper. The other 4 demon emperors, led by demon emperor Scourge, frantically unleashed their trump cards to stop the great empress. We have to protect Lin Chen even if we have to die. Royal Divine Dragon exchanged a look, and all the divine dragons understood and charged into the extraterritorial battlefield. Heavenly Fiend Star Shattering Break. The Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch flashed toward them, and a pair of silver wings sprouted from his back. With a flap of his wings, a ferocious devilish energy condensed into a saber light that could cut through 1,000 layers of planes. He attacked the 5 divine dragons head-on. This sudden and sinister killing move was brutal and violent, forcing the 5 divine dragons to defend themselves. Royal Divine Dragon, the only one with the strongest defense, tried to break through the encirclement. Although he managed to block the attack, his speed was also slowed down. Rumble Tilda. The heaven-burying devil emperor's aura erupted. His youthful face was twisted with madness, and it was as if he had seized the opportunity to take revenge from the abyss of despair. You can't use such a ferocious attack a second time, can you? Although I don't know what secrets you have, it's time for you to die, Lin Chen. Boom. 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 The demon god king's remnant devil tail swept toward him, and it was as if 1,000 catties had been destroyed. The void started to tremble again. This attack contained the heaven-burying devil emperor's full strength and murderous intent. He was determined to kill Lin Chen in one blow. Yes, this is really a close call. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with the madness of a desperate counterattack. Fortunately, I predicted your prediction and the prediction after your prediction. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Lin Chen's 158 Saint acupoints suddenly erupted. Lin Chen's saint body started to burn with the orange brilliance of life. Consumed 900 million top talent points to select an enemy target. Host has activated the extreme dual innate skill, absolute life and death. Host's life force is burning at an accelerated rate. Host can only be removed after killing the enemy. The large amount of saint energy that Lin Chen had consumed earlier was instantly replenished. One should know that the amount of saint energy that his saint acupuncture points could store was the highest in the sacred boundary. Even if he consumed all the gold saint origin coins in the sacred boundary, it might not be enough to replenish Lin Chen's saint energy. This was because his saint energy had far exceeded the theoretical range. It was comparable to the level of divine power. At this moment, Lin Chen had used the absolute life and death innate skill to replenish the saint energy that he had consumed. He even seemed to be charging toward a new realm, a total of 158 hexagonal starlights, including the saint acupuncture points of the main body, Great One saint acupuncture points, and the virtual saint acupuncture points brought by the God-Slayer and God-Defying innate skills, were all used up. In an instant, a lantern-like 9-colored starlight floated above Lin Chen's palm. The destructive aura that overflowed from it caused everyone's expression to change again. Lin Chen held the lantern-like 9-colored starlight in his palm and swung it toward the heaven-burying Devil Emperor. Annihilation, starburst. Buzz tilde. The lantern-like starlight instantly split into 5 9-colored light clusters spun like roulette wheels as they shot out from Lin Chen's palm. With a speed that was 1,000 times faster than the speed of light, they instantly collided with the demon god king's remnant tail. The heaven-burying Devil Emperor's heart skipped a beat. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. He still has a backup plan. The 6 demon emperors were horrified. They could not care less about the battle around them and quickly retreated. The female empress sneered. "You want to leave? It's not that easy." The demon saber flashed, and a blood-red moon fell silent in the galaxy. Kai tilde. With the Calamity Demon Emperor in the lead, the demon body's Calamity Storm was cut into many pieces, and demon blood splattered everywhere. Other than the Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor, the other 4 demon emperors were hit by different attacks. However, they were eager to avoid Lin Chen's attack range and did not care too much about it. Buzz tilde. Rumble tilde. The void in the firmament star field shook again, and a magnificent 9-colored sea of stars was swept up. The saint energy that overflowed from the annihilation, starburst turned into a sea of stars that swept toward the border of the galaxy. With the God-Slayer and God-Defying innate skills, the annihilation, starburst had been strengthened to the limit. In the past, none of the annihilation, starburst that Lin Chen had used could compare to 1/10,000th of the power of this one. The aftermath of the starburst that wreaked havoc in the universe even spread to other galaxies. Even the human race's sacred boundary felt the energy fluctuation this time. The attack this time was infinitely close to the divine elephant charge from before. The demon god king's devil tail burst into pieces and disappeared in the magnificent starlight of the starburst. No matter how the heaven-burying demon emperor used his emperor blood clone, it was destroyed every time he used it until it could not be used again. "I can't believe I lost to a human brat." Before he disappeared in the magnificent sea of stars, a trace of self-mockery appeared on the heaven-burying demon emperor's ferocious face. Looking at the top of the gods for thousands of years, right and wrong, success and failure vanish in a flash. Haha, with this Lin Chen, there are no gods in this world. A demon emperor of a generation, who was equivalent to a creator god of the human race, died and disappeared in the sea of stars. Chapter 1846. Lin Chen did not have the time to look at anything else as he was also affected by the star sea. The power of the annihilation star explosion was unprecedented, and even he was not completely out of danger. The energy of the immortal godhead flowed through Lin Chen's body as he withdrew from the sea of stars. He used his pure energy to retreat. "I almost played myself to death. This annihilation star explosion is really a desperate move." With all his saint acupoints emptied, Lin Chen fell into a state of weakness that he had never felt before. System notification. The God-defying talent has ended, and the God-defying talent has been removed. The red glow gradually disappeared around Lin Chen's body. The god-defying talent had been removed, and the time limit had just ended. Right now, the only thing Lin Chen had left to contend against a deity realm expert was the Godslayer talent. However, Lin Chen had killed the most dangerous and terrifying enemy, the sky-burying demon emperor. The threat of the sky-burying demon emperor was even more dangerous than the 6 great demon emperors. Fortunately, this battle ended with Lin Chen's narrow victory. He had used the Holy Elephant, Godhead, and the Annihilation Star Explosion, 2 trump cards, and had paid a heavy price. The Annihilation Star Explosion was a skill that required all of his saint power to be used. The Godslayer talent could only increase the strength of the main body and not the doppelgangers. Lin Chen could only reach the peak if he used it himself. The activation of the Divine Elephant Godhead required a huge amount of Heaven's Path points and a large amount of qi and blood of the host. Now, Lin Chen was in a state where his saint power and qi and blood were completely depleted. He was extremely weak and only had the minimum combat power of a god state expert. Kai tilde. Rip tilde. A blade light flashed in the void and rushed toward Lin Chen at lightning speed. It was the Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor. He had braved the danger of being severely injured and withstood the aftermath of the Annihilation Star Explosion to get close to Lin Chen. All the experts were shocked. No one had expected this to happen. Those guys from the demon race are all mad dogs. Lin Chen's primordial spirit transformed into 8 primordial spirit burning dragons. The burning dragons roared, and the instantaneous dragon roar came crashing down like a tornado, shaking the galaxy. The Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch didn't slow down at all. His silver-white demonic wings flapped, and saber rays flashed in the air, cutting off Lin Chen's Yuanshan attack. Ignoring Lin Chen's attacks, the Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor continued to advance. Its demonic eyes flashed with ruthless killing intent. This kid is too dangerous. The opportunity that buried heaven risked his life to create is one of a kind. We can lose this battle, but that kid must die. They could lose the war, but Lin Chen had to die. Even if he lost the battle, as a devil emperor, he could still retreat unscathed. But if Lin Chen didn't die, and he was given time to recover, the next time the human race attacked the demon race would be, at that time, just to deal with a single Lin Chen, the demon race would have to face 6 great demon emperors. Not to mention that the human race had joined forces with the dragon race. The opportunity now was one of a kind. The Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch was like the head of a ferocious crocodile. Murderous intent filled his entire body, and his murderous aura soared to the sky. He was like a gambler who had been pushed to the brink of death and had finally seen his last ray of hope. The Water Empress saw this and flapped her purple and black wings to stop the Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch. However, the Water Empress was in the south while the Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch was in the north. In order to avoid the aftermath of the annihilation, starburst, the Water Empress also distanced herself from the Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch. Coupled with the Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch's full speed, the Water Empress couldn't catch up with him. She could only watch as he attacked Lin Chen, who was in his weakest state. This guy is determined to kill me. Even my primordial spirit can't stop him. There's no other way. The Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch was a veteran demon monarch. Although Lin Chen's primordial spirit had entered a new realm and could fight against an ordinary true god, he lacked a powerful primordial spirit cultivation technique. Compared to the Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch, it was difficult to stop him completely. Lin Chen thought, and the god of war set flashed slightly. He looked in the direction of the Water Empress. At this point, he could only use the god of war set. However, once he used it, the recharge might be reduced. The 6 pieces of the God of War set would not be enough to complete the set. Lin Chen's body emitted the golden light of the God of War. Just as Lin Chen's pure strength was about to increase, boom tilde. Suddenly, a huge hole appeared in the vacuum of nothingness. It was as if he had broken through the boundary of dimensions and torn through countless spacetime distances to arrive here. Lin Chen's heart trembled. There seemed to be a consciousness in his body that was guiding him. Lin Chen could not help but exclaim, "This. Could it be the ancient gods?" Above Lin Chen, a shining silver pagoda appeared in the sky. "No one can touch him. The fairy's cold voice reverberated throughout the extraterritorial battlefield, declaring her sovereignty. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen's body trembled and his mouth opened slightly. A majestic divine pagoda, whose end could not be seen, descended from the sky and stopped in front of Lin Chen. Bang! 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 All of the Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch's attacks were blocked by the silver divine pagoda. The pagoda shook violently. The Heaven Fiend Demon Monarch's strongest attack did not leave a mark on it. The remaining demon emperors and mystical dragons were horrified when they saw the divine pagoda that seemed to reach the heavens. This item is divine. We can't see the sky, but we can see the pagoda. It can break through the 9 heavens and exist forever. It can't be wrong. It's a divine artifact. It's a real divine artifact. It's a divine artifact. It has the power of a god and the heavenly might of a god. While the mystical dragons were exclaiming, the demon monarch's eyes narrowed. They felt an extraordinary sense of oppression. The pagoda was glowing. Just by looking at it, the demon monarchs felt a piercing pain all over their bodies. A divine artifact that was born to suppress the demon clan. This item was definitely the nemesis of the demon clan. In the history of the demon clan, there was only one time when such a divine artifact was born. It was the most powerful divine artifact that suppressed the demon clan's devil dens. It was a divine artifact that the demon clan did not want to look back but was extremely fearful of. Lin Chen was also surprised. He recognized this item. Firmament Pagoda. The Firmament Pagoda, which was in charge of the 9 prefectures, did not have any divinity. If not for the system, Lin Chen would not have been able to find out its background. But now, its divinity was dazzling. It was as if a real god was here. I see. The Firmament Pagoda was not activated previously. Otherwise, the demon dens suppressed by the pagoda would not be able to survive or escape. The ancient god had once told Lin Chen that if he encountered a strong enemy of the demon clan, the mark left by the ancient god would activate the Firmament Pagoda's divinity and help Lin Chen. But the current situation seemed to be different from what the ancient god had said. That attack just now was controlled by someone and perfectly protected him. At the top of the pagoda, white smoke danced gracefully like a celestial flower blooming in the void. It was cold and beautiful. Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Sister Ruoyan, what are you doing here? Standing at the top of the pagoda, the white-robed celestial immortal glanced at him and smiled like a flower. Of course I'm here to check on you. I'm here to see what kind of woman could make Brother Lin Chen risk everything to participate in such a war between the demon clans. I don't want you to be seduced by another woman and not come back. Lin Chen, Empress. Chapter 1847. Bai Ruoyan did not even look at the Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor. Instead, she looked at the Empress in the distance. The Empress's gaze pierced through the void, and her gem-like eyes reflected the figure of the Heaven Immortal in white. The 2 women each had their own merits. One had an extraordinary temperament and was the most powerful Heaven Immortal. The other was extremely enchanting and beautiful. Bai Ruoyan was slightly moved. She was stunned by the Empress's temperament and appearance. She smiled. Brother Lin Chen's taste is really, Lin Chen hurriedly said, Sister Ruoyan, now is not the time to be impressed. Rumble. The saber light was like a dragon as the Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor flapped his wings and slashed toward her. He had already sensed that the woman in front of him was not an immortal yet. She was only a quasi-god. She was purely relying on a divine artifact. Bai Ruoyan waved her slender hand, and the firmament tower crushed all the demonic chi as if it was her arm. In this clash, they were actually evenly matched. The Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor was dumbfounded. A quasi-god could control a divine artifact with such precision and be on par with a veteran demon emperor like him? Lin Chen was stunned. This. Sister Ruoyan, how did you do it? A battle between immortals was definitely not an ordinary battle. Even if Bai Ruoyan's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, her awareness should not have been able to keep up. She could not possibly have a god slayer as well, right? Bai Ruoyan smiled brightly. I have already communicated with the other 8 holy flames and obtained part of the battle memories from the immortal realm's messengers. With the power of the holy flames, I can use the firmament tower. This time, it's my turn to protect you. Bai Ruoyan waved her hand, and the firmament tower spun rapidly, shooting out pure white flames mixed with silver light that cut through the void and burned it. The sea of fire swept across the sky and enveloped the heaven fiend demon emperor. No matter how fast he was, Bai Ruoyan's firmament tower's attacks seemed to have locked onto him and chased after him. Now is the best time to destroy them. The 5 divine dragons understood what he meant. They moved their divine dragon bodies and surrounded the remaining 5 demon emperors. The battle had changed. The 4 supreme elders were dead. The sky-burying demon emperor was dead. Right now, the most important enemy was the final 6 great demon emperors. As long as they were annihilated, only the human race, the demon race led by the empress, and the dragon race were left in this war. At that time, with Lin Chen as the leader of the human clan and the dragon clan, they would be able to fight against the demon clan and become the final winner. Lin Chen stared at the firmament pagoda covetously and exclaimed in his heart, "Firmament pagoda if only it could be broken down. The set essence that the divine artifact has broken down into is more than enough." The system was unable to break down anything that had a master or divinity. The relationship between Bai Ruoyan and Firmament Tower was similar to that of an ally. She could use it, but she could not hand it over to Lin Chen. The female monarch glanced at Bai Ruoyan's battle circle and felt an inexplicable sense of irritation in her heart. Wielding her demonic blade, she charged toward the 5 demon emperors. The aura of the 5 devil emperors was slightly weaker, but they were not existences that could be easily intimidated. Even if they had lost the heaven-burying devil emperor, their confidence had not changed by much. The divine dragon breathed, and the demon emperor wreaked havoc. The largest battle circle was in a mess. However, the expected crushing momentum did not appear. The resistance of the 5 devil emperors was very tenacious. It was not that the divine dragons had become weaker, but that the 5 divine dragons were wary of the female monarch. That's right, the female monarch was not teaming up with the divine dragons, and the same went for the 5 divine dragons. The female monarch and the divine dragons were still on opposing sides. Under such circumstances, both sides could not unite. If both sides joined forces, the 5 devil emperors would be at a disadvantage. However, both sides entered the battle with caution and would definitely hold back. Both sides could only fight on their own and could not achieve the benefits of teaming up. On the other hand, due to the death of the heaven-burying devil emperor, the last bit of estrangement between the demon emperors had disappeared. This was a battle of life and death, honor and disgrace. The differences and grudges between the devil emperors were no longer important. If they did not completely unite, they would most likely perish here. With the 5 divine dragons teaming up, the devil emperors were not afraid. However, the attacks of the demon empress were extremely terrifying. She was the fatal factor that threatened the devil emperors. The battle had reached its climax. The 3 sides were at each other's throats. Although the divine dragons and the female monarch were attacking the same enemy, they were fighting on their own and were wary of each other. It was as if 3 galaxies were colliding and killing each other. The power spread to the surrounding starfields, including the borders of the Divine River Galaxy outside of the firmament starfield. The stars collapsed, the spacetime was distorted, and the battle between the divine dragons and the devil emperors was getting more and more intense. At this moment, the female monarch saw Bai Ruoyan and Lin Chen exchanging glances after meeting each other. She was distraught and did not know why. Although her saber moves were sharp, she had lost a lot of precision and judgment. In fact, her mind was a little lax. Lin Chen looked at Bai Ruoyan, who was fighting with the heaven fiend demon emperor. Her moves were sharp, precise, and elegant. The heaven fiend demon emperor attacked fiercely and even feinted to go around Bai Ruoyan a few times, but he was blocked every time. The firmament tower was perfect for both offense and defense. The heaven fiend demon emperor had no chance to break through. Lin Chen gasped in amazement, "So strong. When can you give me the eternal sacred flame?" Sure enough, the items from the God realm are unpredictable. I'll leave this place too. Although there were many attribute light balls and attribute treasure chests in the extraterritorial battlefield, Lin Chen could not collect them in his current state. He would be dragged into the battle at any moment. Lin Chen released the Dragon King and was about to retreat to prepare for the next battle. Suddenly, a faint light appeared in the void and shone from outside the extraterritorial battlefield. Lin Chen looked at the fiery red light and stood on the Dragon King's head. He frowned and muttered to himself, "What kind of light is that?" The distance between the starfields was very long. Even if one traveled at the speed of light, it would take months, years, or even tens of thousands of years to reach here. Lin Chen did not plan to pay attention to it at first, but suddenly, the fiery red light became brighter and brighter. It was like an aurora that traveled through the dimensions of the void and came straight at him. There was more than one. Beside the fiery red light, there was a blue light. 2. No, 3, 4. 4 auroras appeared from the horizon and became brighter and brighter. The light was so dazzling that it even lit up the entire starfield. What's going on? Lin Chen focused his eyes and looked, discovering an extremely strange fact. None of the higher-ups of the dragon race, demon race, and demon race saw these 4 auroras. The auroras were so strong that even the demon emperors and divine dragons did not notice it. The empress was no exception. Perhaps the empress, who was fully alert, could notice it, but she was in a subtle trance now. After pausing for a breath, Lin Chen felt as if he was struck by lightning. No, only I can see these auroras. The auroras that only Lin Chen could see were the attribute light balls. The 4 auroras were pointing in one direction. It was the Empress. The 4 auroras came at lightning speed and approached the Empress, who was in the middle of a battle. Thinking of an extremely terrifying possibility, Lin Chen did not even have time to think before his body moved first. Lin Chen subconsciously moved with his mind and moved as fast as he could. All the dragon veins condensed by his Dragon King exploded instantly. A pale green light flashed through the still space and time and swept toward the Empress. Taiju Flash. The bloodline ability of the ancient Taiju dragon. Almost at the same time that Lin Chen activated Taiju Flash, a long howl that tore through the universe burst out in the sky. Clang. It was the howl of a sword. The power of a sword unsheathed. This kind of power was unprecedented in history. The sword intent broke through the universe, and one sword alone broke 3,000 realms. Its sharpness made the divine dragons tremble in fear. A sword howl broke through the sky and headed straight for the demon empress. Chapter 1848. Boom. 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 Whoosh. 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 The dimension was torn apart by an unstoppable aura. The sword light sliced through everything, and it was mixed with boundless sword intent. It was like a blazing white beam of light shooting over. The sword intent could break through the universe, and one sword could break 3,000 worlds. The sudden sword strike broke all the patterns and exceeded everyone's expectations. The moment the Empress was in a daze, she regained her senses when the strong murderous intent approached her. A strong sense of danger shrouded the Empress. She had never felt such a strong sense of danger since she became the Empress. The Empress suddenly turned around. Whoosh! A ray of pale green light flashed, and the young man's back appeared in her eyes again. The young man's back and the memory fragments overlapped. The Empress was in a daze, and her cold eyes wavered. The moment Lin Chen flashed behind the Empress, divine light appeared, and the golden light of the God of War was released. Lin Chen couldn't care less anymore. He swung his fist and used cosmic flash. His next thought was, system, God of War set, boom tilde, splat. Suddenly, the blazing white light penetrated Lin Chen's fist. The light of the 6 pieces of the God of War didn't even have time to shine before it quickly faded. The sword light shattered Lin Chen's pure power and invaded his body. What? Lin Chen's pupils shrank. It was too fast. This sword was ridiculously fast. It was faster than Lin Chen could imagine. The owner of this sword was equivalent to the sky-burying Devil Emperor at his peak. No, he might even be stronger than the sky-burying Devil Emperor. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Lin Chen's body exploded with blood, and he vomited blood on the spot. He was instantly covered in blood, and his whole body was bleeding. Blood sprayed everywhere. Ah! Lin Chen let out an unprecedented scream. The terrifying sword intent was like an evil dragon. When it penetrated Lin Chen's divine body, it turned his body upside down and messed up crazily. All the pain that Lin Chen had experienced in his life was not even 1/10,000th of this. It was as if countless wild beasts were tearing at his internal organs, crushing his bones, and tearing at his flesh. Pieces of his saint body's flesh and blood seemed to be torn apart. His entire body seemed to be torn apart. It was as if every inch of his flesh was being torn apart, and his bones were being crushed again and again. Note: sensing that the host is in mortal danger, the system automatically activated the immortal divinity fragment to repair the host's body, consuming heavenly Tao points. Lin Chen. The Empress suddenly cried out his name. His blood splattered onto the Empress's jade-like cheeks as he fell from the sky. The Empress threw caution to the wind and abandoned the battle. She rushed toward Lin Chen and grabbed his hand. When she held him in her arms, the Empress was shocked to find that the young man was convulsing crazily and spitting out blood continuously. Lin Chen was like a cracked porcelain, ready to shatter at any moment. All the battles stopped in an instant. This scene had happened too suddenly. No one had expected this. That was a sword that could kill a god. Without a doubt, if an ordinary true god or a newly ascended demon emperor were to be hit by that sword, they would be severely injured even if they did not die. Not to mention the already weak Lin Chen. It was a pity that the Wuji old man was not present. Otherwise, the outcome of this sword might have been different, eh? What a freak. He's actually not dead after taking on my sword intent. The situation has changed. Haha, it's a pity that the final victor will be us. The demon tribe, and dragon tribe are all here. Voices that were a little tired but incomparably clear reverberated throughout the world like the voice of creation. They were mixed with supreme divine might. In the void, 4 figures appeared. A man in a green robe appeared with a sword in his hand. He stepped on a river of sword aura, and his divine might was as vast as the sea. Even in the sword domain of the sacred boundary, one could feel a peerless sword intent that could dominate the world. A young man in a black robe and carrying a sword with a fair face radiated with sword intent. His sword aura was like a coiling dragon, cutting through the void. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, and his eyes were full of domineering arrogance. That was the majesty of a god. A middle-aged man in a red robe, with fiery red eyebrows and long hair that burned like flames, looked around. He had a mocking smile on his face as if he had already seen through everything. The beautiful woman in a blue robe was elegant and luxurious. Her temperament was awe-inspiring and noble. She held a water prison-like barrier in her palm. Her beautiful eyes were filled with arrogance as if nothing could enter her eyes. The divine dragons and demon emperors were shocked. Human tribe, gods. Sword god, edgeless sword. Fire god Huangfu Xian, water god Zhuge Taichu. It was not a clone of a true god, but a genuine true god of the human race. What was more terrifying was that royal god dragon and the 3 veteran demon emperors felt their scalps go numb. They seemed to have broken through to a new realm. Royal god dragon was dumbfounded. He said in shock, what's going on? Water god Zhuge Taichu chuckled and covered his mouth. What's going on? It's easy to understand. We humans are the final winners. The demon emperors felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Impossible. The bloodthirsty demon emperor's 3 heads roared angrily. We've already explored the god Theacha's ruins countless times. There shouldn't be any fortuitous opportunities. We've just been released from the demonic chi whirlpool in the distant star system. Aren't you all fighting foolishly in the ruins now? The 5 divine dragons also stared at the gods without blinking. They had gone to the approximate location of the god Theacha's ruins and watched the battle for a while. If it was a true god-level deathmatch, it shouldn't have ended so quickly. Ha 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 ha. Edgeless Saber God laughed heartily. You want to play tricks with us humans? Demons, oh demons, you're not even 1 level behind. Sword god Jian Juesheng sneered. Indeed, there's no divine fate in the god Theacha's ruins. You all just want to provoke a civil war among the gods. However, humans are the ones who understand human things the most, not demons. The fire god Huangfu Xian smiled calmly and said with ease, The God Emperor's remains came from the upper realm. It's a divine object that appeared in a lower dimension. Although its remaining treasures are scattered and are not of much use to a true god, the God Emperor's remains have been contaminated with the God source items of the God realm. The God Theacher's ruins are the greatest divine fate for us. After the gods break the God Theacher's ruins and refine them, it's time for us to reach new heights. Your plan has indeed succeeded in provoking a civil war among the gods, but it's all within our expectations. Because in a civil war among the gods, the winner gets everything. Huang Fu Xian spoke cheerfully and wittily, revealing a kind of absolute confidence that he was in control of the entire situation. We gods have long predicted that as long as we have a civil war, the demon race will definitely make a move. You demons will also follow the example of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Unfortunately, we've already seen through it. Everything is just a plot against us. The gods' merciless judgment made the divine dragons and demon emperors feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They had actually been schemed against to such an extent, all of their plans had been countered by someone else. The demon race had been preparing for many years and thought that they had seen through the situation. The demons had triggered the battle for the God Theacher's ruins and secretly protected the demon race. Together with the four elders, they thought highly of themselves and thought that they were in control of the situation. The dragon race thought that they had made the right choice to fight against the enemy together and gamble on protecting the future of the dragon race. All the forces thought that they were the victors. But no one was. The gods of the human race were the victors. They had actually seen through everything. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Behind the oriole, there was the hunter. The gods were the initiators of all this. They were the real winners, the hunters. Chapter 1849. The gods only had a rough idea of the current situation. Only then did Royal Divine Dragon come back to his senses. No wonder he felt that something was wrong. In the God Emperor's ruins, the human gods fought each other before they found the opportunity. The scene of the martial god being surrounded was especially fresh in the minds of the divine dragons. At that time, the gods were eager to determine victory and defeat and life and death. It turned out that they already knew that the God Emperor's ruins were the main event. The Empress did not hear the gods reply at all. Hugging the young man covered in blood, her primordial spirit felt like it was about to explode as fragments of memories flooded into her mind. The mortal world, the burial mountain, the clear sky sage king's tomb, the mysterious region. The source of the memories broke through the restrictions of the ancestors' wills and pieced together the memories regardless of the influence of the ancestors' will. It's you. You've protected me again. The Empress' purple and black eyes were filled with hope as she reminisced. Tears streamed down her cheeks and dripped onto Lin Chen's bloody forehead. Her trembling fingers caressed the side of his face. Her gaze became even more intense. Other than heartache, there was even more killing intent. Lin Chen's injuries were constantly being healed by the immortal divine spark fragments, but they were also being devoured by the sword intent. If not for the power of the immortal divine spark, Lin Chen might have been cut into pieces long ago. The sword god's swordsmanship pierced through Lin Chen, and the sword intent was still destroying Lin Chen's divine body. This was the terror of the strongest sword intent in the world. The sword intent was still destroying the opponent even after the sword technique ended. Lin Chen's Dragon King merged with his body and continued to use the yin-yang divine dragon bloodline to heal his body together with the immortal divine spark fragments. Damn it, this bunch of old foxes, they actually predicted this. Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. Enduring the immense pain, he grabbed the Empress's jade-like hand. Trembling, he said, Yarrow run. You and Sister Ruoyon, run first. Don't worry about me, Rumble. The demonic sword's killing intent bloomed, and the remaining light in the world was devoured. Looking at Lin Chen's miserable state and his reply, the Empress did not reply. Instead, her killing intent skyrocketed. Had he gone berserk? A demonic cultivator had gone berserk for the human race. How magical. This kid is a big threat. Let's get rid of him first. Edgeless sneered as he raised his hand and clawed. Kai. Time and space were sliced apart. The blade intent rushed forward at an unprecedented speed, enveloping the Empress and attacking Lin Chen. Little brother Lin Chen, by Ruoyon's heart, was burning with anxiety. She activated the firmament pagoda and rushed toward the female Empress. The blood moon blade flashed. Clang tilde. Bang. 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 The female monarch raised her saber and blocked the sword deity's saber intent. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. The 5 divine dragons immediately flew to the Empress's side. The dragon god had to protect Lin Chen, whether it was for the sake of reward or the future of the human race and the dragon race. Let's retreat now. The demon emperors reacted extremely quickly and immediately chose to withdraw from the battle. They tore through space and retreated. Huangfu Xian, the god of fire, said cheerfully, "Well, during the time we were talking, my trump card is almost ready." When the fire god announced the human race's trump card, he was also preparing his trump card. This was because their goal was to catch all of them in one fell swoop at this moment. He and Zhuge Taichu looked at each other. Their hands formed a seal, and a surge of water elemental and fire elemental divine power condensed into 2 rays of divine light that shot into the sky. Water and fire celestial boundary. Rumble tilde. The water god's divine power transformed into a dragon while the fire god's divine power transformed into a vermilion bird soaring into the sky. The two intertwined and did not repel each other at all. Instead, they merged perfectly. The divine power was red and blue respectively. Together, they encompassed 1,000 realms and covered 9 heavens and 10 land. The dual divine power boundary covered the heavens and even the entire firmament star field. Clang tilde. The sound of metal colliding reverberated. The Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor, who was the fastest, had failed to break out. The Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor was shocked. What a powerful divine power boundary. It was extremely difficult to break this boundary. Even the sky-burying Demon Emperor, who had the Demon God King's remains at his peak, would have to struggle. Are these humans serious? Do they want to kill us here? Damn it. We, the demon emperors of our generation, have been underestimated. The 6 demon emperors glared at each other, their killing intent soaring to the sky. Royal God Dragon, who was the leader of the divine dragons, shouted coldly, "Sword God, Saber God, you want to fight us in your current state? You're looking down on us." That's right, Sword God, Saber God, Water God and Fire God appeared to be in a mighty and indestructible state, but in reality, they were like arrows at the end of their flight. They had indeed reached a new level, but the price they had paid was very obvious. After all, the human gods had gone through the war of the gods. They were the last 4 gods to survive. The yin-yang gods, the 5 elements gods, and the others had all fallen. Jian Juesheng crossed his arms in front of his chest. His expression was full of arrogance and confidence. He said calmly, "Do you think we're unprepared? Although we're not in our best condition, the human gods have a promise. A promise of the gods. Otherwise, why would we build the sacred boundary and give the human race peace? It's all for this moment." The 5 divine dragons' eyes widened. Could it be, the promise of the gods, the losers have to obey everything the winners have? At this moment, in the various domains of the sacred boundary, the Golden God, Thunder God, Yin-Yang gods, and the other true gods' clones looked up at the sky. Have they returned? I didn't expect them to be the final winners. Give them the signal. We're done. The clones of the gods shot out a ray of divine power that penetrated the demon tribe and the demon-human tribe army. In the firmament starfield, the 4 gods spread their arms and shouted coldly, "Humans, listen up. We, the human gods, are the creators of the sacred boundary. We created the sacred boundary to protect the human race for eternity." The deep and powerful voice released endless divine power and reverberated in every inch of the sacred boundary. Countless humans stared at the sky with their mouths agape as they listened to the voice. The majestic voice spread across the boundless universe. Not only the sacred boundary, but even the countless mortal realms far away could hear it. Mortals, who gave you peace? Who let your lives continue? It's the gods. It's the creators. It's the gods who gave you the sacred boundary. You've enjoyed the gods' grace and received their blessings. Now is the time for the human race to be destroyed. It's time for you to serve the gods. In the mystic domain, Everyone was stunned when they heard the voice. Only one person's expression changed. Scarlet Fairy. Because of her true identity, she was one of the few people who knew part of the truth. The gods had sealed the sacred boundary and the human race's destiny. What were they trying to do? Mortals, sacrifice your lives and serve the gods. Rumble tilde tilde. The entire sacred boundary began to tremble violently. The sacred boundary changed dramatically. Chapter 1850. The earth began to wither, and countless amounts of spirit energy lost their luster. Countless saints and mortals began to emit blood-colored smoke from their bodies. One of the War Emperor realm mortals was stunned. What is this? Before he could finish speaking, the blood-colored smoke surged out of his body like boiling water. His entire body turned into a pile of white bones with a whoosh. He even turned into ashes. With a blow, he turned into ashes. The saints were all terrified. Despair, fear, madness, and horror filled the 35 regions of the sacred boundary. The mortals could not hold on for more than a breath, and the saints were all turned into ashes in 3 breaths. No, I don't want to die. Why, it wasn't easy for me to cultivate my cultivation. Could it be that, creators, this is not fair? Where did the mercy of the gods go? When the sacred boundary was first established, we diligently built temples to worship the gods. Could it be that we will end up like this? Panic, despair, and madness filled every inch of the sacred boundary. The sacred boundary seemed to be repelling all living beings. No one would have thought that the cause of their death was neither the demons nor the demon humans, but the gods of the human race. The reinforcements of the dragon race could only watch this scene with their mouths agape, but they were powerless to stop it. The demon humans were bewildered and even stopped attacking. Only the demons were still invading the sacred boundary like crazy. It was not just the sacred boundary itself. There were also the humans who escaped from the sacred boundary and went to the starry mortal world to avoid the disaster. They all turned into clouds of pure energy that were like blood smoke, sweeping across the sky and shuttling through the void. Only the humans who were born and raised in the mortal world were spared. All the humans who had stayed in the sacred boundary began to turn into bloodlight that shuttled through the universe and flew in one direction. In the sky above the extraterritorial battlefield, 4 human true gods opened their arms and refined the rolling bloodlight that was shuttling over. That was the brilliance that belonged to life. The injuries of the gods began to improve slightly. The dazzling bloodlight increased in number and speed. How many humans were there in the sacred boundary? One had to know that every mortal genius was 1 in 10,000. Just the genius ranking set up by the mortals of the sacred boundary had 100,000 names. Every genius on the prodigy ranking had to be a top genius chosen from tens of thousands of mortal geniuses. In order to produce a genius on the prodigy ranking, they had to choose from hundreds of millions of mortals, and the number of geniuses on the genius ranking had reached 100,000. Furthermore, the rankings on the genius rankings changed all year round. From this, it could be seen how large the population of the sacred boundary was. Just the number of mortals in a region alone exceeded a quadrillion. The 35 domains added together was an astronomical figure that couldn't be counted. What a huge number and human civilization. They had built such a huge civilization, but now it was being destroyed by the gods themselves. Even though many saints had retreated after the Wuji old man had publicized the news of the war, how could ordinary heavenly dipper martialists, Yuan venerates, or war emperors escape the vast sacred boundary? The number of mortals still hadn't decreased by much. In addition, even if they really escaped, the mortals who had lived in the sacred boundary would still die if they escaped to the sacred boundary. The humans of the sacred boundary had become the healing agent of the gods and become the bait of the gods. Sword gods Zhen Juesheng revealed an intoxicated smile. After keeping you in captivity for so long, this is your true purpose. The expressions of the people on the saint talent ranking changed drastically. It turned out that the sacred boundary had been a complete conspiracy from beginning to end. They were just toys of the gods. The humans of the sacred boundary clearly understood the cruelty of the gods. Their faith in the gods had completely collapsed. But so what? The destruction of the sacred boundary was a foregone conclusion. Lin Chen clearly witnessed this crazy moment. Even though his body and mind were torn apart, his worry for the mystic realm doubled. This group of damned beast. What kind of gods are they? Lin Chen's eyes flashed with crazy killing intent. Water god Zhuge Taichu's beautiful eyes turned and looked down at Lin Chen from above. As he absorbed the countless rays of blood to heal himself, he sneered in disdain. Insignificant mortals will never understand the greatness of the gods. Lin Chen clutched his bleeding chest and forced himself to stand up. His eyes were about to burst open. What kind of greatness is this? You keep people in captivity like beasts and gain fame by deceiving the world. You dare to talk about the path of gods? Ha ha ha. Zhuge Taichu laughed so hard that his body trembled. She covered her mouth and laughed. Mortal, let me ask you. Is there anything in the mortal world that isn't a scam? The composition of the world is one scam after another. The heavens beyond the heavens, the gods beyond the mortals. We have given mortals honor. We have given them beliefs and made them fight for their beliefs. We have given them thoughts and made them live for their thoughts. We have given them history and made them learn from it. If not for this battle, they would have always enjoyed everything that we have given them. How could they deceive the world and gain fame? Everything is just inevitable. Lin Chen looked straight at Zhuge Taichu and roared out his thoughts. No, the world shouldn't be like this. Zhuge Taichu's smile gradually disappeared as she said with interest. Then what are you going to do? I will change it. With this broken body of yours that's about to die. At the same time, in the mystic realm, just as the world was about to be destroyed, all the servants were emitting blood and smoke. At the moment when their vitality was about to disappear, a crimson figure flashed in the sky. It was Fairy Scarlet. Her crimson dress fluttered like smoke. Her slender fingers were agile and graceful as she formed a mysterious and obscure hand seal. A peach-red mark appeared between her brows and shone brightly. Behind the fairy, endless immortal light and peach branches appeared. The peach blossoms were beautiful beyond compare. An extremely dazzling peach-red light bloomed between heaven and earth. It was magnificent and scattered countless rays of light, landing on everyone in the mystic realm. The humans bathed in the peach-red light seemed to have some kind of energy entering their bodies. The blood-red smoke began to dissipate. Only the experts who had opened the 100th holy cave, the Eye of the Holy King, could see the truth of this scene. Fairy Scarlet did not instill any kind of energy into the people. Instead, she transferred a part of the providence condensed by the auspicious beasts to them. The reason why the gods could control all living beings in the world was because they had not received enough providence from the sacred boundary. The gods deprived them of the providence that they should have, creating a situation where they were born in the sacred boundary but were not people of the sacred boundary. Without enough providence, the humans were not qualified to face the rejection of the sacred boundary. The blood-red smoke dissipated, and the people in the mystic realm were spared. Their faces were filled with the expression of someone who had survived a disaster. They had completely escaped from the gates of hell. Fairy Scarlet continued to expand the range of providence that belonged to her. After the lingering fear, Jiang Taishu finally realized something and exclaimed, "Fairy Scarlet, you." Fairy Scarlet stayed by Lin Chen's side, hiding her aura. This was tantamount to exposing her existence to the public. Fairy Scarlet said in a deep voice, "It doesn't matter." Her bright autumn eyes looked at the other side of the sky, blooming with incomparably firm trust and tenderness. "I believe in him. I trust him with everything, if he will. If he does, he will definitely liberate this era." Chapter 1851. The strange phenomenon caused by Fairy Crimson in the mystic realm had finally attracted the attention of the god. In the extraterritorial battlefield, Sword God Wufeng was shocked, and undisguised greed appeared on his face. A spiritual plant of providence that surpasses supreme-grade spiritual plants. So where did she hide? Ha ha ha, after the battle, she will be ours. Rumble. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and an obscure aura swept up in the barrier, alarming the four gods and the demon emperors. Who was it? Four black shadows flashed past the empress's position and took Lin Chen, who was beside her, away in an instant. Water god Zhuge Taichu shouted coldly, "What are you? Die for me." She pointed at the sky, and thousands of water-type divine power surged into the sky. The divine power surged out like a water dragon, piercing through the galaxy and sweeping through the universe. The black shadows were crushed into nothingness. Huang Fuxian was shocked. They escaped. It even managed to pass through our barrier. Jian Juesheng, who was guarding the Empress, glanced in the direction where the black shadows disappeared and sneered. I didn't expect the dark shadow race to be here. They really don't know their limits. The divine dragons were shocked. Dark shadow race? The ones who saved Lin Chen just now were the famous dark shadow race. Currently, the dark shadow race did not have a race equivalent to a true god. Even so, they still passed through the divine power barrier. They were really the best in the world in terms of spatial talent. I didn't expect Lin Chen to be related to the dark shadow race. Now is not the time to be amazed. The dark shadow race is saving Lin Chen. We should be the ones worrying about ourselves. The divine dragons were ready. The next battle would be even more difficult. Sword God Wufeng frowned and said, "Should we chase after them? This kid is a big threat." Jian Juesheng said, "No need. This kid has been hit by my absolute kill sword will. The sword will continue to destroy his life. Unless a god-level alchemist is present, he will definitely die. As for these guys, if one of us leaves, we won't be able to kill them." As soon as he said that, the expressions of all the experts became very serious. They were serious. The sword god, and the fire and water gods were planning to kill them here. In order to pursue Lin Chen, who was kidnapped by the Dark Shadow tribe, they had to let the Devil Emperors escape. If the mystical dragons returned to their base camp, even the four of them would have to expend a lot of effort. The injuries of the four deities were more than half healed in the blink of an eye. Using the massive amount of lives of the living beings to heal their injuries, the speed at which they healed their injuries was so quick that it made one's hair stand on end. Bai Ruoyan flashed and came to the Empress. "Oh!" Fire God Huang Fu's expression. "There's also a divine weapon." The four deities noticed Bai Ruoyan's abnormality, and their gazes became playful and greedy. Weapon. The humans of the Divine River Galaxy only had a handful of divine artifacts. The ones they had were all destroyed in the Great War of the Nine Races. None of the gods in the present world had a divine artifact. This might be the last one. Before Bai Ruoyan's, her eyes. The Empress's Empress. A trace of blood fell from her black and purple eyes. The Empress suppressed the influence of her ancestors' will. She could no longer suppress her killing intent. Her voice was bone-chilling. "How dare you injure him to this extent?" Clang tilde. A blade as black as the abyss appeared in the Empress's left hand. She clenched her fist. Rumble tilde. The black blade was like a bottomless abyss, releasing a pressure that could destroy everything in the world. The Empress' black blade in her left hand was filled with demonic intent, and the blood blade in her right hand was devouring everything in the world. Demon Emperor Calamity exclaimed in shock, "Two demonic blades." Only then did Royal God Dragon come to his senses, so that's how it is. That's her true demonic form. The demon true body was the embodiment of the peak experts of the demon race. The demon true body was a realm that only revered elders or past demon race sages could use. It was an ultimate technique that only demon race experts who had reached the god realm could use. The demonic blade that the Empress used wasn't her demon true body, but the black blade. The Empress took a deep breath and thought to herself, "Past sages, perhaps Yao can't complete the great task of reviving the demon race." When she opened her eyes, Luo Yao's eyes shone with demonic light. "I will die for him here and bury the gods of the human race." With the two blades in her hands, demonic intent rose. The Empress' long hair danced in the wind as she waved her blade. Kai tilde. The blood moon blade flashed, and the blood moon blade absorbed everything, swallowing all the light in the world, and slashed toward Sword God's sword extinction. The divine dragons were shocked. The Empress's combat power had increased by another level. Her talent was so great that it made people stop in their tracks. Even someone as strong as Sword God couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He, who was absorbing life energy, stomped his foot and destroyed the sword energy river under his feet. The sword energy river shot out a white dragon-like sword light into the sky. When Sword God held it, it condensed into a sheathless white sword. Sword extinction held the sword, and the supreme sword intent that cut through the void wrapped around the sword. The white sword slashed in the sky, and a white light condensed in the sky. The snowy light pierced out like a dragon, and in an instant, Sword God slashed and stabbed. The sword intent turned into an evil dragon and twisted the Empress's blood moon blade into pieces. Bang! 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 All the demon theaches clearly saw that the Empress's heaven-slaying demon blade was blocked for the first time. The Empress suddenly waved her black blade and slashed violently. Boom! A black abyss split open in the void. Demonic light shot out from the black abyss, annihilating all life and withering heaven and earth. Sword extinction attacked, and dozens of sword strikes pierced through the black abyss at lightning speed. A black light burst out from the sky. The Empress's sword moves were swift and fierce, and she didn't intend to hold back. She closed in on Sword God and slashed with her two-blade. With the sword in his hand, Jianju unleashed a boundless sword intent. With a flick of his sword, the tip of his sword clashed with the two demonic sabers of the female monarch. Although sword extinction was slightly at a disadvantage, he didn't panic. His sword moves were steady and tricky, and his sword intent soared into the sky. The divine dragons sucked in a breath of cold air. Jian Juesheng was actually able to fight against the Empress, who had unleashed her full strength while recovering from his injuries. Royal God Dragon transformed into a dazzling golden dragon and roared, "Let's go and help." The 5 divine dragons moved together and were about to help the Empress when a beam of divine fire shot out like a light pillar, burning the 9 heavens and 10 lands to stop the 5 divine dragon. The god of fire, Huangfu Xian, wielded extremely dazzling flames. He stepped on the flames and bathed in a sea of fire. He stood in front of the 5 divine dragons and smiled slightly. "Your opponent is me." Royal God Dragon sneered. "1 against 5. You think too highly of yourself. Do you think you are Lin Chen?" Clang tilde. Royal God Dragon stretched out his claw, and the golden dragon claw covered the sky. Huangfu Xian flicked his finger, and the divine fire turned into sparks of fire that exploded instantly. The star core melted, and the sky collapsed. It actually burned Royal God Dragon's claw. Myriad flames divine dragon's pupils contracted. As someone who also wielded fire elemental divine power, she could feel Huangfu Xian's new realm. If the divine flames of her myriad flames divine dragon could burn countless realms, then he, Huangfu Xian, could burn down entire galaxies. The two of them were on completely different levels. This is second-tier divine realm. Chapter 1852. Bai Ruoyan assisted the divine dragons. She waved her fingers, and the firmament pagoda spun rapidly, emitting a silvery white divine light. It crashed toward Huangfu Xian. Although the divine artifact is good, the controller is too weak. It's not worth mentioning. Huangfu Xian waved his sleeves and pushed the firmament pagoda back. Bai Ruoyan's face was pale. Even with the protection of the firmament pagoda's divine light, she was still pushed back thousands of feet. "It's okay. Brother Lin Chen has already left. As long as he's still alive, there's still hope." Bai Ruoyan gritted her teeth and activated the firmament pagoda again. Boom. 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 Water-type divine power shrouded heaven and earth. Not only the 5 divine dragons, but even the 6 demon emperors were delayed. The demon emperors wanted to break through, but water god Zhuge Taichu didn't give them the chance. The fire and water gods blocked Bai Ruoyan, the 5 divine dragons, and the 6 demon emperors. Finally, sword god Wufeng also started to move. Endless sharpness surged between his brows as he activated his supreme sword will. His divine power turned into a sword and slashed at the Empress back. The sword and saber gods surrounded the Empress. The divine dragons fell into a state of panic for the first time. Once the Empress died, the dragon race would be the next to die. Among all the experts present, only the Empress stood at the same height as the 4 gods of the human race. After the sword and saber gods broke through to a new level, they had the help of sword will and sword will. With the 2 strongest true gods of the human race working together, the Empress had no chance of winning at all. Once they were completely healed, The Empress would be defeated. The extraterrestrial battlefield welcomed the final battle that would decide the fate of all races. Most of the dragon race, demon race, and demon race were unaware. At this moment, within the sacred boundary, rumble. For shadows traveled through the void. When they finally appeared, a handsome young man carrying Lin Chen on his back appeared. It was the innate Dark Shadow King of the Dark Shadow race, Lin Kan. It was a close call. I finally made it and saved Big Brother. Lin Kan heaved a sigh of relief. From the tomb of the innate Dark Shadow King, he borrowed the power of the past Dark Shadow Kings to reconstruct his body. Furthermore, his Dragon Clan bloodline allowed Lin Chen's yin-yang divine dragon blood to have a significant effect on him, allowing him to preserve his cultivation. Once he recovered, Lin Chen learned about the situation outside. He led the most elite experts of the Dark Shadow race and sneaked into the domain of the water and fire barrier at the last moment to rescue Lin Chen. Lin Kan turned to the 3 first elders behind him and asked, "Elders, are you all right?" The 2 black-robed old men who had transformed into human form covered the wounds on their arms and smiled bitterly. As expected of the sword god of the human race. "Just a tiny strand of sword intent almost cut us into pieces," another elder said. "Your Majesty, our problem is small. Let's take a look at Sir Lin Chen's first." Lin Kan looked at the severely injured Lin Chen, cold sweat flowing down his back. Not only that, even Lin Chen's doppelgangers had all disappeared. When the host didn't have a clear consciousness, they couldn't maintain the doppelgangers. Lin Chen said with difficulty, "You brat, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to recuperate?" Lin Kan said bluntly, "Big Brother, how can I not come when you're in trouble? You don't think of me as a brother." Lin Chen grimaced in pain. "You talk too much. Quickly, take me to Wonder Realm." "All right. Wonder Realm." When the servants saw the injuries on Lin Chen's body, it was a ghastly sight. Fang Ling and Lang Fanyun stared at Lin Chen as if they were looking at an abyss. What a terrifying sword intent connecting to the heavens. This sword intent is 2 or 3 realms stronger than Fang Ling's. With the support of divine power, its destructive power can last for 10,000 eras. In their eyes, it was a miracle that Lin Chen hadn't been dismembered yet and was still alive. Sword-severing life's attack was aimed to kill the Empress, and it didn't hold back. Lin Chen blocked it for her, but the price was too high. Especially the sword intent. Yu Wangsheng immediately said, "With this old man's alchemy skills, I can't help my lord." Fei Wuxuang walked out and took a deep breath. "Let me try." Lin Chen glanced at her. "Wuxuang, I'll have to trouble you." Fei Wuxuang smiled bitterly. "I can only do my best to deal with the attack caused by Sword God." Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the Dragon Palace while Fei Wuxuang circulated the technique Twilight of the Night. A gust of wind blew, reflecting Fei Wuxuang's beauty, like a beautiful mandala blooming in the desert. Her jade-like hand touched Lin Chen's shoulder, and as the petals fluttered in the wind, the sky was instantly filled with crimson rain of light. Under the night sky, the aurora was like starlight embellishment, beautiful and dazzling, embellishing Lin Chen's body. Fei Wuxuang was like a fairy dancing, her sleeves swaying gently, and the rain of light was endless, turning into a fairy under the night sky. Every raindrop was like a star in the aurora, merging into Lin Chen's sacred body. Fei Wuxuang's Twilight of the Night was a resurrection divine art from the desolate era, a heaven-defying divine art that could reverse life and death and revive a true god. Fei Wuxuang's realm was insufficient, and although she couldn't really achieve the effect of resurrection, she was still confident in healing Lin Chen. The Twilight of the Night combined with the power of Lin Chen's immortal godhead fragment suppressed the sword intent's destructive speed for the first time. "Now is the time." Lin Chen urged the power of his primordial spirit, and like a force that could push away rivers, he squeezed out all the sword intent. Only by reducing his injuries could he suppress the destructive power of the sword intent and push it out of his sacred body. Rumble tilde. The sword intent that was like a river converging into the sea instantly rushed out from Lin Chen's head. The sword intent pierced through the clouds and the void in the sky, splitting open endless cracks. Lin Chen suddenly collapsed, and his face became even paler. However, the consciousness between his brows was in high spirits, and he gradually regained his clarity. "I've finally released this sword intent." Lin Chen exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. almost cursing. In fact, if Lin Chen hadn't used Annihilation, Starburst and consumed all the sacred power in his Saint Cave, it wouldn't have been difficult to release the sword intent while using the immortal Godhead fragment to heal his injuries. As long as he survived the first wave of sword attacks, the rest wouldn't be a problem at all. However, Lin Chen was in his weakest state when he encountered this sword attack. Fei Wuxuang's eyes became dizzy, and she fell down after using too much sacred power. Lin Chen stood up and supported her, exhaling. "You've worked hard." Jiang Taishu supported Fei Wuxuang and retreated. Lin Chen solemnly cupped his fists to Fairy Scarlet. "Thank you for your help, Fairy. If it weren't for Fairy Scarlet, the people in the sacred boundary would have been plunged into misery and suffering, and Lin Chen's servants wouldn't have survived." Fairy Crimson, together with Mystic Realm, mobilized a large amount of destiny to save the lives of several nearby realms. Fairy Scarlet smiled sweetly. "I'll leave the rest to you." Lin Chen's fighting spirit soared. Of course, the current disadvantage still hadn't changed. Lin Chen only had the God Slayer talent left, and he had used up all his other killer moves. He really didn't expect the human gods to come back and attack him. However, he firmly believed that as long as he, Lin Chen, didn't die, the gods would never be the final winner. "Is that so? Pingan, that girl, blocked the demons alone for us?" When Lin Chen heard about Lin Pingan from Fang Ling and the others, he couldn't help but clench his fists. His pale face seemed calm, but his eyes were flashing with killing intent like raging wave. "Demons, we won't rest until one of us is dead." Lin Chen secretly swore in his heart, and the killing intent in his eyes became more and more ruthless. Lin Chen opened the system and glanced at it. Set column, 6th piece of the God of War, Ultimate Armor Charge, 99. 99%. Lin Chen's pupils shrank, and he thought to himself, it's not full yet. He had collected so many sacred artifacts, which should be enough to fill the 2 pieces of the God of War to 100%. Why was it not full yet? Lin Chen turned to look at Xiao Ling-er. "Ling-er, do you have any more sacred artifacts?" Xiao Ling-er shook her head. "No. The 35 regions of the sacred boundary, the inventory of the dragon race, and the saints fighting on the front line. We've taken everything we can." Seeing that everyone was empty-handed, Lin Chen stood up and looked up at the extraterritorial battlefield in the sky. "Even if it's not full yet, we can only force our way through." Suddenly, strong winds blew in the sky of the mystic region, and 3 figures descended. The person in the lead was holding a horsetail whisk, aloof. It was the everlasting elder. There was also Long Tianqi and Qin Wudi, the first on the saint talent list. Qin Wudi looked at Lin Chen with a complicated and respectful gaze. The everlasting elder's eyes were filled with joy and joy. "We didn't come in vain. Lin Chen, we've brought you." Lin Chen was stunned. "Brought? What?" "The last sacred artifact." The everlasting elder flicked his sleeves, and suddenly, a large number of 8th and 9th grade sacred artifacts floated in the air. Even the everlasting elder's everlasting Heaven's Will bell, which was not considered one of the treasured artifacts, was among them. "This old man knows that your people are crazily snatching sacred artifacts. You must have your own reasons. After watching the battle between you and the sky-burying Devil Emperor, the Saint Kings were deeply moved. This is the last batch of sacred artifacts that this old man took the risk to collect for you. They have already been removed from their master status. There are a total of 47 sacred artifacts, all of which are the life-saving treasures of the Saint Kings." The everlasting elder looked deeply at Lin Chen. "This old man won't ask you why you snatched the sacred artifacts. This old man believes that you are on the side of the human race. Other than the everlasting elder's treasured artifact, he had basically given everything else to Lin Chen. Their previous plan was to collect the sacred artifacts for Lin Chen, even if he was now a traitor of the human race in the sacred boundary." Lin Chen cupped his fists. "Many thanks." Lin Chen raised his palm and injected a strand of saint energy into the 47 sacred artifacts, beginning to decompose a specific sacred artifact. Host has received the set essence. Chapter 1853. Inside the water and fire divine power enchantment, the blade will wheel slash came down from the sky. The Empress swung her black blade, and a black abyss appeared. It released a supergravity that could crush the blade will, and the divine power exploded. Wufeng was amazed. So strong. If I were to fight you alone, I'm afraid we would be evenly matched. Her demonic blade seemed to be able to compress time and space. The pitch-black demonic blade was the Empress' true demonic true form. The blade will wheel slash came down like an evil dragon, and the snow-white sword radiance swept across the dimension and slashed at the Empress. She turned around and took a step. She was unstoppable, and the demonic blade Heaven Slayer slashed down. The blood moon radiated and devoured everything, including the blade will. Rip tilde. The blade will wheel slash tore through the void and landed on the Empress' head. The Empress crossed her blades and blocked the attack. The Empress blocked the attack by a hair's breadth, and blood flowed from her snow-white wrist. The demonic aura of the black blade surged, and the surrounding space was compressed to an inch, forcing the blade god to retreat. He had no choice but to dodge the attack. At this moment, Jian Juesheng sneered. When he pulled out his sword again, the sword aura river under his feet condensed into a sheathless sword. The blade god smiled. Wufeng looked serious. Every time Jian Juesheng showed this familiar yet strange smile, it was the time for him to use his strongest swordsmanship to kill the blade god. Clang tilde. A dragon's roar shook the galaxy. The blade god pulled out his sword, and the darkness in the universe was cut apart. It welcomed an extreme white light, and the sword slashed through the universe. The Empress was not afraid at all. She swung her blades rapidly, and the blood moon blade radiance danced in the sky. Wherever the blade radiance passed, everything was sucked away. Time and space collapsed, and light was absorbed. The Empress's blade was sharper than the previous one. Bang! 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 Both sides were evenly matched in terms of offense. The water and fire celestial realm was shaking. This wave of attack affected the nearby battle circle, and the fire and water gods were shocked. The Empress was able to force the blade god and the blade god to this extent. She was really the most powerful person in the demonic tribe. Selfless sword. Jian Juesheng didn't back off. He raised his sword and slashed down furiously. He single-handedly forced back the female Empress's attack. He wasn't afraid of the female Empress's black blade. He fought head-on in close combat. With a single sword, he broke through 10,000 skills. The tip of his sword flicked and stabbed continuously, parrying the demon-slaying saber of the female monarch. When she parried with her black saber, the speed of Jian Juesheng's sword suddenly increased. He aimed at the female monarch's heart, neck, glabella, and other vital points, stabbing out thousands of times. Kai, Kai, Kai. The demonic wings were broken, and the Empress's defense was broken one after another. The black blade could not block all of the sword god's lightning speed sword. The sword will invaded her body and destroyed her life force. Blood trickled down from her red lips, but the Empress was not at a loss. Instead of retreating, she advanced with her saber. When she swung her black saber, the devil aura of supergravity became stronger. Jian Juesheng slashed apart a strand of sword intent to block the gravity devil light. His sword continued to stab out as he sneered, "Your body is at the end of its flight and you still want to forcefully block my sword techniques? Dream on. I want to see how long you can block my attacks." Just as Jian Juesheng's voice fell, a bloody light flashed. The Empress had actually followed up with Sword God's sword. When the black saber parried the tip of the sword, she slashed towards his right shoulder. Jian Juesheng's body unconsciously flew towards the demon-slaying saber. A life for a life. Jian Juesheng's expression changed. Rumble tilde. At this moment, a strand of sword will penetrated the Empress's defense from behind. She fell like a kite with a broken string. It was Sword God Edgeless. He said solemnly, "Don't underestimate her. She is fighting us with a mentality of death. If we underestimate her, at least one of us will be dragged to death by her." The Empress was on the verge of collapse, but her consciousness was unprecedentedly clear. "Lin Chen, this is my repayment to you," the beautiful woman muttered to herself. The Empress was already forcing herself to use 2 demonic sabers. This was a forbidden move that she did not intend to use. However, when Lin Chen was injured and regained his memory, She could not care about anything else. Even though her demonic body was close to its limit, even though she was enduring all kinds of pain, she did not feel any pain at all. Instead, she became more and more excited. Compared to enduring the torture of the ancestors' will and carrying the weight of the demon cultivator clan, fighting for the person he loved was actually such a simple matter. It was as if even facing death was an insignificant matter. The Empress's injuries continued to accumulate, but the sword and saber god's injuries continued to heal. If the two of them were at their peak, they would not even be able to deal with one of them. Among the four gods of the human race, if the fire and water gods were at their peak, they would have the combat power of the Empress. The sword and saber gods would have to go one step further. Their saber intents and sword intents could reach the next level, and their divine powers could reach the next level. Bai Ruoyeon was suppressed by Fire God. She was more and more worried about the Empress's battle situation. If anything happened to the Empress, Brother Lin Chen would probably go through an irreversible change. Rumble tilde. At this moment, the four gods of the human race, led by Sword God, released a brilliant divine aura. He looked down at the heavens and the universe. The demon emperors and divine dragons felt a piercing chill. It was done. Their injuries had recovered more than 90% of their strength by killing more than half of the humans in the sacred boundary. They were almost at their peak. Once the Empress fell, it would be the beginning of the extinction of the dragon and demon race. Jian Juesheng was about to attack again, but he could not help but be slightly moved. Her long robe was dyed red with blood, and her hair was like a waterfall that fluttered in the wind. She was surrounded by a devilish blood-red light. She was like a celestial lotus that bloomed in the universe. Even the god of swords and the god of knives were attracted to her. How many people in the world could make such a person fall in love with them? Tears of blood gushed out of her beautiful eyes and slid down her tear mole. Mother, I've met the person you mentioned. Now it's my turn to protect him. Her fairy-like charming dimples revealed a touch of longing and determination. Her eyes and brows were filled with affection for him. I used to be so old. I was in my prime when I met you. The Empress threw the pitch-black demonic saber into the air. The black saber emitted endless black light, and the space between heaven and earth collapsed and squeezed. The sword god and saber god's movements were affected by the supergravity. All of her demonic power was injected into the heaven-slaying demon saber. The Empress swung the saber, and a bloody moon appeared. Wherever the bloody moon passed, everything in the universe was sucked dry. Everything was annihilated, and the void was completely reduced. The dimension was cut open by the saber, and space was collapsing and shrinking. The sword god and saber god did not move, but they were getting closer and closer to the bloody moon. Jian Juesheng raised his hand and clenched it. His divine power surged, and the sword in his hand flew across the sky. When sword intent was injected into the sword, he held it with both hands and slashed furiously. The sword swept across the galaxy. The domineering and violent saber intent rolled over like a raging dragon. The snow-white saber slashed violently in the sky and met the Empress' strongest attack head-on. Boom! 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 The boundary formed by the fire and water celestial realm kept shaking. The terrifying power knocked the dragon gods and demon emperors away, and they retreated to the side. Bai Ruoyeon wanted to activate the Heavens Tower to protect herself, but a huge flaming hand shot over like a fire snake and cut off her connection with the eternal sacred fire. Rumble tilde. Bai Ruoyeon was captured by the fire god, and even the Heavens Tower was temporarily sealed. Ha 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 ha. The eternal sacred fire and the Heavens Tower divine weapon are mine. The fire god laughed wildly. He lowered his head and looked at Bai Ruoyeon, who was bound by the ring of fire, and revealed a human-like lewd smile. I will treat you well, the lucky one who has the eternal sacred fire. Bai Ruoyeon clenched her fists and stared at the fire god fearlessly. The water god, Zhuge Taichu, beside her, injected more divine power into the boundary to maintain it. Only the demon emperor's expressions changed drastically. The 6 demon emperors sensed at the same time that the demon army they had sent to attack the Holy Realm had all died. What was going on? Finally, when everything fell silent, a black-robed figure fell, and the demonic saber in her hand dimmed. The strongest attack of the two demonic sabers was destroyed by the saber and sword gods. The demon empress was defeated. The empress lowered her eyebrows and revealed a quiet smile. Jian Juesheng did not underestimate her. He pointed his sword with his fingers, and his sword intent glowed. A white rainbow-like sword aura swept out and pointed at the empress, intending to kill her. "It's over, demon empress." The four gods of the human race had a tacit understanding of the situation and smiled. The divine dragons felt a chill down their spines. They seemed to have seen the history of the dragon race's imminent extinction. At this moment, all the godly realm experts knew that this would be the final turning point in history. But, out of everyone's expectations, crack tilde, bang. What entered the eyes of all the experts was the explosion of the water and fire divine power boundary. A shimmering golden divine fist penetrated through the enchantment barrier and shattered the divine power of water and fire. This fist was invincible and looked down on the universe. This punch shattered the history of the gods, and it contained boundless fury and battle intent. With the fist as the center, time and space collapsed and twisted rapidly. The entire universe was crushed by this fist, and billions of galaxies shook. The golden fist crushed through the void and destroyed the water and fire divine power boundary and the saber god's sword intent. What? The gods were shocked. Boom. 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 The God of War's hymn echoed in the universe, and golden divine light filled the sky. The divine light illuminated the entire divine river galaxy, and the invincible divine power of the God of War spread everywhere. A ray of golden light shone beside the empress, and a golden-armored figure bathed in divine light charged into the battle circle of the gods and caught the unconscious empress. The golden-armored figure had his back facing the saber and sword gods. With his back facing the two most powerful gods, it was as if he did not care about them at all. At that moment, the saber and sword gods looked up at his back, and their hearts trembled. That was an insurmountable mountain, and an unprecedented sense of oppression instantly assaulted them. The first time the two gods saw him, there was only one sentence that could describe his figure and aura. In the universe, only I am supreme. Chapter 1854. Dozens of breaths ago, in the sacred boundary. Charging of all set essences has been completed. Charging of the ultimate helmet to 100%. Beginning to integrate the complete gold ultimate Ars set. Integration complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gold ultimate Ars set. Boom tilde. An invincible divine aura shot into the sky. Everyone was shocked and looked around, thinking that a new god had been born. Like an attribute light ball, the Ars set that only Lin Chen could see appeared out of nowhere and floated in front of him. Gold Ars set charge, 1%. Minimum equipment requirement, 100 million venerable energy. Equipment type, ultimate strength, ultimate attack, ultimate destruction, ultimate attack equipment. Special feature, golden body of the Ars set, auxiliary equipment. If the overall set charge is increased, new special features can be obtained. Ultimate effect, power beyond the limit. There is an upper limit to the charge, and the power increase is determined by the host's foundation. The maximum power increase is 999999999 times. The minimum equipment requirement of 100 million venerable energy was met by Lin Chen with the God Slayer talent effect. The Wuji old man said with difficulty, "Even I can't figure out where this mysterious divine aura came from." Lin Chen, did you succeed? The Wuji old man, who was once a four-dimensional being, couldn't detect the situation of three-dimensional beings. There was something in the three-dimensional universe that he couldn't see. As expected, when it came to matters related to Lin Chen, there was not a single thing that he could understand. He didn't treat him as a human. He could only guess that some of Lin Chen's plans might have succeeded. That's right, I succeeded. It's time to end everything. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and the servants understood. They instantly disappeared into the void and left Lin Chen. Lin Chen's God Slayer talent couldn't last for long. The four gods had taken the lives of most of the humans who didn't have enough providence, so the humans' hostility toward Lin Chen was no longer strong enough. It was time to seize every second. The moment Lin Chen reached out to touch the golden battle god armor, with a thought, The golden battle god armor transformed into a golden beam that wrapped around her. The golden war god set automatically fitted Lin Chen as if it were light. It changed its size and perfectly fused with Lin Chen's body. Boom tilde. Boom. 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 In an instant, the space-time of the sacred boundary shook violently. With Lin Chen as the center, an undefeatable amount of energy shot out of him and shot up into the sky. Wherever the divine light shone, the praises of the war god reverberated through the heavens and earth. Those who were bathed in divine splendor were witnessing the rise of invincibility in their heart. What is that? This old man has never seen such divine might before. It's too unique, too miraculous. It's as if standing by his side is invincible. Invincible divine might, immortal divine might. Like an eternally invincible god of war. Countless servants and powerhouses exclaimed in shock, their hearts filled with unprecedented excitement. In the mystic realm, when everyone witnessed the appearance of that golden figure, all the haze in their hearts was swept away. When the dazzling divine splendor receded, all the powerhouses could clearly see a golden armored figure floating in the sky. Lin Chen's entire body glowed with divine splendor, golden light. His helmet was cut into 3 golden horns that resembled dragon feathers. He wore golden armor, and the indestructible golden outline of his breastplate was engraved with the face of a torch dragon. It was lifelike and intimidating. Divine patterns were engraved on his left and right arm guards, and his shoulder armor was shaped like a dragon's tooth. A cape hung on his right shoulder and danced in the wind, overflowing with a faint golden divine splendor. It was elegant and fierce. A pair of leg armor was cast with golden lacquer, and it emitted an eternal divine splendor. The knee armor was like a dragon's claw, standing on the heavens and earth. Lin Chen's deep eyes glowed with golden divine light, and his might looked down on the world. Lin Chen's pure strength soared like never before. 500 million supreme power, 1 billion supreme power, 2 billion supreme power, and it didn't stop. He had broken through to a level that even he couldn't tell what level he was at. This is the power of the war god. Lin Chen's aura shook, and his gaze pierced through the void. He raised his hand and flexed his 5 fingers. He slightly activated his divine power, and with a flick of his finger, a wisp of divine splendor tore through heaven and earth. The divine splendor pierced through the sky, through time and space, from east to north, piercing through the entire sky of the sacred boundary. Buzz. Rumble. The golden divine splendor turned into a beam of divine light, crossing the horizon and instantly piercing through the sky of the 35 regions of the sacred boundary. Heaven and earth were turned upside down, and the sun and moon were out of balance. All the dragons, humans, and demons fell to the ground. The divine splendor swept away all the demonic energy, and all the battles came to an abrupt end. The sky of the 35 regions was clear, and there was no longer a trace of demonic energy. When all the dragons, humans, and demons raised their heads to look, they were all stunned. They saw that the vast and mighty army of the demon race was completely wiped out. The reinforcements of the dragon race, the experts of the human race, and the clansmen of the demon race were instantly stunned, and their minds went blank. The shock in their hearts was so great that it was difficult to describe 1/10,000th of this moment. The 6 true god clones stared in the direction of the mystic realm, their mouths trembling. The demon race was exterminated. With just one move, he had traversed the vast holy world, a distance that would take him several years to traverse even at the speed of light, but he had only used an instant to destroy the entire demon race army. 1 finger to exterminate an entire race. The servants of the mystic realm fell into an unprecedented ecstasy and cheered excitedly. My lord is number 1 in the world. Did you see that? 1 move, just 1 finger. 1 move to exterminate the demon race, 1 move to pass through the sacred boundary, 1 move to split the sacred boundary in the middle. My lord is so strong that it's simply unreasonable. Ha 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 ha. What dogs hit demon emperor, gods, they're all trash, none of them can fight. I've set it. The true god clones of the various regions trembled. Since ancient times, no true god had been able to cover the entire sacred boundary with 1 move. Not to mention, it was so accurate that it only killed the demon race and did not hurt a single human or dragon race. This kind of heaven-defying accurate control of power was unprecedented in the human race, and this was the peak that the gods of the past had never reached. The everlasting elder stared blankly at Lin Chen's back that covered the sky, as if it was holding up the universe, as if there was an insurmountable height. Buzz. At this time, another beam of golden divine light, mixed with vast and endless divine power, passed through the void and pierced through all the true god clones. Fart. The 6 true god clones all vomited blood. Their pupils trembled in fear, and some of the true gods helplessly revealed bitter smiles before death. Is a new era of the sacred boundary coming? We are complete losers. Boom. The 6 true god clones turned into ashes, no longer existing in the world. In the next moment, space and time trembled, and a vast divine sound mixed with the power to penetrate space and time spread out. All demon race, listen to my order. I order you to retreat. Retreat. The divine sound shook the world and covered the universe. Boom tilde. The vast divine power rolled over and swept through the sacred boundary. When the vast divine sound descended, the earth rumbled. Bang. 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 All the demon race instantly knelt down as if they had suffered a heavy blow. The earth shook, and the mountains and rivers swayed. All of the rescued human and dragon tribe living beings stared blankly at this incredulous scene. With one sentence, all the demon race knelt down. There was no other reason, just because they couldn't withstand this invincible divine power. Princess Xingyue covered her lips with her jade-like hand, her beautiful eyes trembling as she looked in the direction of the mystic realm. Lin Chen, you've actually become so strong. Mystic realm. When the demon race submitted with one sentence, Lin Chen stared at the void, looking through space and time at the distant battle. With a stomp of his foot, Lin Chen turned into a divine light and soared into the sky, heading straight for the extraterritorial battlefield. The extermination finger from before was just a small test. He didn't have time to experience the power of the golden battle god set. He had to seize every second. Lin Chen's divine power penetrated the dimension and rushed forward at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, a water and fire divine power barrier blocked in front of Lin Chen. When he saw the battle situation inside the barrier, Lin Chen's anger instantly erupted. Die. Lin Chen instantly waved his fist, and the divine fist mixed with majestic anger violently hit the periphery of the water and fire divine power barrier. Bang! Crack! Crack! The golden divine fist instantly shattered the divine power barrier that the water and fire gods were so proud of. The fist wind crushed Jian Juesheng's sword intent that pierced toward the empress. The gods were shocked. Boom! A gust of wind swept through, and Lin Chen instantly arrived beside his beloved. He hugged the empress and said apologetically, "I'm too late." The empress was slightly stunned. She was like a young girl who had just experienced her first awakening of love. She muttered to herself, "Is this a dream after I die?" Lin Chen said with heartache, "It's not a dream. We are both still alive." The empress was in a daze. She caressed his face and smiled brightly. She was absolutely beautiful. This feeling of being protected by him was really good. Lin Chen summoned a phantom doppelganger to protect the empress as they retreated. Jian Juesheng said in disbelief, "You actually didn't die after being hit by my sword intent." Lin Chen glanced at him, and his killing intent soared to the sky. Jian Juesheng was shocked. If it wasn't for the sword intent protecting him, his mind would have collapsed instantly. Rumble. At this moment, the various demon theaches saw the opportunity to escape and retreated. Lin Chen instantly turned his gaze, and his divine gaze swept across. Whoosh! The golden divine light of the god of war instantly illuminated the universe and swept through the universe. Demon the Arch-Tian Kai, Demon the Archmaniac, and Demon the Arch-Huado, the 3 newly ascended demon theaches suddenly froze. They gasped twice, and their demonic bodies started to fall apart. Golden divine light bloomed from within their demonic bodies and tore apart their defenses, causing cracks to spread all over their demonic bodies. After a few explosions, their majestic demonic bodies instantly exploded, and they were completely annihilated. SSS. What happened? Did I fall into an illusion? The human gods and divine dragons' hearts skipped a beat. When they looked at Lin Chen, They trembled and broke out in cold sweat. They were so scared that they almost fainted. Damn it, he killed 3 demon Theurges with just a gaze. Without a doubt, at this moment, Lin Chen was the strongest existence in the 3-dimensional universe. No, one of the strongest. Chapter 1855. He killed 3 Theurges with just a thought. The Empress was stunned. This was her man. He was so strong that it could not be described as heaven-defying. The last 3 veteran demon Theurges were truly scared out of their wits. After becoming demon Theurges, this was the first time they had run away like crazy. Lin Chen did not care about the other demon Theurges. In an instant, his gaze landed on the fire god who had imprisoned Bai Ruoyan. The fire god was in danger. Huang Fu Xian's hair stood on end, and his heart palpitated in fear. He felt as if an invisible hand had grabbed his heart. His divine power was throbbing, and his divine body felt as if needles were piercing his flesh. Just being stared at by that pair of golden eyes made Huang Fu Xian feel as if he was not facing a god, but an invincible overlord who ruled over thousands of worlds. Those who touch my people, die. Golden divine light shot into the sky. Lin Chen's 5 fingers glowed with the mighty power of the god of war that could destroy ghosts and gods. His figure flashed and destroyed dimensions as he landed on the fire god's head and smashed down with his palm. The fire god was terrified. Wait a minute, Lin Chen. He instinctively activated all his divine power and turned it into a red lotus. Divine flames flew and burned thousands of dimensions. The divine flames condensed into layers of enchantments that were the fire god's strongest defense. Kai tilde. Boom tilde. The red lotus disappeared in an instant. The nearby space suddenly caved in and collapsed, and all the powerful beings lost their balance. There was no earth-shattering aura, no world-shattering aftershocks, no earth-shattering avatar. What was left was only an instant annihilation. The moment the red lotus disappeared from the fire god's divine body, golden divine light flashed, and his divine body was crushed by Lin Chen's palm. His divine body shattered. Huang Fu Xian's divine blood did not even have the chance to escape. He was smashed into nothingness by Lin Chen's palm. The 5 divine dragons stared blankly at this scene, dumbfounded. Instant kill. Without any pause or resistance, Huang Fu Xian's existence was obliterated into nothingness. He could not even withstand one palm from Lin Chen. Jian Juesheng and Wu Feng's pupils shrank. Their bodies shuddered, and a chill of death rose from their feet to the top of their head. The fire god of the sacred boundary, Huang Fu Xian, had disappeared. This. Who the F*CK said that the human race is a weak ally. How the F*CK is this weak? The mystical dragons cried out in shock. Having witnessed history, they had completely lost their composure. Water god Zhuge Taichu's beautiful face instantly turned pale. This was the first time she was so flustered since she became a god through water. The god of fire was dead, and Bai Ruoyan and the firmament tower were freed. Whoosh tilde. Whoosh. 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 Zhuge Taichu used the power of the water god to transform into a dragon and enter the void. He used all of his divine power to escape without holding back. Why is it like this? Why would a Lin Chen appear out of nowhere? I'm going crazy. They were just a bunch of trash mortals. So what if he killed them? Why do you want to kill me? Zhuge Taichu disregarded everything and shifted the void. The tear of the water god sprinkled across the starry sky. Because of fear, the tear of the water god became the last bit of starlight in the starry sky. Run. Run with all her might. After countless eras of planning, raising countless mortals, submitting herself to the god of fire, proposing to join forces and exterminating many human deities. She became a human deity as a delicate woman and refined the god Theurge's relics. She finally became the ruler of the divine river star system. She was not willing to die here. The saber and sword gods fled in different directions almost at the same time. There was no hesitation at all. What the F*CK was there to fight. Lin Chen, who was wearing the golden battle god set, looked down at the universe with divine light in his eyes. The might of the battle god was invincible. His golden fist suddenly swung toward Zhuge Taichu. No. Zhuge Taichu was shocked. He used his divine power to send a voice transmission to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I'm willing to be your servant. A God's servant can solve many problems for you. I'm willing to call you my master and serve you forever. Don't kill, Tilda. The dazzling golden light turned into a divine fist wind. It was like a spiral that pierced through the universe and crossed dimensions. It exceeded the speed of light by a few times and hit water god Zhuge Taichu's back. Zhuge Taichu's divine body was shattered. His divine power dissipated. The golden light of the battle god flashed and destroyed the last of his blood-stained god's tears. He was annihilated in the vast universe. The water god was destroyed. It was still a punch that did not even have any god's blood left. A punch that dominated the universe and looked down on the heavens. The 5 divine dragons trembled uncontrollably, afraid that Lin Chen would also give them a punch. When that golden fist came, the 5 of them would not be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. People's hearts could not be guessed. After all, they had seen too many examples of betrayal. No matter how strong Lin Chen was previously, he was not beyond their range of resistance. As long as both sides were at the same level, the dragon race would always be able to keep their cool. But it was not the case now. Lin Chen's strength was absolutely overwhelming. Even if the number of divine dragons doubled, they were not qualified to be compared to him. Lin Chen had absolute power over all the races. They did not dare to bargain with Lin Chen with their previous status. Lin Chen, who was wearing the golden battle god's armor, turned and looked at the mystical dragons. For the first time, he revealed a smile. Dear divine dragon seniors, my promise to the dragon tribe is still valid. We will still be allies in the future. Lin Chen's words instantly set the dragon clan's mind at ease. The 5 divine dragons heaved a sigh of relief as though a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Their admiration for Lin Chen rose to another level. If they asked themselves honestly, if the divine dragons controlled Lin Chen's level of strength, the 5 of them might not be able to not have any ulterior motives. Everyone had selfish motives. Even divine dragons were vulgar. Bai Ruoyan flew over like a fairy. Shuiyu was worried. She even hugged Lin Chen and asked with concern, "Little brother Lin Chen, are you really okay?" According to her understanding of Lin Chen, some of his trump cards were often accompanied by a huge price. She was afraid that the price Lin Chen paid after this battle would be enough to take his life. If that was the case, Bai Ruoyan did not want to live anymore. Lin Chen retracted his gaze. He stroked her hair and smiled. "I won't die before I have a black horse football team with you, Sister Ruoyan." Bai Ruoyan blushed. "Why are you still so naughty at this time?" A beautiful woman in a blue palace dress flew over. The extreme hell water divine dragon exclaimed, "Although they escaped, the divine river galaxy will be safe with Lin Chen in charge in the future." Lin Chen's eyes glinted. Looking at him, the extreme hell water divine dragon's heart pounded violently. He smiled coldly. "They won't be able to escape." The divine dragons were stunned. The 3 veteran demon emperors and the saber and sword gods had already escaped in different directions. If he escaped outside the divine river galaxy and sneaked into some remote star regions, it would be even easier to find them than finding a needle in a haystack. Lin Chen raised his hand high up into the air. Boundless golden divine radiance in the shape of specks of light gathered in the center of his palm, and they continuously converged and stretched out. Host has activated the War God Set's supplementary equipment. Tailored for the host, War God Spear. Buzz. 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 A golden spear with dense golden light appeared in Lin Chen's hand. It was 20 feet long, with a triangular tip and 2 sharp edges. It was extraordinary. With the spear in hand, his cape fluttered. Dazzling divine light illuminated his domineering figure. Everyone saw the true face of the golden war god. They will have nowhere to run. Lin Chen held the war god spear in hand and stepped on the brilliant divine light. He pointed at the vast universe and declared with absolute confidence, "My attack range is the entire universe." Chapter 1856. The god of war spear trembled, and golden light rippled outward. Lin Chen gripped the spear with both hands, and he aimed it at the 3 demon emperors. His divine power gathered in his eyes, and his gaze pierced through the void to capture the three veteran demon emperors' light. They were about to escape to the south of the Divine River Galaxy. Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor, Calamity Demon Emperor, Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor, it's time to go. Lin Chen's divine power gathered, and he suddenly swung the spear. The tip of the spear unleashed an earth-shattering divine power, and it turned into a ray of divine light that swept through the vast energy nebulas. The three demon emperors, who had escaped to three different directions at the edge of the Divine River Galaxy, were about to heave a sigh of relief when the divine light flashed. The three demon emperors were shocked. This is Lin Chen's attack. I've already escaped to this place, how can he catch up to me? How can there be such a powerful being in the human race? The demon race has lost to the human race, I can't accept this. Divine light flashed, and the spear was like a ring of stars, destroying large amounts of nebulas and galaxies in its path. It was like the most terrifying energy storm in the universe, and it annihilated the last three demon emperors. Lin Chen gripped the spear again, and the killing intent in his eyes skyrocketed. The human race's sword god, sword extinction, saber god edgeless. There will be no more gods in the history of the human race. Lin Chen thrust his spear forward twice, and the tip of the spear surged with a spiral of golden light that swept through everything. At the center of the storm was a ray of divine light that pierced through the universe, and the divine light appeared at the end of the universe, crossing through dimension. Outside the Divine River Galaxy, the saber and sword gods, who were charging forward at full speed, each fled in different directions. Just as they entered another galaxy where the energy environment was extremely harsh and lifeless, they heaved a sigh of relief. Fleeing to this place is no longer within the range of Lin Chen's ability to interfere or pursue. Before Saber God Nihility could finish, his sword intent exploded, and his instincts told him that death was coming. What a joke! How can you kill your way here? On the other side, sword god Jian Juesheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he raised his sword and roared hysterically. Lin Chen, I've planned for countless eras, and I don't even care about the divine dragon demon emperors. The demon emperors are also losers. I am the final victor, and I will not submit to you even of my death. Sword Jian Juesheng's sword of the sword of swordsmanship, and I have witnessed the era of the antiquity of antiquity era. Time death's nihility of death. Jian Juesheng was unyielding even in death. He turned around and faced the enemy head-on. Holding his sword, he slashed out violently. His sword intent was like the unparalleled sharpness of the Milky Way, shooting straight into the nine heavens. His unyielding fighting spirit and god power poured into his sword. His god body burned fiercely as he used everything he had to slash at Lin Chen's spear. Of heavens, of god of gods of heaven. Jian Juesheng, who was dressed in a green robe, exploded into countless fragments of light, and his of death collapsed. His of death crumbled from top to bottom. Before his of death shattered, a will came from the horizon. You shouldn't look down on mortals. Jian Juesheng's pupils constricted, and he exploded into pieces before turning into dust, leaving behind a bright elemental light that disappeared under the night sky. The sword and saber gods had completely perished. From this moment on, the history of the gods in the holy world came to an end. But the history of the human race had just begun. Lin Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. Previously, it was because of this additional equipment that the sixth piece of the war god set was filled with energy several times more than normal pieces. Lin Chen had almost failed because of this. Luckily, there was Lin Ping'an and the Wuji old man. Lin Ping'an had fought for the last bit of time for everyone, while the Wuji old man had staked everything on a single throw. Carrying the name of a traitor, he had gathered the last batch of powerful saint artifacts for Lin Chen. Thinking of Lin Ping'an, Lin Chen felt a stabbing pain in his heart. It's time for such an era to end. Lin Chen looked into the distance. The moment the four gods had completely fallen. Within the Divine River Galaxy, all the galaxies that belonged to the human race, the mortal world, and the mortal world were all covered in goose feather-like snow. Only sacred kings could see this scene of goose feather-like snow. That's right, this wasn't real snow, but providence. It was the providence that had been sealed by the gods. It was the providence that should belong to the entire human race. Lin Chen stood in the sky with his spear in hand. He held the sun and moon in his hands and stood above the sacred boundary, watching the providence flying snow. The demon race, the dragon race, the human race, all the surviving sacred kings, and all the living beings that could see him, all focused their gazes on him. How would this overlord of the new era deal with the various races? Would he be like a tyrant, an overlord, or like the gods in the past, ruling the entire era, controlling the providence, keeping mortals in captivity, and not returning it to the human race? Lin Chen spoke sternly. His voice rumbled and spread throughout the human race. From this day on, there will be no more gods in the human race. I, Lin Chen, will not touch the providence of the human race. I will return it to the human race. From today onwards, the path of the human race will only belong to you. From now on, with me, Lin Chen, there will be no more gods. Everyone in the new era will have a long rainbow of providence. Your opportunities, your history, and your era will be created by yourself. I swear in the name of the God of War that no one can seal the providence of the various regions. Those who want to challenge this rule, feel free to find me, Lin Chen. Whether it is 10 eras, 100 eras, or 10,000 eras, I, Lin Chen, will always accept challenges. Lin Chen raised his spear and pointed it at the center of the providence of the sacred boundary. Suddenly, he waved his spear. The tip of the spear drew a golden light, sweeping all the providence all the way to the divine river galaxy. From the inside to the outside, the sacred boundary, the mortal world, and the mortal world. Every single human who was still alive in the saints' world sensed an extremely significant change. It was a mysterious feeling. It was as if they were walking in the cold darkness and suddenly saw a warm ray of dawn. It was very gentle and warm, but it was also powerful and filled them with strength. It was as if some shackles had been completely unlocked. On the other side, Fairy Crimson stood in the sea of clouds above the Dragon Palace in the strange region. When she looked into the distance, her fairy-like appearance was ethereal, and her eyes trembled slightly as she stared at the sky. She muttered to herself, "The providence has been completely liberated." That's right, the providence of the human race had been liberated. She could feel that the once exuberant and powerful providence of the human race had once again flowed to the mortals. If Lin Chen had previously liberated the providence of the saber Dao and the sword Dao. But now, all the providence that belonged to the human race in the sacred boundary had been completely liberated. 2 lines of clear tears streamed down her face. Fairy Crimson's eyes were filled with tears of joy. She clasped her hands together and prayed. The era of the gods' rule was over. Chapter 1857. After the release of providence, the future providence of the human race would belong to every human, but how much providence one could obtain in the end depended on one's luck. Moreover, providence wasn't directly injected into the human race by some cultivation or power. It gently and deeply affected every living being. But at least, it was certain that the human race would enter a period of rapid development in the future. It might even usher in the primordial age of gods, where heroes would emerge in large numbers and sage kings would be as common as cloud. At that time, there would be at least 2 more sacred boundary in the human race, and maybe even more, in a dragon tomb in the battlefield of the 9 races. The little girl in white, who was transformed by the ancient Taishi dragon, sat on a cliff, swinging her legs and smiling. What a big fight, Lin Chen of the human race. In the ancient god palace in the Kangyu secret realm. The ancient gods will floated in the air with his hands behind his back and laughed. History moves forward, and the human race moves forward. In the sacred boundary. Qin Wudi and the others exclaimed as they felt the miraculous increase in providence. I didn't expect that the providence of the sacred boundary would really be released. He did it, something we never thought he could do. No one ever thought that someone would end the age of gods. The Wuji old man's eyes were full of hope. He was sometimes silent and sometimes laughed. Did Lin Chen save us? Isn't he a traitor of the human race? What kind of show is this? At least we survived. I also feel an unprecedented feeling. It seems that I can try to cultivate to a new level. In the sacred boundary, countless complicated voices rose and fell. The demon race's faces were gloomy. They more or less felt it. The demon cultivator clan had lost their momentum. Jojo continent. The moment Providence belonged to the mortal world, the voice spread throughout the 9 state. Those who knew about Lin Chen were overjoyed. This voice, it's Lin Chen. The class leader released Providence. He must have done something big again. This is the first time I've heard the class leader speak so seriously. I'm not used to it. If the class leader doesn't show off a few times, I'll feel uncomfortable. Based on this announcement, doesn't that mean Lin Chen has defeated the gods of the human race's sacred boundary? This is too ferocious. Doesn't that mean Lin Chen will be back soon? Quickly pass down the order to prepare the wedding banquet immediately. What's the point of preparing a wedding banquet? I'm still waiting for the most handsome man in the world's son-in-law to propose marriage. Ha 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 ha. The world was filled with his legends. As the human race welcomed the dawn of a new era, a beautiful figure stood in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's pupils shrank. The newcomer's black hair was like a waterfall, his black saber was like an abyss, and his blood saber was like the moon. Tears of blood hung from the corners of his eyes. His deep black pupils corroded his mind, and pain and struggle could be seen between his brows. Lin Chen of the human race, the blood feud of the demon race for generations will not end so easily. The Empress swung the demon slayer blade with one hand, ignoring the blood on her wrist, and slashed at Lin Chen. The blood moon blade that could devour everything shot toward him. What? The mystical dragons turned pale with fright. Why did the Empress, who was lying in Lin Chen's arms like a little girl, suddenly go berserk? The mystical dragons instinctively looked toward Bai Ruoyan. Could it be jealousy? Kai. The Empress's blade struck Lin Chen's space, sucking away everything. Time and space collapsed, and Lin Chen was sucked in by the blade. Although Lin Chen had the golden body of the god of war to protect him, his expression changed slightly even though he was fine after taking the attack head-on. This slash was truly aimed at killing him, Lin Chen. Murderous intent, it was all real. The mystical dragons were even more confused. Something was wrong. Jealousy shouldn't be to this extent. No, it's something else in Yarrow Er's body. Lin Chen's gaze instantly focused on her demon slayer blade. The attributes of the demon slayer blade became even more dazzling. The Empress's demonic blade was not like the sacred or divine weapons of the human race. The human race's level 8 sacred and level 9 divine weapons. No matter how they transformed, they all belonged to the category of equipment. However, the Empress's demonic blade was an amalgamation of energy. It was a demonic blade formed from an almost unimaginable energy of the demonic tribe. Therefore, its lethality far exceeded that of ordinary equipment. The Empress's eyes changed from one purple and one black to a pitch-black color, devoid of any vitality or charm. Tears of blood flowed from the corners of her eyes. The two demonic blades met, and the Empress attacked Lin Chen again and again. Not good. There's not much energy left. Also, the God-Slayer's duration is about to end. Lin Chen swung his divine fist and faced the Empress head-on. The God of War set's energy was about to run out. Lin Chen did not dare to face the Empress's attacks head-on. He had to parry her attacks without hurting her. Yarrow, what's wrong? Let's sit down and talk. Lin Chen dodged her demonic blade and shouted coldly. There's nothing to talk about. The demonic tribe came to this era with shame. All of this came from the human race, and the human race must repay it. It's only right and proper to take revenge. The two demonic blades slashed violently in the air. Lin Chen raised his hand and blocked the two demonic blades with the defensive power of the armor. Before he could speak, the Empress spoke again. Either kill me, or die. You have no choice. I am the Empress of the demonic tribe. I will bear the responsibility of the demonic tribe's success or failure. Let me fulfill the last wishes of our ancestors. The Empress was a little hysterical. Lin Chen sensed that something was wrong. There's something else attached to Yarrow Er's will. Previously, the Empress's state had reached the end of its tether. She was angry for Lin Chen, disobeyed the will of the ancestors, and fought against the two gods. After being saved by Lin Chen, her mind relaxed, and the will implanted by the ancestors became the real dominant power. Compared to living beings, the current Empress was more like a killing machine. The God Slayer is approaching the time limit. System warns the host that if the God Slayer talent state ends, the host cannot meet the minimum requirements to wear the Golden Battle God set and will be forcibly removed. Lin Chen was running out of time. Is that so? Demonic Empress. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with divine light. Then I'll take you, no, take your lofty ideals and sleep forever. Lin Chen moved his body, stepped on the golden light, and suddenly waved his shining golden fist, hitting the Empress directly. Divine power erupted instantly. The 5 divine dragons sucked in a breath of cold air. Was there a need to play so big when the 2 of them were fighting? Buzz. Rumble. Lin Chen punched the Empress's position and happened to hit the Demon Slayer blade. Crack, crack, crack. The enchanting and colorful Blood Moon demonic blade suffered all the power of the God of War's punch. Cracks burst out and spread. A series of crazy roars came from the demonic blade. That was the will of the demonic tribe's ancestors. Humans of today. Kill all of them. There's no good in the human race. Heartless man, golden feather god, you created us and gave us love and family, but you personally sent us to hell. I want your descendants to die a horrible death. Streaks of frenzied intent overflowed from the heaven-slaying demon saber, bringing with them a terrifying killing intent. When the demonic blade broke, the energy overflowed, and the wills inside subconsciously rushed toward the Empress. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Lin Chen slammed his palm down again. Kai. Bam. 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 The Demon Slayer blade was instantly smashed into powder by Lin Chen. All the wills turned into attribute values and were all destroyed. The Empress's beautiful purple eyes glowed again. Blood flowed from the corner of her lips, but she was no longer violent and murderous like before. She was delicate and light like a kite with a broken string. The black blade disappeared and fell into the void. Lin Chen hugged Luo Yaro and smiled as if relieved of a burden. From now on, the demonic tribe no longer has a demonic empress. Chapter 1858. The heaven-slaying demon saber was the source of Luo Yaro's hatred and power. Lin Chen had taken the risk and personally destroyed the heaven-slaying demon saber. He had also destroyed the power and foundation that the demon cultivator had passed down to Luo Yaro, as well as their endless hatred and incomplete will. However, there was also a risk. Destroying the heaven-slaying demon saber would instantly annihilate the will within the demonic saber, not giving the many ancestors of the demon cultivator any chance to retaliate against Luo Yaro. If not for the absolute power of the war god set, Lin Chen would not have had the ability to do so. Luo Yaro weakly collapsed in his arms, and softly said, "What do you plan to do?" The conflict between the human clan and the demon cultivator clan, Lin Chen and Luo Yaro clasped their fingers tightly, and laughed. "I naturally have a way." Wang tilde. Activating the last bit of pure power, the divine radiance was dense, and the golden light overflowed, spreading throughout the entire divine river galaxy. All demon cultivator clan, human clan, listen up. Lin Chen said the words that all living beings were waiting for. The war is over. The divine voice spread throughout the sacred boundary, echoing throughout the endless earth. Everyone was bewildered. Some of the demon cultivator clan's faces were sinister, some were relieved, and some were unwilling to accept this. The defeat of the demon cultivator clan had become a fact. Mysterious Realms Wuji old man frowned. He had thought that Lin Chen had a good solution. If this was the answer, then Lin Chen would have to exterminate the demonic race. Otherwise, their vengeance would never end. However, just as a portion of the demon cultivator clan wanted to counterattack and drag a portion of the human clan down with them, the divine voice sounded again. However, the future of the human clan and the demon cultivator clan has only just begun. The war can end, but your revenge must not stop. From today onwards, the demon cultivator clan will take revenge, and the human clan will take revenge. Firstly, the sacred boundary will create a suitable area for mortals. As long as the enmity between your clans does not affect mortals and does not maliciously carry out an indiscriminate massacre, the rest will be settled by yourselves. I do not care. Secondly, the human race will send enough people to join forces with the demon race and open up a new world in the Divine River Galaxy for the demon race, a place suitable for survival. Thirdly, the intersection between the Devil's new world and the human race's sacred boundary will become a free and peaceful zone for the two races. There will be free trade and mutual cultural inheritance. No fighting is allowed in the peace zone. Violators will be punished as traitors of both races. Fourthly, your demon race can choose a new system and a new leader. The Devil Person Empress has already been defeated by me, and your Devil Person race no longer has an Empress. At this point, your Devil Cultivator race will be forbidden from fighting for 100 years. After 100 years, you can do whatever you want. As long as you don't violate my rules, you can find whoever you want to take revenge on. Lin Chen's speech stunned the entire Devil Cultivator race from top to bottom. Was this revenge? If they lost, they would still have a chance to take revenge in the future. Hearing this series of conditions, Jiang Taishu exclaimed, "Professional." The everlasting old man carefully tasted it and laughed. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Little friend Lin Chen, this move of yours is a combination of vertical and horizontal. You're one step ahead of me." After Fang Ling, Lang Fanyun, and the other veterans carefully tasted it, they came to a realization and smiled knowingly. Although their lord often played dirty tricks, she never used schemes to handle important matters. The most profound scheme was an open scheme that could make the enemy willingly submit to her. Some of the experts of the Devil Cultivator race also seemed to have come back to their senses and understood Lin Chen's purpose. Even if the upper echelons of the Devil Cultivator understood Lin Chen's purpose, they could not refute it. They were even grateful to Lin Chen. Even after being defeated, he still had this kind of right. It was simply not like the treatment of a defeated person. Lin Chen knew very well that as long as there were people, the grudges and hatred between races would never disappear. Did some humans not have any hatred for the Devil Cultivator race? Did the Devil Cultivator race not have any hatred for the human race? Vice versa, some people were born with these blood feuds on their backs. Since that was the case, why bother covering it up? Their own lives and paths would be left to them to solve. Lin Chen grinned and said, "Yarrow, are you satisfied?" Luo Yarrow held his palm tightly and said softly, "Thank you." She knew that Lin Chen did this for her. If he were to force the Devil Cultivator race to not be able to take revenge, it would not be justifiable for the compatriots of the Devil Cultivator race who had been killed. Most importantly, Lin Chen did not want Luo Yarrow to be bitterly disappointed. Even without the will of her ancestor forcing her, she had still been the empress of the Devil Cultivator race for so many years. It was impossible for her to let it go so easily. Furthermore, with Lin Chen's position, if the Devil Cultivator race could still find a target for revenge, it was only right and proper for them to take revenge. In the past, the saints of the human clan had humiliated the Devil Cultivator race many times. However, Lin Chen's bottom line was that he should not implicate ordinary people. Secondly, even if it was a saint, there was a high chance that he was not the target of the Devil Cultivator race. One had to know that the grudges between the human clan and the Devil Cultivator race had happened dozens of eras ago. At that time, the saint could be considered half an old monster. If one traced it back even earlier, it would be a few eras earlier. If they wanted to find him, they would have to be at least at the life and death realm. That's right, in short, the target of the Devil Cultivator race's revenge was always a small number of middle and high-level saints. It had nothing to do with mortals or most of the saint. In the mysterious realm, Lin Chen's servants were all of the same mind. They were all amazed by the Lord's actions. Long Jiushan laughed out loud. "It seems that the Lord has already thought about it." Yun Tiandao said, "Indeed, some of the Devil Cultivator race have been baptized by extreme thoughts since they were young because of the harsh ecological environment. Give them a good place to live, why do they have so much to do?" Yu Wei Sheng stroked his beard and smiled. 100 years of truce is enough for us to build a new area for them. If the Devil Cultivator race and the human clan can have a large amount of communication, the younger generation of the new era will naturally lower their hostility. Jiang Wn smiled like a flower and said, "And after the Empress was defeated, the devil cultivator race will be leaderless and fall into a state of being without a leader. Naturally, there will be a wave of internal division, and all sides will be kings and hegemons. It will be even more impossible to start a large-scale war. As for the final revenge problem, with Lin Chen's deterrence, as long as it was not a blood feud for generations, no devil cultivator race would be stupid enough to casually pick the human clan to kill. It would not affect the mortals and would be settled by themselves. The Lord's method might not be the most perfect, but it was the most effective move. The war is over. Devil cultivator race, withdraw from the sacred boundary. There will be a place for you in the divine river galaxy many years later. As the divine voice spread, countless kneeling devil cultivators barely stood up and actually began to fade away. In the extraterritorial battlefield, Imperial God Dragon gave Lin Chen a thumbs up. Lin Chen, strong. Before Imperial God Dragon could finish speaking, Lin Chen's eyes became dizzy. Whoosh! The War God Spear turned into starlight and disappeared. Even the Golden War God Set turned into countless rays of divine light and disappeared from Lin Chen's body. His illusory sacred points all disappeared. All hostility has disappeared. The God Slayer's duration has ended. Lin Chen did not even have the strength to hover in the air. His eyes became dizzy, and he fell into the void. Almost at the same time, the Empress consciousness also fainted. The two had both reached their limits in this battle. Bai Ruoyan turned into a wisp of smoke and caught the two. She lowered her eyes and looked at Luo Yaro, who was holding the youth and leaning in his arms. Bai Ruoyan could not help but smile. You want to hug him even before you faint. How much do you like him? Chapter 1859. From then on, the fate of the two races would be decided. The entire demon-human army began to retreat to the divine river star system. With Lin Chen's servants as the leaders, they began to open up a temporary territory for them. Sooner or later, they would build a territory that belonged to the demon-human race. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the demon-human race began to argue over the selection of a leader. The dragon race was the biggest winner. The dragon race also played a key role in the reinforcements this time. The demon-human army was completely annihilated. However, the demon-human race had not been truly exterminated. The 4 demon-human realms still had some demons that had yet to mature. However, these demons would be dealt with by the human race in the future. As for the human race, although they had won because of Lin Chen and were not exterminated, 60% of the human race had perished because the gods had sealed their fate and extracted the lives of all living being. The number of humans that had perished was truly an astronomical figure. They had almost been exterminated. In the extraterritorial battlefield, the 5 mystical dragons witnessed the entire process and could not help but sigh. This was an outcome that they had never expected. The beautiful woman in a red dress that was transformed from the myriad flames divine dragon sighed. I originally thought that resisting the demon-human race and the demons and helping the human race survive the war would be the best outcome. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would actually exterminate all the higher-ups of the demon-human race? Royal God Dragon chuckled. Our young friend Lin Chen is indeed the unparalleled #1 in all of history. I'm afraid there's nothing in this universe that can hold him back. I'm sure his stage will be the higher dimensional universe. While the mystical dragons were having a heated discussion, only the ancient desolate azure dragon, who had transformed into a grey-robed man, stared at the unconscious Lin Chen and Luo Yaro. A wisp of thought quietly rose like an evil fire. His eyes flickered with a strange light. He turned to the 4 mystical dragons and suddenly said, "Everyone, perhaps this is the best opportunity." The mystical dragons were stunned and looked at the ancient desolate azure dragon. He said solemnly, "The immortal realm warriors of the various races have been annihilated. The demon-human elders are dead, and the demon emperor has fallen. Apart from Lin Chen, the human race has no other immortal. Furthermore, Lin Chen and the empress of the demon-human race have fallen into a coma. The human race only has the woman who controls the Heaven's Tower left. Up until now, our race is the one with the most complete combat power." The eyes of the ancient desolate azure dragon shone with the pride and arrogance unique to the dragon race with a hint of madness hidden within. The primordial azure dragon's words caused the four mystical dragons' expressions to change drastically. That's right, if they killed the Empress and Lin Chen now, the entire universe would belong to the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan became the only overlord. This was a great achievement that the Dragon Clan's ancestors had not achieved for many eras, even though the current era was no longer the same as before. The 5 great divine dragons of the Dragon Clan were the only immortal state warriors left in the world. Right now, the only person who could fight against them, Lin Chen, was in his weakest state. Only Bai Ruoyan, who could temporarily control the firmament tower, was left. She could fight against the dragon god. As for the myriad manifestations of gods that had once awed countless eras, it had also vanished. The demon tribe, the human tribe, and the demon tribe that still had their last breath, were now more like a piece of meat at the mouth of the divine dragon, as long as Lin Chen and the Empress hadn't awakened. When the world is at your fingertips. The opportunity to become the overlord of the universe was right in front of him. It was impossible to say that he had no selfish motives. The nature of intelligent beings, greed, lust, and desire, were like a speck of black ink on a piece of white paper, growing bigger and bigger. Whoosh! The beautiful woman in the azure blue dress came before the ancient desolate azure dragon and stared at him. Azure dragon, don't suggest such a dangerous idea. Don't forget the kindness Lin Chen has shown us. He has the power of absolute domination, but he has never killed the Dragon Clan. The corners of the primordial azure dragon's lips curled into a cold smile. That's exactly why we have to declare our independence. Do you really want to peacefully ally with the human race and allow him to ride over the heads of our great dragon race? The Dragon Clan's arrogance, pride, and nature were growing. Some of the other mystical dragons' mental barriers and bottom lines had quietly relaxed a little. The beautiful woman in the palace dress raised her eyebrows and scolded angrily, "Azure dragon, stop talking. No matter how prejudiced you are against the human tribe, you shouldn't ignore Lin Chen's attitude toward the Dragon Clan. Moreover, he has given us sufficient rewards. If it weren't for him in this battle, the Dragon Clan would have been wiped out by the gods. He has saved our lives." The ancient desolate azure dragon sneered. History is written by the victors. If it weren't for him, nothing would have happened. And you, when did you hook up with the human tribe? Do you like the human tribe that much? He glanced in by Ruoyan's direction and sneered. Or do you have your eyes on this little one? The beautiful woman in the palace dress had a frosty expression. The water god's dragon breath in her palm was faintly disappearing like a storm. Her cold gaze was as cold as ice. She said coldly, "So, you insist on doing things your own way?" The ancient desolate azure dragon raised his eyebrows. "I'm just stating the truth. You want to stop me? You can stop me, but can you stop the other mystical dragons?" The beautiful woman in the palace dress pretty face changed slightly. Only then did she realize that the other mystical dragons seemed to be moving as well. An invisible crack began to appear between the 5 mystical dragons. Bai Ruoyan, who was holding up Lin Chen and Luo Yaro, suddenly felt that something was wrong. It was the premonition that the eternal sacred fire in her body had transmitted to her. It was as if a crisis was targeting her. No, rather than saying that it was targeting her, it was more accurate to say that it was targeting Lin Chen and Luo Yaro who were with her. Bai Ruoyan's beautiful eyes turned, and a strange light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She stared at the 5 mystical dragons who had suddenly stopped moving and stopped in the void. Could it be? Bai Ruoyan quietly let the firmament pagoda release a ray of divine light to protect Lin Chen and Luo Yaro. Once the matter was exposed, the two of them would not be able to withstand the torment of battle. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the beautiful woman in the palace dress immediately looked at Imperial Divine Dragon, who had the highest authority, and said word by word, "Aren't you going to state your position? With your shrewdness, you know very well what's at stake here." Imperial Divine Dragon's dragon eyes shone with divine light. Golden dragon aura circled around him like a dragon. He took a deep breath. Overlord of the universe. This is really the great cause that the ancient dragon ancestors wanted to accomplish. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. If he could become the overlord of this universe, He could take all the remaining unexplored galaxies and secrets. The secrets of the Great War of the Nine Races, the information and inheritance controlled by the demon race, and the fate and territory of the human race. He would be the absolute overlord of this world. The beautiful woman in the palace dress was stunned. You can't be crazy, right? The ancient desolate azure dragon sneered and stopped talking. He stood coldly in front of the beautiful woman in the palace dress. The aura of the ancient desolate azure dragon coiled around him like a vicious dragon. Vast dragon aura rolled out like a windstorm. The ancient desolate azure dragon's sharp eyes stared directly at the extreme hell water divine dragon. The beautiful woman in the palace dress narrowed her eyes. Some of the mystical dragons showed hesitation, while others were eager to make a move. At this moment, the atmosphere between the 5 mystical dragons was extremely strained. Chapter 1860. The beautiful lady in the palace gown gathered endless dragon aura in her palm. The aura of the extreme hell water divine dragon transformed into a giant dragon that danced in the air. Just as the atmosphere was getting weirder and weirder, suddenly, a young and deep voice mocked them. Don't stop. Please continue with your performance. The handsome and carefree Lin Kan was clad in the Dark Shadow King's robes with purple and gold patterns. He stood in the darkness with dragon wings spread out on his back as he smiled with narrowed eyes. He stood in the void above them and laughed. Continue, don't stop. I think you guys are very creative. This idea should be very useful to the dragon tribe. I won't teach you how to do things. I'll just watch you die. Seeing Lin Kan's style, the ancient desolate azure dragon's expression changed slightly. Carnate Dark Shadow King? Buzz buzz buzz. Space rippled as 3 balls of shadows silently appeared by Lin Kan's side like ghosts. The ancient desolate azure dragon sneered. Is this generation's carnate Dark Shadow King so weak? You don't even have the combat power of an immortal, and you want to stop us? Lin Kan smiled innocently, just like his elder brother. That's right. In terms of combat power, I can't beat you guys. Even if all the founding elders come together, they still can't beat one of you divine dragons. However, Lin Kan smiled brightly like a blooming peach blossom. He was as innocent as an honest child. However, have you forgotten the power of the Dark Shadow tribe? Even if I can't beat you guys, I can still escape with my elder brother and my future sisters-in-law. Boom. The divine dragons' minds exploded. They recalled how Lin Kan managed to snatch Lin Chen away from the sword god and knife god's attacks. He even managed to sneak into the fire and water divine power boundary. Even the water god and fire god's divine power boundary couldn't trap the Dark Shadow tribe. After breaking through, the water god and fire god each had the combat power of an empress. If they couldn't trap the Dark Shadow tribe even when they worked together, with the 5 divine dragons working together, it would probably be. Changing the topic, Lin Kan chuckled. Don't tell me there's really a dragon who thinks he can kill my elder brother now? No way, right? Don't tell me there's really someone who thinks he can eat *T. Is there really someone who doesn't know that my big brother's attack range is the entire universe? The mouths of the mystical dragons twitched violently. The beautiful woman in the palace gown smiled. They had witnessed the Dark Shadow race's spatial talent with their own eyes. Unless the ancient Eon dragon was still alive, the 5 divine dragons had no confidence in suppressing them. If he allowed the Shadow King to escape with Lin Chen and the Empress, by the time they recovered, the mystical dragons had witnessed with their own eyes how perverted this couple was. He could fight against the demon tribe and the demon tribe alone, but fighting against a dragon tribe alone was no problem at all. Lin Kan smiled and said, I heard you're very brave. Primordial Azure Dragon? The ancient Azure Dragon's killing intent surged and a violent killing intent brewed in its dragon eyes. However, it did not dare to act rashly. Lin Kan smiled playfully. Me. When the time comes, I'll take big brother and sister-in-law to the galaxy outside for a few rounds. We'll come back after playing for 180 years. When the time comes, we'll take off. We'll also watch world classics such as the death-courting dragon tribe's current survival situation and what happened after the dragon tribe became a rare species. At the end of his speech, Lin Kan turned to look at Royal God Dragon. Royal God Dragon, You're a smart dragon, aren't you? Royal God Dragon broke out in a cold sweat, as if he had just woken up from a dream. Boom, boom, boom. Royal God Dragon suddenly attacked and sent the ancient azure dragon flying with his claw. The latter was caught off guard and cursed angrily. Idiot, put away your thoughts just now. Didn't you see how hard Lin Chen fought and how friendly he was to the dragon tribe just now? You're still thinking about him? Are you still a divine dragon? Do you have a shred of tolerance like a divine dragon? He still has to go back to the bridal chamber in a few days. Don't you have any civility? Pounce on your head. The mystical dragon's mouths twitched violently. The beautiful woman in the palace gown tried her best to hold back her laughter. Lin Can gave a thumbs up, his eyes shining. He praised, "Look, this is a true moral exemplary dragon, a role model. I won't keep you company for now. I look forward to your performance. Tilda, you're a great man. Oh no, a great dragon." Royal God Dragon forced a smile and said, "King of the Dark Shadow Tribe, I hope that today's small matter won't affect the relationship between our tribes, and that it won't reach Lin Chen's ears, right? I'll pay a visit to the Dark Shadow Tribe some other day and personally bring an apology gift." Lin Can patted his chest seriously and promised, "Of course, I'm the Dark Shadow King. I swear on my integrity and my identity as the Dark Shadow King that I'll keep my mouth shut and not force you. If you say one more word, I'll treat you as my father." Royal God Dragon pretended not to hear and forced a smile. "Thank you, Dark Shadow King." Bai Ruoyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. She unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. She activated Heaven's Tower and brought Lin Chen and Luo Yaro back to the sacred boundary. With Lin Can and the Dark Shadow Tribe's founding elders personally escorting Bai Ruoyan, the divine dragons didn't dare to act rashly. "Royal, you mother****. The ancient desolate azure dragon was so angry that he almost exploded. Royal God Dragon shook his head and sighed. "We almost led the dragon race into an abyss of eternal damnation. Among the 5 divine dragons, only the ancient desolate azure dragon was afraid. When they passed through the outer realm battlefield and were about to enter the sacred boundary, the founding elder beside Lin Can suddenly said, 'King, just now, it was as exciting as walking on a knife's edge.' Even with the help of the founding elders, it wasn't easy for Lin Can to take Lin Chen away. Fortunately, the divine dragons retreated. Lin Can grinned and said, This is the Lin clan's show of pretentiousness. It's just saving the world. Forget it." Bai Ruoyan suddenly turned around and looked at Lin Can. She said seriously, "I really have to thank you this time." Lin Can hurriedly waved and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, you're welcome. Big brother and I went through life and death together. How could I retreat at a critical moment like this? This is what I should do." Bai Ruoyan smiled gratefully. "If it wasn't for you this time, the consequences would be unimaginable." In a way, Lin Can saved Lin Chen and the Empress' lives. He also saved the entire human race. The Dark Shadow Tribe didn't play a very strong role in the battle, but they saved Lin Chen twice at the most critical moment. Every time it was a critical moment. If it wasn't for Lin Can, Lin Chen and Luo Yaro would have to die when the Sword God and Saber God returned. If Lin Can hadn't arrived at the critical moment and warned the dragon race, the divine dragons might have already attacked. At that time, the outcome and fate of the various races would be completely different. The 2 great reversals were all thanks to the Dark Shadow Tribe's support. The most special and youngest Dark Shadow King in history had completed an operation that was worthy of the Dark Shadow Tribe's name, born in the void, born as a shadow. He controlled everything in the dark. Lin Can said, "You didn't expect this, did you? I'm the one who showed off the most." Chapter 1861. Time flew, and a month had passed since the battle. The demon-human army retreated, and except for a small number of dragon kings stationed in the strange realm, the dragon army also left safely. And the leader of all this battle, Lin Chen, was gradually recovering from his coma. During this period of time, Lin Can's protection of Lin Chen could be said to have never left his side. If there was any movement, it would not be able to escape the senses of this King of Shadows. Strange realm, at the border, reed flowers swayed in the wind and snow. In the wooden house, When Lin Chen opened his eyes, 3 beautiful dimples came into view, and he subconsciously muttered to himself. Where am I, the train station or Mengpa station? Ning Qingxian held his hand, tears in her eyes. Lin Lang, everything is fine. Lin Chen got up in a daze and grinned. So it's Qingxian, I almost didn't recognize you in your clothes. Bai Ruoyan. Lung Yuechi. Boom tilde. When the Dragon King bloodline aura in his body soared and broke through a new realm, Lin Chen came back to his senses. Hey! Is the battle over? Where's Yaroa? Bai Ruoyan said helplessly. She woke up half a month ago and returned to the demon-human galaxy to heal. She asked you to wait for her here. Hearing this, Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. However, his condition had improved greatly in a month. Fei Wushuang and Yu Wangsheng continued to provide the most high-end treatment for Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen's battle prowess was abnormal, he was still in the saint realm. If he was a true god, the servants wouldn't be able to heal him. Pushing open the wooden house, Lin Chen found that the place he was brought to was actually Luo Yaro's former hometown. Looking at the swaying reed flowers, Lin Chen could not help but sigh. Every time I think of here, I will think of the wonderful memories I had with Yaro. The 3 women narrowed their eyes, as if they had heard something incredible. The gazes of the fairies behind him made Lin Chen laugh. Before he could quibble, Lin Can's figure appeared and gave his big brother a bear hug. Big brother, you're finally awake. Oh my god, I've been scared out of my wits. Lin Can briefly explained the matter of the dragon clan. Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Oh, looks like I've been treating the dragons too well. Lin Can grinned. Do you want us to take care of the dragon race? Lin Chen smiled and said, don't try to trick people. We're civilized people, so we have to know when to stop. If you catch them, just beat them to death. Lin Can. Lin Chen stepped into the air and said with a smile. Everyone, please give me a moment. The 3 women were just about to follow him, but then they heard Lin Chen's words, which made them seem like celestial immortals descending to the mortal world, bashful like delicate peaches, hiding the moon and putting the flowers to shame. After I clean up the battlefield, we will return to the 9 prefectures to get married. Lin Chen went to the extraterritorial battlefield again and released the holy dragon. Boom tilde. The pale green dragon claws glowed with golden light, and dragon chi rose. The characteristics of the ancient Taishi dragon and the ancient Taiju dragon perfectly merged into one. I just broke through and reached 32 million holy dragon bloodlines, which is exactly 32 million supreme power. Lin Chen smiled knowingly. Lin Chen looked around and saw endless light flashing in the extraterritorial battlefield. They were all elemental light balls. In this great battle, he had not taken away all the elemental light balls. At most, he had taken away a small part of them during the battle. Pa tilde. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and all the phantom doppelgangers appeared, and he instantly used his movement technique. This time, I've injured 4 demon supremacies, killed 7 demon emperors, 4 true gods, 6 true god doppelgangers, and the entire upper echelon of the demon race. Let me see how many elemental light balls I've obtained. This activity of collecting the elemental light balls would be unprecedentedly vast. Just nice, Lin Chen's holy cavern had recovered a little. His holy cavern's capacity was extremely large, and even a 9th-grade saint-grade alchemist like Yu Wangsheng could not fill up 1/10 of his holy cavern's holy cavern. He was simply like a monster. The doppelgangers and Dragon King were in charge of the elemental light balls, while Lin Chen was in charge of collecting the dropped elemental treasure chest. Obtained 500 million high-tier holy essence, 70 million high-tier holy blood, 10,000 high-tier holy spirit, 900 high-tier holy rune energy, obtained saint energy, 5,060 points of fire, 2,400 points of water, 1,600 points of Saint Heaven's Path. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 random top-grade orange alchemy handprint fragments, 4/5. Opened divine attribute treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fire attribute peerless odd crystal, fire god flame. Opened demon emperor exclusive treasure chest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining eye of the demon god. This is an eye condensed from the attribute of the demon god king. It has insight into the disguise, weakness, demonic blood ability, movement trajectory of all demons below the demon god king. First, it was the elemental treasure chest dropped by fire god Huangfu Xian, which was an eye-opener for Lin Chen. Like the demon emperor, the gods were crushed to pieces by Lin Chen, who had transformed into the Golden War god, and only their attributes were left. 2 fragments of a peerless odd crystal and a top-grade orange alchemy handprint. When he held the pentagonal fire jade, it was as though he was holding the 10,000 layers of fire plane. With just a thought, he could trigger countless flames, and there were signs of divine fire burning, which completely moved Lin Chen. He was about to lose his life searching for a top-grade odd crystal in the Divine River Galaxy. What did a peerless odd crystal mean? It was unique. Lin Chen had to refine more than 1,000 high-tier odd crystals to match the attribute growth brought by a single top-grade odd crystal. Then wouldn't a peerless odd crystal be equivalent to 1,000 top-grade odd crystals? It was simply heaven-defying. In the history of the three-dimensional universe, peerless odd crystals had appeared no more than 3 times. The one in Lin Chen's hand now might be the last one in the world. There was also a jade-green eyeball that the heaven-burying Devil Emperor had dropped. It was sparkling and translucent like a precious jade, and it entered Lin Chen's glabella. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his glabella as another gaze appeared. The eye of the demon god. With this divine item, all demons would have nowhere to hide in front of Lin Chen. Good stuff, all of them are good stuff. Lin Chen excitedly put away the only peerless odd crystal and looked around. There are still many attribute light balls in the extraterritorial battlefield. I'll leave them to my clone and Dragon King. His clone and Dragon King went all out, collecting the attribute light balls while refining the attributes for Lin Chen. Seeing that the holy power was beginning to replenish, Lin Chen used his movement technique at full speed and rushed in the direction where water god Zhuge Taichu escaped. A few days later, Lin Chen arrived at the location where Zhuge Taichu was killed and took the floating attribute treasure chest in the air. Obtained the Godhead attribute treasure chest. After opening it, you will obtain Immortal Godhead Fragment, 3/3. The Godhead Fragment has been fused. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete Immortal Godhead. Immortal Godhead, Nirvana Rebirth, Immortal Rebirth. Consume a large amount of Heaven Dao points to activate. It has the ability to heal injuries instantly, unless the host is instantly killed into nothingness. Opening the key treasure chest, the host has obtained Heaven Dao Attribute Picking System version 9.0 Update Key. Minimum cultivation requirement to use the update key, Sacred King. Chapter 1862. After taking the attribute treasure chests and attribute light balls that Zhuge Taichu had dropped, Lin Chen's cultivation had reached a critical point. As long as he wanted to, he could break through to a new realm at any time. Lin Chen turned to the area outside the Divine River Star system. It was the place where Sword God and Knife God had escaped. They were both very far away. Without the War God set's support, Lin Chen would have to spend a lot of time to reach there. 10 days later, Lin Chen arrived at the location of Sword God's sword extinction. A pitch-black divine light shot up into the sky. It was actually a light pillar emitted by the attribute light. Lin Chen had never seen a black attribute treasure chest before. This was the first time. Lin Chen stepped into the center of the divine light and took the treasure chest in the attribute light pillar. Obtained Godhead Attribute Treasure Chest. Upon opening it, you will obtain an energy type Godhead Divine Guidance Fragment, 1/6. A pitch-black, circular Godhead fragment that was emitting a vast black light floated in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen had a feeling that even his gaze and body were being sucked in. His intuition told him that if the power in this Godhead fragment exploded, he would most likely be in trouble even if he was in the Godslayer state. Divine Guidance, Godhead. Consumes a large amount of heavenly path points to activate 4-dimensional godly power to form a supergravity barrier. Within a specified range, it can activate 4-dimensional godly power to crush enemies and shrink the barrier. The range is up to the host's discretion. It can be activated within the host's primordial spirit's range of perception. If I can collect it completely, this will definitely be a godhead that's even crazier than the divine elephant godhead. Lin Chen was shocked. The pressure that this item gave him was even stronger than the divine elephant godhead. This was just a fragment. If it was a complete godhead, how terrifying would it be? It was unimaginable. I'll keep it first. If I have the chance, I'll test its power again. Lin Chen kept the attribute light balls of Sword God, Sword Extinction. Hundreds of attribute light balls of terrifying quality were all absorbed into Lin Chen's body. Then, 4 days later, at the border of the divine system where Knife God had died. Opened special attribute treasure chest. Host received, orange grade top alchemy handprint fragment, 5/5. Host can synthesize a complete alchemy handprint at any time. Divine treasure chest opened. Congratulations, you have obtained a permanent top orange talent fragment, ultimate defiant, 1/6. Permanent ultimate heaven defying innate talent. The system has determined that it is orange rank peak. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched fiercely a few times. It was actually a fragment of the eternal ultimate heaven defiant. Breaking through his defense was an instant kill. The most insane talent in history had actually dropped a permanent fragment. No wonder he was able to kill an opponent who was 2 realms above him. The more difficult it was for the host to fight, the more ridiculous the probability of dropping a top-grade treasure would be. If I can gather all the permanent ultimate heavenly defiance, theoretically speaking, my chances of winning any battle won't be 0. If he could use the golden battle god set and the ultimate heaven-defying innate skill, no matter how desperate the situation was, as long as these 2 trump cards could be used, Lin Chen would always have a chance to turn the table. Saber God, oh Saber God, you are such a good person. It also comes with the final item, the top orange handprint fragment. Lin Chen sighed and kept the remaining attribute light balls in one go. Next, it was the location where the 3 veteran demon emperors, Calamity Demon Emperor, Heaven Fiend Demon Emperor, and Bloodthirsty Demon Emperor, had fallen. Lin Chen pushed forward at full speed and arrived at his destination in 7 days. Compared to the 3 new demon emperors, the attributes dropped by the 3 veteran demon emperors did not disappoint Lin Chen. The amount of blood and energy they dropped was simply massive. As for the attribute treasure chest, there was only one. Yet, it made Lin Chen ecstatic. Opened divine treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a permanent top orange talent fragment, ultimate heavenly defiant, 2/6. Opened divine treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a permanent top orange talent fragment, ultimate heavenly defiant, 3/6. Opened divine treasure chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a permanent top orange talent fragment, ultimate heavenly defiant, 4/6. 3 ultimate heavenly defiant talent fragment. Lin Chen was only 2 fragments away from becoming a permanent ultimate heavenly defiant, and he would have the strongest trump card combination. My blood, energy, and saint-level essence have accumulated to a state of limit. It's time to break through to a new realm. 10 days later, Lin Chen returned. This time, he had used a month's time just to collect the attribute light balls. At this time, in the sacred boundary, all the experts were recovering and recuperating. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire sacred boundary shook. What's going on? The demon-human army is attacking again. No, there's no demon-human aura. It's the fluctuation of saint power. Impossible. This energy covers the entire sacred boundary. What kind of saint power can cover such a wide space-time? A large number of sage kings came out of seclusion and looked at each other in shock. The space-time of the sacred boundary shook continuously, and beams of 9-colored saint light shone on the sacred boundary. It was as if some shocking power was about to awaken and rule the world. When the sage kings looked up, they were completely shocked. The rotating 9-colored saint light vortex expanded like an astrolabe and continued to expand, covering the entire sacred boundary. Rumble. 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 The saint light vortex erupted with terrifying power, releasing endless saint power that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Just from the direction of the extraterritorial battlefield, it was as if endless power had swept through the sacred boundary. It's the phenomenon of a saint breaking through. The sage kings were shocked. This breakthrough phenomenon that could easily kill a reincarnation sage was actually just a saint breaking through. How freakishly talented must a saint be to have such a phenomenon? In the highest sky of the heavenly sacred territory, when Qin Wudi, Long Tianqi, and the other quasi-gods and reincarnation sages looked into the sky and saw the figure in the saint light vortex, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch, and their scalps went numb. What a monster! Qin Wudi smiled bitterly in his heart. He, the first on the saint talent list, was as weak as a baby in front of that person. We're witnessing the birth of the most freakishly talented person in our race. Long Tianqi sighed. His saint power is starting to move closer to the Na Xing realm. Such powerful saint power, but he's only a 7th level saint. What a freak! If he reaches the Sage King realm, who in the world can stop him? I'm afraid he'll be the strongest sage. When the many supreme experts looked into the sky, their admiration for the founder of the new era of the human race reached an unparalleled peak. The figure in the 9-colored saint light vortex was Lin Chen. Previously, Lin Chen had opened 58 saint acupoints and was a 6th level saint, late-stage life and death realm. Now, all his accumulated power was unleashed. 59th saint acupoint, open. 56th saint acupoint, open. 51st saint acupoint, open. Holy light danced in the air like dragons, and countless holy light beams broke through to a whole new level with unstoppable force. The saint power entered the saint acupoints and condensed like stars. This was the Na Xing realm. Lin Chen had stepped into the 7th level saint realm. Apart from that, the power of his physical body was also surging. Although most of the qi and blood attributes were absorbed by the Dragon King, even if the main body absorbed a small part of the qi and blood attributes, the body refining realm would still skyrocket. It wasn't over yet. Lin Chen's realm was still soaring wildly all the way. Chapter 1863. Boom. 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 Terrifying saint power rushed into the sky and penetrated the 63rd saint point. Like a dragon, the saint power continued to surge toward the new saint point. The mountain sea prison could not compare to even 1/10,000th of it. The number of attribute light balls Lin Chen absorbed this time was unprecedented and could be called abnormal. There were the human gods, the 7 demon emperors, the demon god king's remains, the female empress heaven-slaying demon blade, all the higher-ups of the demon race, the clones of the true gods, and so on. The number of attribute light balls was in the millions. Kai, kai, kai. Rumble. Lin Chen broke through 10 saint acupoints in a row. 136 saint acupoints flickered with hexagonal starlight as they radiated a brilliant saint aura that seemed to be indestructible. It covered the heavens and the earth, enveloping the myriad planes and shaking the entire holy world. Even across the extraterritorial battlefield, many human experts were still shocked. 136 saint points. He's only at the late-stage star realm. He has twice as many saint points as we do. What a monster. But even if he has twice as many saint points, it's still far from reaching the level of a true god. His saint power is comparable to a god's power. Long Tianqi and the rest, as well as the top 3 saints on the saint talent roll, stared at Lin Chen in the extraterritorial battlefield in shock. This scene was too shocking to the mortal world. Lin Chen had embarked on a path that the human race had never imagined. Lin Chen's foundation was so strong that it was almost heaven-defying. This time, he had used the opportunity of eliminating the gods to break 10 saint points consecutively. It was the moment when he was on par with a true god. However, it was as if he would not stop until he was strong enough. Lin Chen's saint power was so boundless that it shocked the Wuji old man. He can still continue to break through? The stronger one's foundation, the more they needed to accumulate. For example, Lin Chen needed 5 billion high-grade saint essences to advance from 61 saint points to 62 saint points. In that case, he would need 20 billion high-grade saint essences to advance from 62 saint points to 63 saint points. Every time he advanced, the amount of saint essences required would increase exponentially. Another 2 dragon roars resounded in the air as Lin Chen's cultivation broke through to the 69th and 70th saint acupoints, both of which were opened. The consummation of the receiving star state. Every time a nascent star cultivator opened a saint acupoint, their total basic saint energy would increase by 20%. Lin Chen's life and death realm base saint energy was at 26 million venerable energy, and 20% of it was 5.2 million venerable energy. Furthermore, he had also received a double boost from the mental cultivation method and a triple boost from supreme God possession, so he had a total of 28 million venerable energy, 5.2 million supreme force plus 28 million supreme force. In other words, every time Lin Chen opened a Na Xing saint acupoint, he would gain 26 million venerable saint energy. What kind of concept was that? It was equivalent to every time Lin Chen opened a Na Xing saint cave, he would obtain the total amount of holy energy from the previous 60 Na Xing saint cave. 10 Na Xing saint caves would give him 260 million venerable energy. Adding on the life and death realm foundation, he would have a total of 286 million venerable energy. Such battle prowess was almost on par with Lin Chen when he was in the state of Godslayer. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Chen's saint energy shone brightly, and 140 hexagonal starlight shone from his body. His saint acupoints were like a sea of stars, exuding an endless amount of saint energy. The consummation of the receiving star state had the battle prowess of a true god. Since the beginning of time, there was only one person like this. For those who had just entered the deity realm, their godly energy would be comparable to 100 million venerable energy, and they would be able to crush saint kings and reincarnation saint. After breaking through to the deity realm, the initial speed of accumulating godly energy would increase, and the 100 million venerable energy would increase rapidly until one's talent could no longer be cultivated. Normally, it would take countless eras for a living being to break through to the deity realm. But in the deity realm, it would only take a few hundred years to accumulate godly energy from 100 million venerable energy to 200 million venerable energy. This was the benefit of breaking through bottlenecks and limit. The current Lin Chen could completely wrestle with an early-stage true god. Finally, after reaching the perfect Na Xing saint realm, Lin Chen's saint energy essence poured into the 71st saint cave. But the 71st saint cave was like a pool of stagnant water. Even when Lin Chen's last bit of essence was converted into saint energy and poured in, there was no reaction. Sure enough, his foundation was too strong. Lin Chen's cultivation stopped at the perfect Na Xing saint realm, and he couldn't break through to the saint heart realm. Lin Chen sighed regretfully. It's a pity that I can't use such a precious treasure. This is probably what it feels like. It's like I've already married my wife, but I can't consummate my marriage even after taking off my pants. In fact, Lin Chen had the chance to break through to the saint heart realm because he had a peerless odd crystal. The energy of a peerless odd crystal could be said to be heaven-defying. The difficulty of giving birth to a peerless odd crystal in the three-dimensional universe was even more difficult than giving birth to a true god. But if he released a peerless odd crystal, Lin Chen didn't have absolute confidence in refining it. The Fire God Flame's odd crystal was a dropped attribute treasure and could be stored in the system space. Otherwise, even with Lin Chen's current strength, he didn't have absolute confidence in suppressing the Fire God Flame's odd crystal. If he couldn't suppress it and released it without permission, it could burn the sacred boundary in minute. The most terrifying thing was that the odd crystal that had a chance of dropping wasn't like the Godhead. It was a non-system special treasure and could only be temporarily stored once. Once it was taken out of the system space, it couldn't be put back. If I can't refine it and can't put it back in the system space, this thing will be like a large burning nebula. Whoever gets close to it will be in trouble. If I can't refine it and can't take it away, then it'll be really bad luck. Lin Chen retracted his thoughts. He decided that before he had absolute confidence in refining it, he wouldn't touch the peerless odd crystal. Lin Chen looked around his body. His saint meridians were full, his saint spirit was like a dragon, and his saint body was immortal. My body refinement strength, with 500% flesh shell awakening, has finally broken through the limit of 60 million venerable power. My primordial spirit realm is at the peak of the late-stage primordial spirit realm. I'm only one step away from perfection. No matter how difficult it was for humans to refine their bodies, Lin Chen relied on the qi and blood energy dropped by the 7 demon emperors to forcefully push his body refinement realm up. However, the main force absorbing the qi and blood attribute was Lin Chen's Dragon King. The Dragon King's body was now in a state of seclusion. Its foundation had skyrocketed to the realm of 99 million Saint Dragon meridians. In Lin Chen's Dantian, the Dragon King's appearance transformed into an ancient dragon in the form of dragon qi and shrunk into a ball. In its body, there were countless complicated Saint Dragon meridians with intertwined roots. It was like a gathering of Saint Dragons. The dragon breath was like rivers flowing into the sea, flowing along the Saint Dragon meridians and slowly condensing into a divine dragon meridian. If the divine dragon meridian was formed, it would be the descent of a divine dragon. Lin Chen was satisfied. The qi and blood of the 7 demon emperors are indeed extraordinary. I just have to wait quietly for the Dragon King to come out of seclusion. Lin Chen opened the system. Host's attribute panel has been automatically upgraded. Host, Lin Chen, Cultivation, 7th Heaven Full Circle, High-Grade Saint Essence, 35,205 billion points. Limit, 60 million Venerable Power, Flesh Shell Awakening plus 500%, High-Grade Saint Blood Chi, 123,024 billion points. High-Grade Saint Spiritual Power, 12 million points, Peak of Late-Stage Primordial Spirit Realm, High-Grade Saint Cultivation Technique Soul Essence, 101 million points, High-Grade Saint Rune Energy, 25 million points, High-Grade Saint Heavenly Tao Points, 9 million. Saint Talent Points, 2 million points, Mid-Grade Set Essence, 0 points. High-Grade Strengthening Points, 2 million points. High-Grade Saint Elemental Energy, 41 million Fire Element, 420,000 Earth Element, 580,000 Wood Element, 360,000 Metal Element, 56 million Water Element, 580,000 Lightning Element, 480,000 Wind Element, 580,000 Light Element, 580,000 Darkness Element. Set Column, Ultimate Golden War God Set, Charge 0%, Ultimate Wind God Set, to be unlocked. Special Treasure, Peerless Fire God Flame Odd Crystal, Random Orange Grade Alchemy Handprint, to be unlocked. Divine Spark Column, Divine Elephant Divine Spark, Cooling Down, Immortal Divine Spark Fragment, 1/6. His attributes had skyrocketed. This time, all of Lin Chen's attributes had been automatically upgraded to a higher level. Every attribute had increased by more than 10,000 times or even 100,000 times. Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen flew over and said in surprise, "Big brother, you broke through again. You're too monstrous, I can't catch up to you at all." Lin Chen smiled. "It's okay, your potential is not inferior to mine. You'll catch up to me sooner or later. Don't be discouraged." Lin Chen chuckled. "Then what are we going to do next?" Lin Chen smiled. "Is there a need to ask?" "Of course, we're going to greet our allies, the dragon race." Greet. Speaking of the dragon race, the two brothers smiled. "Lin Chen, there's a good youth who talks about civilization and sets a new trend. Lin Can, that's right, it's me." Chapter 1864. Dragon Race, Dragon Realm. The 5 divine dragons had returned to the deepest part of the dragon realm. The Dragon Kings, First Elder, and other dragon race experts were in charge of mobilizing the army to recuperate. There was no need for them to worry. At a peak, the 5 divine dragons were in seclusion in their own planes. "It's been a long time since we last met. The scenery of the dragon realm is so beautiful. Hey, divine dragons, it's been a long time since we last met. How did you all become more handsome?" A voice transmission broke the silence. Imperial God Dragon opened his eyes from his seclusion. His dragon eyes were filled with dragon qi, and his expression changed slightly. Lin Chen, he actually went to the dragon race personally. It seemed that things were not simple. Imperial God Dragon stepped on a golden dragon qi and appeared in the dragon realm. He looked at Lin Chen, who was standing on the peak of the mountain, and squeezed out a smile. "Little friend Lin Chen, you've recovered from your injuries so quickly. It's worthy of celebration." Imperial God Dragon congratulated. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled innocently. Yes, I have always been known for my endurance. How can these small injuries affect me? Today, I'm here to fulfill my promise to the dragon race. Divine dragons, come out and talk. Imperial God Dragon's heart shook. He smiled happily and said, Lin Chen, you mean? Lin Chen smiled and said, once a word is spoken, it's hard to take it back. Look at my character. Would I lie to you? As soon as he said that, 4 divine dragon auras appeared. The ancient desolate azure dragon was the last to appear. When he looked at Lin Chen, he was slightly wary. The atmosphere among the 5 divine dragons was a little strange. The extreme hell water divine dragon, who was wearing an azure palace dress, smiled sweetly. Your Excellency Lin Chen, we're not in a hurry to pay you. It's best that you adjust your condition first. Lin Chen smiled and cupped his fists. Thank you for your concern, Senior. I'll talk to the extreme hell water dragon race in a few days and invite you to become the guardian dragons of the Iceheart Palace. It's a win-win situation for both sides. The beautiful woman beamed. Then I'll thank you in advance for helping the little fellows in the clan. Lin Chen changed the topic. I, Lin Chen, have always repaid kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. I have never mistreated my friends or my loyal followers. Towards those who threaten me, I've always been tough to the end and have never been soft-hearted. All the divine dragons were stunned. Lin Chen flicked his finger, and a beam of elemental light shot into the extreme hell water divine dragon's forehead. Buzz tilde. Space rippled as the extreme hell water divine dragon's pure draconic might skyrocketed. Host has activated attribute transfer function, transferring and strengthening attributes to a specific divine dragon target. Bloodline +1 successful. Consumed 3,000 saint-level heavenly path points, 40,000 advanced strengthening points. To strengthen the bloodline of the divine dragon, Lin Chen had to spend 3,000 saint-grade heavenly Dao points and 40,000 high-grade strengthening points. That was equivalent to 300 billion heavenly Dao points and 4 trillion intermediate strengthening point. To the Lin Chen before the battle, this number would basically deplete all his attribute points. But to the current him, it was a piece of cake. The extreme hell water divine dragon's eyes glowed as she exclaimed, My divine dragon bloodline has improved. The expressions of the mystical dragons changed abruptly as they turned pale with fright. They could feel that the extreme hell water divine dragon's bloodline quality had improved by 10%, and her potential had increased. Bloodline quality was like a container, while strength was like the water in the container. The bigger the container, the more water it could hold. The extreme hell water divine dragon's container was almost filled to the brim with water. Now that the container had expanded, her cultivation could take another step forward. Lin Chen smiled. I've said it before. I won't mistreat my friends. Before the divine dragons could rejoice, they saw Lin Chen's figure appear beside Lin Can. Their expressions changed slightly. Lin Can smiled mockingly. But my big brother is not so polite to his enemies. As soon as he said that, Lin Chen's gaze locked onto the ancient azure dragon. The latter's expression changed slightly, and his scalp went numb. Ancient azure dragon, I've let bygones be bygones when your clone attacked me after I entered the divine dragon ruins. I could even help you improve your bloodline if you helped the human race. Lin Chen's gaze darkened. But you're up to no good. I've already given the dragon race a chance, and you still dare to target the human race. Rumble tilde. The sky in the dragon world shook violently, and Lin Chen's aura skyrocketed. The ancient azure dragon's eyes flashed with malice. He hurriedly said, Lin Chen, there's a misunderstanding between us. I didn't attack you or your people, did I? You've only misinterpreted my words. Yu Tian and the rest can testify that we didn't mean to threaten you. I helped the human race and blocked the demon emperor and the honorable elders of the demonic tribe for you. You're burning the bridge after crossing it. At this moment, Imperial God Dragon was about to speak. Lin Chen sneered. What if I wait for you, old bastard, to make a move? Damn it, do you think it's my first day out here? Imperial God Dragon was about to step forward to make peace, but the extreme hell water divine dragon raised a hand to stop him. I advise you not to act rashly. If you make the wrong choice again, the problem won't be that simple. Imperial God Dragon's eyes flickered, and he sighed in the end. Rumble tilde. Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, and seeing Lin Chen's murderous intent skyrocketing, the ancient Azure Dragon made a preemptive strike. Dragon breath storm shot out from his finger, and countless storm-rending blades wrapped around it, aiming at Lin Chen. Scorching flames surged in his palm, and 9 swirling fire dragons surrounded it. Lin Chen struck toward the sky. 9 extinction sky-burning palm. The 9 swirling fire dragons collided with the ancient Azure Dragon's divine dragon-rending blades, shaking the sky of the dragon world. Bang! Bang! The 4 divine dragons all avoided the center of the explosion. Lin Chen and the ancient Azure Dragon took 4 steps back. Were they evenly matched? No, the ancient Azure Dragon's scales were slightly burned, but Lin Chen was unscathed, and his breathing was steady. Your strength. The ancient Azure Dragon's eyes narrowed. This guy's strength had skyrocketed. After that battle, he had recovered from his injuries at a godly speed. The ancient Azure Dragon was knowledgeable, so he was not surprised. But how could his strength have increased by leaps and bounds? Recovering from injuries and skyrocketing strength were 2 completely different things. Based on the battle in the extraterrestrial battlefield, he could fight against the gods only because of various external forces and trump card. But now, he did not use any of those methods at all. He had used his own strength to defeat a divine dragon of his generation. With my strength, isn't it normal for me to beat you up? I haven't even used my instant light split shadows talent yet. Lin Chen smiled casually. Stepping on the clouds, he flew into the sky in a flash. This time, he was truly moving at godly speed. With Lin Chen's current foundation, his movement technique was not inferior to the Godslayer state when he went all out. Azure Dragon inhales aura. The ancient Azure Dragon used his dragon aura to protect his body. A sword gleam flashed, and his dragon claws appeared. In an instant, he clawed at Lin Chen's heaven-splitting sword style. Kai tilde. The sword gleam forced the Azure Dragon's claws back and cut through his dragon aura. Lin Chen was not afraid of the ancient Azure Dragon at all. Move after move, his attacks were endless and boundless. The pressure was overwhelming. Lin Chen completely treated the ancient Azure Dragon as a sparring partner after breaking through to the next cultivation level to hone his move. Chapter 1865. The primordial Azure Dragon could not withstand Lin Chen's ferocious attacks in its human form. Seeing how ferocious Lin Chen's attacks were, the primordial Azure Dragon had no intention of negotiating. The dragon aura in its body surged, and streaks of dragon aura shot out. Boom! 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 A dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the dragon god shone brightly. When the primordial Azure Dragon revealed its true form, its scales and feathers covered the entire sky of the dragon realm. The primordial Azure Dragon revealed its true form to fight Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled. That's how it should be. Reveal your true form. Otherwise, it won't be fun. The primordial Azure Dragon sneered. I don't believe that you can use that divine armor again after the great battle of the gods. Lin Chen said, stop flattering yourself. Do I need to use the war god armor to deal with you? 1 man and 1 dragon, the battle became even more intense. The primordial Azure Dragon frantically blocked Lin Chen's attacks. When Lin Chen used his instant light, shadows talent, all his attacks were split into 5, and the primordial Azure Dragon was instantly at a disadvantage. If Lin Chen did not use instant light, shadows, it would be fine. The primordial Azure Dragon could still use its dragon god armor and its powerful dragon god body to fight with him for a while. However, once instant light, shadows was used, its combat power skyrocketed, and a sense of oppression descended. This was one of Lin Chen's killer moves that he dared to use against multiple demon emperors. The primordial Azure Dragon could not withstand it at all. Imperial, we are both primordial Azure Dragons. Why are you so indifferent? Are you really willing to bow down to this human? The primordial Azure Dragon roared. The Imperial Divine Dragon was calm, but there was a hint of struggle in the depths of his eyes. The primordial azure dragon saw that the situation was not good and cursed. F***ck, forget it. Forget it. I won't fight with you. I can't beat you. Do you think you can stop me? The desolate antiquity azure dragon roared at the sky. As the dragon's roar reverberated, numerous desolate antiquity dragon tombs rose up outside the dragon world. Countless ancient dragon phantoms reverberated in the void. Lin Chen instantly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. He even sensed a familiar aura. It was the draconic aura of the ancient Taishi dragon and the ancient Eon dragon. The extreme hell water divine dragon frowned. This guy activated the celestial dragon realm without permission. All Fire Shenlong immediately turned to Royal God Dragon and asked in shock, "Why didn't you stop him?" Imperial Divine Dragon fell silent for a moment before saying, "My bottom line is that I can choose not to help the Blue Dragon, but I can't stop the Divine Dragon of my clan from wanting to live." The sacred boundary of the human race was protected by the myriad manifestations of gods. The dragon realm naturally had a natural protective barrier, the Heavenly Dragon Barrier. The Heavenly Dragon Barrier was a protective barrier that generations of divine dragons and ancient dragons had left behind with a trace of their power. In terms of overall power, its foundation was in no way inferior to the human race's myriad manifestations of God. Every mystical dragon had absolute control over the Heavenly Dragon Barrier. Bang! 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 Streaks of ancient dragon aura came crashing down like giant dragons falling from the sky, crashing into Lin Chen's attack. Not only was Lin Chen unable to break out of the encirclement to chase after the ancient dragon, but he was also pushed back. Especially the ancient Eon dragon's draconic aura, which was simply unpredictable. It crossed time and space to hit Lin Chen. There was no trace of it at all. The ancient Taishi dragon's draconic aura was indestructible. Lin Chen had to use all his strength to divert its attack trajectory. Is this how Yarrow dealt with the human race's myriad manifestations of gods when she was at her peak? That's amazing. Looks like my cultivation base and combat strength can't compare to Yarrow at her peak. Lin Chen looked around. The majestic ancient dragon had completely flown out of the dragon realm and was about to fly to another galaxy. Failure seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Use the 9 tribulations star? Even if it penetrates the Heavenly Dragon Barrier, its power will be greatly reduced. I might not be able to kill it. Use annihilation, starburst, the range is too big. It will affect the other dragons in the dragon realm. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. There was no way he would let the ancient dragon go. Lin Chen never showed mercy to his enemies. If this fellow dared to have any ill intentions, he would destroy it. A divine dragon's breath could wipe out all the living beings in the sacred boundary. A divine dragon with an unknown background was too big of a threat. Since Lin Chen had made his move, he had to eliminate the source of the problem. Let's try the new godhead. After binding it, I'll use the 9 tribulations star to blast it. A dark light circulated in Lin Chen's palm, and the godhead shard flash. Lin Chen used his movement technique to dodge the Heavenly Dragon Barrier's attack. He aimed his palm at the ancient desolate azure dragon and clenched it. Buzz! The distant space-time instantly exploded. The 4 divine dragons felt their scalps go numb. A terrifying pressure came from above the 9 heavens. A gigantic pitch-black barrier suddenly appeared in the galaxy outside the dragon realm. It was in the shape of a cube and instantly enveloped the ancient dragon, consumed 19,000 Saint Heavenly Tao points to activate Godhead, divine creation. What is this? The ancient dragon was bewildered. Rumble. Kai. Inside the pitch-black cube, space-time instantly collapsed. The terrifying gravity distorted the dimensions and compressed space-time. The ancient dragon's body instantly crumbled. Its dragon scales shattered, its flesh was crushed, and its divine blood splattered everywhere. Rumble. The cube enchantment that was shrouded in a dark brilliance suddenly shrank and became smaller. The ancient dragon's body was instantly crushed into a ball and shrunk by hundreds of thousands of times. It was crushed alive and became a pile of flesh and blood in the blink of an eye. After the pitch-black barrier shrunk and crushed the ancient dragon, it slowly disappeared, leaving behind a ball of elemental light. The 4 divine dragons gasped in horror. A cold glint shot straight to the top of their heads. The primordial azure dragon didn't even have the chance to scream before it perished. Even Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Dead. A divine dragon of a generation died just like that. F***ck me. This new godhead. It's 2F** king powerful. Lin Chen had planned to use this move to delay or exhaust the ancient dragon before releasing the 9 tribulation star to break through the heavenly dragon barrier and try to end its life. He did not expect to crush the ancient dragon with one move. Not crush to death, but crush to pieces. These were two completely different concepts. The latter was to completely destroy the divine dragon's defenses. It was much more difficult than killing the divine dragon himself. The divine dragon's body spanned the heavens and earth. Just one dragon scale alone was the size of a small continent. The divine dragon's body could be said to be the life form with the strongest vitality and tenacity. The power of the Godhead divine creation fragment was enough to crush a divine dragon's body. He actually has another killer move. The All Flames divine dragon's eyes trembled in fear. Her respect and fear for Lin Chen went up another level. This young man was like a bottomless pit with endless tricks up his sleeves. At this moment, Imperial Divine Dragon waved his hand and removed the heavenly dragon barrier. He cupped his fists at Lin Chen and said seriously, "Lin Chen, I can't help the human race fight against the divine dragons of my race. This is my bottom line. Now that the primordial azure dragon has perished in your hands, it is true that I am a little shaken by his suggestion." He took a deep breath and looked straight at Lin Chen as if he had made a major decision. "So, if you want to eliminate us, we can only fight." Chapter 1866. Although it was said to be a battle, the heavenly dragon barrier had already been removed. Imperial God Dragon seemed to be able to see through the essence of things. Lin Chen did not answer immediately. Instead, he flicked his finger, and his attributes flashed. Boom, boom, boom. Apart from the water divine dragon, the remaining 3 divine dragons' bloodline auras skyrocketed. This is... Imperial God Dragon was shocked. Lin Chen smiled casually. "I've said that I never mistreat my friends. I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I won't hold the descendants of the ancient azure dragon accountable, even if they hate me. You should know my position, Lin Chen. I have no intention of being the overlord of this world. The dragon race will exist forever. Do whatever you want. As long as you don't challenge my bottom line, I'm not interested in interfering with your affairs." Imperial God Dragon took a deep breath. "Thank you for your magnanimity," the extreme hell water divine dragon said seriously. "Don't worry, Your Excellency Lin Chen. I'll keep an eye on the ancient azure dragon race for you. I won't let them endanger the sacred boundary." Lin Chen gave her a thumbs up and smiled. "Let's go." Lin Chen stepped into the air and left with Lin Can. He also took the numerous attribute light balls dropped by the ancient azure dragon along the way, obtained 400 million high-tier Saint-tier blood essence, 300,000 high-tier Saint-tier earth-type energy, 1,290 Saint-tier heavenly path points. A large amount of blood essence attributes flowed into the Dragon King and Lin Chen's bodies, who were cultivating in seclusion. Their body-tempering strength rose again. Lin Chen was calm and collected. He tore through the void and advanced while absorbing the attributes. Lin Chen said, "Arcan, bring me to a place." Without another word, Lin Can brought Lin Chen to the destination at full speed. In a demonic chi vortex in the desolate demon world. This was the place where Lin Chen had condensed his acupoints and broken through consecutively. Back then, she was still here with Lin Chen. If not for her, Lin Chen might not have been able to escape. Thinking about the girl's departure, Lin Chen's heart ached and he sighed. "Even if I have the strength of a god, I can't let the person I treasure return to my side." Lin Chen's eyes fell on the center of the demonic energy vortex. There was a pitch-black space vortex there. It was very deep, in a state of infinite distortion like a black hole. In fact, it was even more terrifying than an ordinary space-time black hole. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. 4 pieces of scarlet silk flashed in his hand. Crimson Divine 7 Damask. This item was something that the mysterious Lin Xingchen had been searching for, and it had reacted to this place. Previously, when his acupoint exploded, Lin Chen had already sensed a reaction from the Scarlet God Damask. Perhaps the thing hidden in the darkness had something to do with the Scarlet Divine Damask. It was even related to the War of the 9 Clans. Perhaps the answer to the Scarlet God Damask lies within that black hole. Lin Chen frowned. However, even with his current strength, Lin Chen was not confident that he could withstand the tidal force of the spacetime black hole. He could faintly sense that his life would be in danger if he entered rashly. If he barged in, he would most likely die. Otherwise, if the War of the 9 Clans could be solved by brute force, why would there be so many godly state warriors fighting? There were more godly state warriors back then. If they could force their way in, they would have joined forces to do so. Even though Lin Chen's strength had skyrocketed, he had not reached the point where he could beat all the godly state warriors back then. Unless I can wear the Ars set, there is no way I can force my way in. The Ars set's energy had been used up. Not to mention that Lin Chen's current physique had not reached 100 million honorable power. Even if he had 100 million honorable power, he would still need to recharge before he could use it. After arriving here and taking a look, Lin Chen gave up on the thought in his heart. Lin Can was puzzled. Big brother? Lin Chen smiled. Let's go back to the sacred boundary. It was not the time to touch on this secret. At least, he did not have the strength to eat it yet. Sooner or later, Lin Chen would come back and reveal the final secret of the War of the 9 Clans. As soon as Lin Chen returned to the sacred boundary, Bai Ruoyan transmitted a message to Lin Chen. Luo Yaro wanted to see him, the same place. Strange domains border. Lin Chen came to the wooden house. Luo Yaro stood in front of the cliff. Today, she was wearing a black dress. As her black hair swayed, she was as quiet as a rose in the night, waiting for Lin Chen. Both her injuries and her cultivation base had completely recovered. Lin Chen rushed up the cliff. Before he could say anything, Luo Yaro spoke first. One of the human clan's gods, the Golden God, his biological brother, Golden Feather God, was a genius of the human clan. After becoming a god, he wanted to create a subsidiary race of the human clan to fight against the naturally powerful demon clan. Then, there was our demon clan. Lin Chen was stunned. He found that Luo Yao's brows were sad. Luo Yaro smiled sadly. Golden Feather God created the demon clan, but the human clan never ended the demon clan. He even fell in love with my clan's ancestors, but abandoned the demon clan in the War of the 9 Clans, joined the War of the 9 Clans, and finally died in the starry sky. After losing the protection of a true god, the demon clan became the most competitive clan in the human clan, and was once wandering in the midst of destruction. And Golden Feather God never thought of guiding the demon clan on their own path. The human clan only brought us hatred. The demon clan's ancestors, after going through thousands of difficulties, brought the demon clan out of the human clan's jurisdiction. After that, the demon clan and the human clan continued to kill and hate each other. As the empress who was chosen to be the leader of the demon clan, my hands were stained with the blood of innocent humans. I don't care about that. Lin Chen interrupted Luo Yaro and rushed forward to hug her. It's all in the past, okay? Lin Chen said softly. Luo Yaro raised her charming face. Lin Chen's heart tightened. Do you know, after I recovered my memories with you, the people I killed flashed through my mind all the time. Lin Chen said in a deep voice, that's because you were affected by the will of the ancestor. Luo Yaro shook her head and said softly, what about the matters of the mortal world? I broke through the holy prison, and that was my own initiative. You should be very clear about how many criminals from the holy prison have flowed to the mortal world. Lin Chen's mind trembled. He had personally witnessed how the criminals of the holy prison had ravaged the 9 regions. If it wasn't for him, Ning Qingxian would also be one of the victims. After experiencing torture that was worse than death, she would be tortured until she died and turned into a statue. And before Ning Qingxian, there were already countless proud daughters of heaven in the 9 regions who had suffered this calamity. The pain, suffering, sadness, and anger before their deaths, Lin Chen could feel the suffocating despair through the statue. If a criminal from the holy prison were to enter a mortal world, how much damage would it cause to the mortal world? It was enough to endanger trillions of mortals. Countless people of the human race would lose their lives that should have belonged to them. Lin Chen hugged her even tighter, and his eyes were bloodshot. I don't care. If we're talking about killing people, the number of enemies I've killed is not small. If anyone in this world wants to punish you, I'll be the first to kill them. Suddenly, Lin Chen realized that Luo Yao's body was especially cold. It wasn't the coldness of the temperature, but the coldness of the lack of vitality. Lin Chen's mouth trembled. Yao, you, Luo Yao caressed his face, and her smile was beautiful and determined. How can I be at ease with my sins? Chapter 1867. My demonic heart and true body are already elsewhere. Boom tilde. Monstrous anger soared into the sky, and the winds and clouds in the sacred boundary instantly change. Lin Chen grabbed Luo Yao and glared at her. What are you doing? I won't allow you to do anything that endangers your life. Luo Yao shook her head and held Lin Chen's hand. With a flick of her finger, space distorted, and Luo Yao gradually turned transparent. Luo Yao held Lin Chen's hand and entered the distorted space. When the two of them appeared again, Lin Chen sensed that he had entered a brand new plane. This was a place he had never been to before. Under the starry sky, illusory white fog filled the air. Lin Chen's cultivation and primordial spirit seemed to be sealed here, and he couldn't use them. Luo Yao said softly, "This is the boundary of the universe outside the divine river starfield. It's one of the few divine powers that connects to the four-dimensional universe. It's one of the unshakable places in this universe. The ancestors of the demonic tribe had once explored this area." She pointed into the distance. At the end of the white fog was a huge stone tablet that connected heaven and earth. It reached the 9 heavens, and one couldn't see the end. Lin Chen vaguely saw the words on the stone tablet, Reincarnation Tablet. Luo Yao's figure became more and more illusory. All living beings will eventually enter the cycle of reincarnation. Even gods can't break it. All living things that have died will be guided here by the four-dimensional godly power before they reincarnate. After saying that, she pointed to the reincarnation tablet in the barrier. A figure knelt in front of the reincarnation tablet. It was Luo Yao's true body. Her black hair was like a waterfall as she knelt in front of the reincarnation tablet. Her fingers were interlocked, and her eyes were tightly shut. Wisps of light flew out of Luo Yao's delicate body and merged into the reincarnation tablet. What? Lin Chen rushed out of the barrier and looked at Luo Yao, his heart palpitating. Lin Chen could feel that the light that was being extracted was the light of her life. It was extremely slow, but he could clearly sense that her life was weakening. There would be a day when it would all flow away. It turned out that the reason why Luo Yao, who had returned to the Devil tribe after the great battle of the gods, was to use her own cultivation and life to enter this place. Lin Chen was instantly filled with regret. Why didn't he realize it earlier and stop her earlier? Luo Yao, who was beside Lin Chen, smiled sweetly. A sage of the demon-human race found a way to enter the reincarnation heavenly stele. As long as a god enters the barrier, the reincarnation heavenly stele will automatically absorb the life force of the god. I will repent for my sins with my life. The humans who died because of me and the humans who lost their lives because of the war with the demon tribe will obtain my life force from the reincarnation tablet. After reincarnation, they will become geniuses with excellent luck and obtain a different life. This is the only way I can atone for my sins. Luo Yao cupped his cheeks. It's so great to have met you. No. Lin Chen glared at her, his eyes looking as if he wanted to devour her. This was the first time Luo Yao had seen him like this. If you do this, you will most likely lose your life. You want me to watch from the sidelines? This is countless times worse than killing me. Luo Yao said softly, if I really lose my life in the end, it proves that my sins are grave. Lin Chen grabbed her cold jade hand and shouted coldly, no one can judge you. If you insist on committing suicide, then I will break this cycle. Fool. Wouldn't this be an imbalance in the cycle of reincarnation? How can there be any laws of heaven and earth? Luo Yao's consciousness gradually became transparent and dissipated. Remember to wait for me. Wait for me to wash away my sins. When I can be with you with a clear conscience, I will make up for these 10,000 years of longing. No. Yao. Lin Chen burst out a hysterical cry. Luo Yao's figure flew into the sky. Only the main body that was silent in the reincarnation, heavenly steely, gradually offered its life force. Lin Chen stood in place with a dull gaze, as if a large piece of his heart was empty. After an unknown period of time, Lin Chen clenched his fists and turned to look at the reincarnation, heavenly steely. I won't let you do such a stupid thing. This thing can seal my cultivation, but it can't seal my ability. If the runes don't work, then I will use the divine core. If the divine core doesn't work, then I will use everything I have. If the cycle of reincarnation was broken, then the three-dimensional universe would be forever imbalanced, and no new humans would descend. System, can I use my talent here? System replies, yes, you can. However, it is limited to the talent that the host can use in the three-dimensional universe. There is four-dimensional divine power in the barrier, so some talents cannot be used in the fourth dimension. Can I use it to bring her into the hyperspace? Talent cannot be used. What about fulgurating shadows? Put me in, I will replace her. Talent cannot be used. Bang! Lin Chen punched the barrier, and the anger in his eyes grew stronger. Then I will wait for the divine core to recover and flatten this place. Brother Lin Chen. A cold and pleasant voice interrupted Lin Chen's anger. A beautiful white-clothed figure bathed in milky white holy fire descended. She was as beautiful as a fairy and peerless in her generation. Lin Chen was shocked. Sister. Sister Ruoyan. Bai Ruoyan held his hand and said gently, don't be angry. Respect her choice, okay? I can't just stand by and watch. No, you can't. Bai Ruoyan hugged him. I don't want you to stand by and watch. I want you to rest. Lin Chen was stunned. Bai Ruoyan comforted Lin Chen with a gentle voice. Even if you can break the reincarnation heavenly steely, will she really be willing to go with you? If you break the cycle, you will only make her live forever with self-blame. Do you want her to live like this? If you do this, won't you be torturing her? Sister Ruoyan, Lin Chen's anger gradually subsided. Was breaking the reincarnation heavenly steely really what Yao wanted? Luo Yao didn't directly tell Lin Chen. She left the decision to Lin Chen. But I can't put Yao's life in this unknown. What if her life? You are afraid something will happen to her, right? Bai Ruoyan voiced Lin Chen's concern. This was the first time Lin Chen was at a loss. Sister Ruoyan, what should I do? Should he respect the choice of his loved one? Or should he satisfy his own selfish desires and find a way to break the reincarnation heavenly steely? Bai Ruoyan smiled sweetly. She raised her slender finger and flicked Lin Chen's forehead. The fairy smiled. When did you become so stupid? Or do you like her so much that your usually cunning brain has become dull, little thief? Lin Chen stared blankly. The fairy said, why don't you just go and become stronger? Become strong enough to easily change the reincarnation heavenly steely, become strong enough to control the world's reincarnation. At that time, if you want to atone for her sins and protect her, won't it be easy? Boom. Lin Chen's mind was suddenly enlightened. Truly, cunning for a lifetime, foolish for a moment. Why didn't he think of this? Lin Chen clapped his hands in praise. Damn. Why didn't I think of this? Enough. I'm going to the God realm in a moment. The fairy knocked his head. Are you crazy? How long has it been quiet? You're messing around again. Bai Ruoyan looked at Luo Yao inside the reincarnation heavenly steely. Through the eternal sacred flame, at the rate her life is fading away, her life won't be in danger for at least 10,000 years. You can make all the necessary preparations before heading to the God realm. Also, everyone is still waiting for you to fulfill your promise. Fulfill my promise? Lin Chen stared blankly. Are you still going to marry her? The fairy glanced at him. Yes. Chapter 1868. Before leaving, Lin Chen looked at Luo Yao in the reincarnation steely. Yao, I respect your choice, but I promise I won't let you fall into any danger. Seeing that Lin Chen was once again full of energy, Bai Ruoyan let out a sigh of relief. She looked at the reincarnation stele in the barrier and Luo Yaro-er's figure. "I've fulfilled my promise to you, so please don't let anything happen to you." Bai Ruoyan and Luo Yaro-er had made a promise. What Bai Ruoyan didn't tell Lin Chen was that Luo Yaro-er could control the speed of her life to save more people. She also didn't tell him that she could bring Lin Chen into the reincarnation stele with the eternal sacred flame. The eternal sacred flame created all things and could see through life and death. It could also enter the reincarnation stele. However, she promised Luo Yaro-er that she wouldn't tell Lin Chen about this. Taking Luo Yaro-er away from the reincarnation stele would only make her live with guilt and self-blame forever. "I've fulfilled my promise to you to take care of Lin Chen, so please fulfill your promise to me. Don't let little brother Lin Chen lose his mind and fall into madness because of you." Bai Ruoyan used the eternal sacred flame to send a message into the reincarnation stele. Luo Yaro-er's eyebrows twitched as if she heard her voice. When Bai Ruoyan left with Lin Chen, the reincarnation stele returned to its eternal silence as if it had always been like this. The only difference was that there was an additional figure of repentance. After that, a year passed in the blink of an eye. In a year, the sacred boundary was reborn. First, 2 super sects appeared in the sacred boundary, the Divine Flame Palace and the Ice Heart Palace. The 2 super existences that were above the 9th grade sects not only worked together with the demon tribe to build a peaceful area as the leading force, but also worked together with the experts of the dragon tribe and a group of auspicious beasts. Their foundation was so strong that it was simply heaven-defying. These 2 sects had become the true overlords of the human race. Next, the Blacksmith Guild reopened. In the past, when the gods ruled, the Blacksmith Guild was suppressed, and everything related to the forging and creation of divine weapons was forbidden. It was very simple. A divine artifact that was forged would have the power to resist the gods. Once a divine artifact had recognized a master, it would be very difficult to change its master unless the previous master erased the imprint. Thus, the gods wanted to eliminate all elements that could resist the gods. After the start of the new era, the new order of the sacred boundary would be established. Not only would it not suppress the blacksmiths, but it would also greatly develop them. Due to Lin Chen's earlier frenzied attempt to break down sacred artifacts, the sacred boundary was in a state of extreme lack of sacred artifacts. The status of a weapon-forging master rose along with the tide, even surpassing that of an alchemist. Secondly, there was a change in the genius rankings. After gaining providence, the living beings began to show great potential, and geniuses appeared in large numbers. The number of names on the genius ranking had increased from 100,000 to 200,000. Furthermore, the number of spots would continue to increase in the future. The influence of providence would have a profound impact on the human race. When providence belonged to all living beings, the seeds of the plant of providence increased, and the resources produced by the plant of providence were simply outrageous. It was only after defeating the gods that the plant of providence could produce so many resources. The resources produced by each plant of providence were at least 10 times that of the era of the gods. One could imagine that just the abundant resources alone would be enough to create countless geniuses. In the future, the human race would enter an unprecedented period of rapid development. Lin Chen's stories and legends were circulating in the sacred boundary. There were merits and faults, praise and criticism. The Ice Heart Palace and Divine Flame Palace did not suppress these rumors. Whether they were right or wrong would be left to future generations to judge. The battle between the demon race and the human race continued, but this time, it was the human race that started to attack the demon race. The upper echelons of the dragon race and the human race had reached a peace agreement, but it was limited to the Dragon King and Saint King level powerhouses. The upper echelons would not interfere with the grievances of the lower echelons. 1 year in the sacred boundary was 1 month in the mortal world. The current 9 provinces continent was full of vitality and spirit chi. It was dozens of times stronger than the previous era. Heavenly Song Academy, a spirit mountain. Today, Bai Juanhao, who was wearing a green robe, held a communication token and sent a message. Firework Team 1, Team 3, and Team 9, please reply if you copy. Ready, we can take off at any time. Bai Juanhao raised his hand. Then release it for me. Welcome the guest. Swoosh, swoosh, bang, bang, bang. Countless streams of colorful holy light soared into the sky, exploding into brilliant fireworks of all colors. The entire academy was filled with gongs and drums, decorated with lanterns and colored banners. The academy was in a joyous mood. Today was the biggest event in Heavenly Song Academy, a joyous day from a certain arsonist. All of the people who had come had great backgrounds. Heavenly Song Academy, at the peak of the Spirit Mountain, the vice principal and principal were present at the same time. Their eyes were full of smiles. Class 66 Ying Liang and Yu Linlin were in charge of receiving the wedding invitations from the bottom of the Spirit Mountain. They announced the names of the distinguished guest. Pill Region's Elder Council's Chief Elder, Song Elian, brings a sacred pill to congratulate the newlyweds on their happiness. Thousand Charm Palace's Palace Master brings 3 secret manuals to congratulate the newlyweds, Lin Chen, on improving their bed skills and having fun every night. Sword Region's Immemorial Sword City's Master brings a pair of happy swords to congratulate the newlyweds on their love for eternity. Purple Cloud King Valley brings 8 cultivation techniques to congratulate the newlyweds on their love for eternity. Black Horse Club's director brings a bag of jinkella to congratulate the newlyweds on improving their skills day after day. Dressed in a white robe, Ying Liang stood before the gate of the Spirit Mountain and announced the names of the famous people from the sacred boundary. The people around Heavenly Song Academy were dumbfounded. Only a small number of people knew about today's wedding. It wasn't announced to the spiritual state, nor was it publicized. It was the first time for most of the forces to see such a scene. They were all big shots from the sacred boundary. Which big shot from Heavenly Song Academy is getting married? Why is there such a scene? Even the big shots from the sacred boundaries Flame Region and Sword Region, are they so powerful? Damn. That person is so handsome. Is there anyone as handsome as him in the 9 states? What's his background? You don't even know who the director of the Black Horse Club is. No way. Even the director of the Black Horse Club, the king of single machines, is here. How shameless is this bridegroom? He even invited the king of single machines. More and more forces were paying attention to the banquet in the spiritual state. Every time they tried to get close to the banquet, they would be stopped by a group of mysterious masters. Their cultivation strength was close to the peak of the Saint Realm, scaring the masters of the 9 states. Oh! Princess Xingyue of the Dragon Clan of the Sacred Boundary, Princess Mu Tianqing of the Azure Dragon Clan, and Princess Luo Shuiyu of the Extreme Hell Water Dragon Clan? Dressed in a bright red short skirt, Yu Linlin looked at the invitations in her hand and then looked at the elegant and cold dragon princesses. She raised her eyebrows. Yu Linlin smiled slyly. Please come here. Class 66 has specially arranged a special seat for you 2 princesses. The 3 girls froze. They were here to attend the banquet and had special seats. When Yu Linlin led the 3 dragon princesses to the main hall, they saw that there were 2 seats in the banquet that were filled with all kinds of beauties. Yu Linlin smiled coquettishly. These are the special seats for the 3 of you. Luo Shuiyu was a meticulous person. She knew something was wrong with the seats. She looked at the beautiful figures. Some were so beautiful that even birds and beasts would fall from the sky. Some were so handsome that they were as beautiful as peaches and plums. Some were gentle and lovely, as delicate as autumn water. Some of them were tall, sexy, and charming. There were the princesses of the Holy Empire, Yu Qingli and Yu Yulan. The twin princesses of the Qin family in the Sacred Boundary, Qin Miao Qin Juyan, and Sun Yue, the descendant of the Poison Saint. There were Yu Xin one of the top 10 beauties on the Demon Genius list, Luo Qingyu of the Luo family in the 9 states, Dan Qianqiu of the Danju ancient family, Murong Qingxue of the Murong family, and Han Ziyun of the Han family. Every single one of them was a beautiful woman. Their attire today was even more dazzling. They brought out their own charm even more, as if they were not going to lose out to the girls from other families. Luo Shuiyu asked curiously, "Little girl, what seat is this?" Yu Linlin stuck out her tongue mischievously and said with a sly smile, "Here. This is Class 66 special seat, the loser seat." Chapter 1869. The simple-minded Mu Tianqing asked in confusion, "Loser's seat?" Luo Shuiyu raised her eyebrows. She seemed to have realized something as a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Liu Lin from class 66 skillfully took out the introduction jade slip and smiled. The loser's seat is specially prepared for women who can't get the person they like. They are unwilling to let go of their thoughts and feelings for him, but it's difficult for them to get him in this life. In the end, they will be alone for the rest of their lives. When Princess Xingyu, who was still noble and elegant a moment ago, heard this, she immediately exploded and couldn't help but stomp her feet. "Who likes her? I'm only here today to congratulate him on behalf of the Dragon Clan." After speaking, Princess Xingyu turned around and was about to sit in another seat. When Liu Lin closed the jade slip, she smiled faintly. "When the banquet begins, our class 66 will have a special method to deal with Lin Chen. It's only limited to the public loser's seat." Princess Xingyu's figure paused. Luo Shuiyu had already sat down in the loser's seat. Mu Tianqing also sat down obediently and dignified. Yu Linlin smiled and pulled Princess Xingyu back to her seat. He smiled and said, "Sister, since you're here to congratulate, isn't it the same no matter where you sit?" Princess Xingyu coughed lightly. "The seats over there seem to be full." "Then I'll reluctantly squeeze in." Yu Linlin suppressed his laughter while Liu Lin smiled. Luo Shuiyu asked curiously, "By the way, how many brides are there today?" Liu Lin smiled and said, "Class monitor Lin Chen originally decided on 3, but Sister Bai Ruoyan interrogated class monitor Lin Chen and revealed all his love debts. We have no way of knowing how many there are in the end. On the other side, many powerhouses had gathered. Ice Heart Palace, Divine Flame Palace, Sword Region's Ancient Sword City, Purple Cloud King Valley, Realm Tower, Pill Region's Elder Assembly, and many other rank 4 sects of the Mystic Domain. Those who came today were all familiar faces. Everyone discussed and looked forward to it. After 12 hours of VIP seating, the main event was finally about to begin. In the main hall, Su Lan and Su Lan from class 66 stood together. They looked at each other and smiled. Then, the two girls said, "Let's welcome our most handsome groom." With a bang, fireworks exploded outside the hall. A tall figure was escorted into the hall by Jiyu Chenfeng and by Juanhao. He was wearing a red robe and a jade belt around his waist. His eyes were adorned with stars, and his eyebrows were sharp and straight. It was Lin Chen. "That's our academy's only orange-ranked senior. Awesome. He's on a completely different level compared to the seniors in the academy. Oh my god, I'm in love." "Junior, calm down. Today is his senior's big day. Why are you throwing a tantrum at the bridegroom?" "TSK, who said that I can't like the headmaster? Do you like her, or do you like her?" A group of Heavenly Song Academy's genius students gathered outside the lobby, gazing curiously at Lin Chen as they chatted among themselves. The experts of the various forces were overjoyed. Today, they had finally achieved their goal. However, the corner of Lin Chen's mouth was twitching, and his eyebrows were twitching. He was panicking, extremely panicking. This wedding was completely different from what he had imagined. "I've never heard of a bridegroom who didn't even know how many women he was going to marry on his wedding day. Amazing." When Lin Chen returned to the 9 provinces, Bai Ruoyan had interrogated him and investigated his journey from the 9 provinces to the sacred boundary. Then, she chased him into the firmament tower and didn't let him out. Bai Ruoyan and Lung Yueqi were in charge of arranging Lin Chen's wedding. Until now, Lin Chen still didn't know how many women he was going to marry. Jiyu Chenfeng saw Lin Chen's appearance and tried his best to hold back his laughter. Bai Juanhao laughed mockingly. "Class monitor, I didn't expect you to have such a day. You went from the mortal realm to the sacred boundary and caused so many romantic debts. Did sister-in-law arrange it?" Jiyu Chenfeng gave him a thumbs up. "Class monitor, as expected of you. You didn't follow the routine when you got married." Seeing Lin Chen's appearance, everyone present was very curious. What would happen next? After Lin Chen was brought into the lobby at this time, the bright red curtain in the lobby was slightly pulled open, and countless distinguished guests present were looking forward to it. When the red curtain was pulled open, the first bride came into everyone's sight. Yun Manqing was wearing a beautiful pink and white dress. Her features were picturesque, and her delicate jade ears were adorned with luminous pearl earrings that sparkled under the moonlight. The gentleness between her eyebrows was moving, and her soft and boneless waist outlined a perfect curve. Her delicate and beautiful jade cheeks were dyed with a faint crimson color. She was indeed a national beauty. Immediately after, when the second bride appeared on the stage, everyone was stunned and gasped in amazement. The first thing that came into everyone's sight was her eyes that were as clear as autumn water. Shangguan Bayan was wearing an elegant and noble snow-white cheongsam. Her arms were white as snow, and she walked over gracefully. Her black hair was coiled up with a phoenix hairpin, and she wore a red veil that couldn't hide her eyes that were shining with a purple-gold light. She was as beautiful as a jade, and her dimples were beautiful and moving. She was like a princess from a neighboring country. Lin Chen's mouth was slightly open. Before Lin Chen could speak, the red curtain was pulled open again. The purple-white dress set off Yang Qing's lithe figure that was as light as a cloud. Her red lips were tender, and her teeth were as white as jade. Her snow-white hair was adorned with pearls and jade, and her white skin was flawless. Her autumn eyes were filled with tenderness. When she looked at the groom, her red lips parted slightly. "Do I look good like this?" Her voice was pleasant and graceful, like clouds and smoke, pleasant to the ear. This was Yang Qing's voice, and it was like smoke that tickled the tip of Lin Chen's heart. He was mesmerized and subconsciously said, "Very beautiful." Hearing this, Yang Qing was very shy. Her eyebrows drooped as she revealed a happy smile. At this time, the red curtain was pulled open again. A purple-black light appeared. Yang Qianyun was wearing a purple-black veil. Her eyes were like peach blossoms, and her eyebrows were like the distant mountains in March. Her lips were like cherry blossoms, and her collarbones were beautifully curved. Her skin was like ice and jade, and she was wearing a flowing cloud palace dress. Her figure was like a beautiful scenery, and her beauty was unparalleled. She was like a fairy under the night sky. The beauties at the loser table couldn't help but exclaim, "So beautiful, like a dark fairy, full of rebellious temptation that can make people turn the world upside down for her." As women, they could appreciate Yang Qianyun's charm even more. Liu Lin stared at Yang Qianyun and couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are the class leader." Lin Chen said in astonishment, Miss Qianyun." Some of the guests laughed and said, "Our groom is treating her like an outsider. He still calls her Miss. Maybe it's because she wants to consummate her marriage that she's called a bride, ha 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 ha." With this, the whole hall was filled with teasing laughter. Yang Qianyun pursed her lips and said shyly, "You have to be responsible for the arithmetic from before." Lin Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Something went wrong. When Lin Chen and Yang Qianyun competed in arithmetic, there was a section of arithmetic cultivation method recorded in the mental cultivation method of the 9 tribulations of Genesis. Lin Chen once divined that Yang Qianyun would have a bloody disaster, and the way to resolve it was to have physical interaction with Lin Chen. In fact, the bloody disaster in the divination happened in the great wilderness dragon clan of the 9 prefectures. It was just that Lin Chen rushed to the dragon clan in advance and rescued Yang Qianyun, preventing the disaster from happening. However, that arithmetic competition was imprinted in Yang Qianyun's heart, and she couldn't forget it for a long time. It wasn't over yet. After Yang Qianyun, Jian Qingcheng was dressed in a red palace dress. Her figure was slender and exquisite, and her bright red hair reflected her bright red eyes. Her snow-white shoulders were slightly exposed, and her cold and beautiful snow was dyed with a faint crimson color. Her beautiful lips were raised in a happy arc, and her smile and frown were stunning. The 3 elders of ancient Sword City excitedly cheered for their granddaughter. Everyone laughed, and Jian Qingcheng was so ashamed that he almost pulled out his sword. Then, Su Lan and Su Lan looked at each other and pulled open the red curtain. Finally, the 3 wives appeared. Chapter 1870. Out of thin air, the faint moonlight sprinkled down. When the beautiful and elegant fairy moved with light steps, her blue and white dress covered with frost fluttered like the clouds. Her beautiful shoulders were covered with a veil that was like smoke dyed with autumn frost. Her beautiful lips were a little red, and when her smile bloomed like a flower, she was as beautiful as Chang'e in the Moon Palace. Lin Chen stared at Lung Yueqi, who was surrounded by mist and in a wedding dress. She was so beautiful that he was stunned. This was the ice and snow wedding dress that Lin Chen had once given her. Even the beauties present were stunned. How could there be such a peerless person in this world? The Su sisters pointed at Lin Chen's waist and snickered. Class President Lin, just looking at the first place isn't enough. Lin Chen turned around and saw a beautiful blue light. Her figure was as graceful as a swan, as slender as a willow tree. She quietly walked in front of Lin Chen. The blue-clothed fairy was like a quiet and elegant lotus. She was undisturbed by the mortal world, but her beauty was stunning. There were no gorgeous decorations, only a pair of delicate eyebrows. When she quietly looked at Lin Chen, her eyes were filled with tenderness. Seeing the blue-clothed fairy, everyone felt as if they were bathed in a spring breeze. All of their distracting thoughts were swept away. Lin Chen's mouth opened slightly. Qingxian, you, Ning Qingxian quietly smiled. It was as if she would forever be here waiting for Lin Chen, like a pure and untainted lotus. What, you don't like it? A clear and elegant voice woke Lin Chen up. When he looked over, he couldn't shift his gaze away. Her long dress was like the first snow, and the long silk was like a cloud that fluttered around her body. Her hair was adorned with pearls, and her hair was tall. Her eyebrows were like the clouds of autumn. Her red lips were tender and beautiful, and her teeth were like jade. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. There was a sense of nobility and elegance between her eyebrows. Her hands were placed in front of her slender waist. Reflected in Lin Chen's eyes, it made his eyes flash with a strange color. If there were fairies in the mortal world, she was the most beautiful one. Even the distinguished guests felt the same way. The final appearance of the three main wives could be said to be the most beautiful and peerless of celestial fairies, causing the beauties in the loser's seat to reveal expressions of utter defeat. Then, Yu Linlin revealed a devilish smile. Sisters and sisters, don't be fooled by the class monitor's frivolous behavior. He's a responsible freak. Yu Linlin pointed at Lin Chen's back and drew a heart shape with a smirk. As long as the rice is cooked, I'm not afraid that he won't take responsibility. Hearing this, the girls stared at Lin Chen's back and their eyes lit up. Lin Chen subconsciously shuddered as he thought to himself, why do I feel like I'm being watched by someone? Su Lan and Su Lan said together. Enter the hall and bow to heaven and earth. Lin Chen and the girls entered the hall. The elders, led by Vice Principal Shen Lianyun and Principal Yun Tienge, as well as Shangguan Yunfan, Jian Cheng, and the other prospective fathers-in-law, sat in the hall and received Lin Chen and the others' bows. The moment Lin Chen and the girls finished drinking the wine, the crowd was in an uproar. Brothers, it's the class monitor's turn to celebrate. Let's go and get him drunk. He can't enter the bridal chamber if he's not drunk. We can't beat him in a fight, but we can't beat him in a drink. Brothers, let's get him. Once the fireworks were released, the wedding banquet began. Bai Juanhao, Lin Can, and the others swarmed forward, and the hall was filled with joy. Good, you dare to drink with me? Are you guys too arrogant, or I can't drink anymore? Lin Chen rolled up his sleeves and competed with everyone in drinking. Seeing Lin Chen and the others blend into this lively and peaceful scene, the brides, led by Bai Ruoyan, smiled sweetly. After 3 rounds of drinking, the crowd sent the newlyweds into the bridal chamber. However, before entering the bridal chamber, Bai Ruoyan raised her hand and smiled faintly at Lin Chen. Wait a minute, there's still a surprise that you haven't received. Lin Chen was puzzled. Surprise? As soon as she finished speaking, a person with a peerless demeanor wearing a silver dress slowly floated down from the sky like a star. Her silver hair was light, her skin was whiter than snow, her face was like snow jade, her eyes were bright, her teeth were white, her lips were red like cherry blossoms, and her eyebrows were brighter than the moon. Her facial features were flawless, surpassing countless handsome men and beautiful women in the mortal world. That tight silver dress perfectly accentuated her slender figure that was like a willow branch under the spring sun. The gentleness between her brows revealed the shyness of a youth, and her smile that was tinged with a red glow revealed a peerless beauty that made all women pale in comparison. Lin Chen and everyone in Class 66 were dumbfounded. The beauties in the losers' seats were like foxes whose tails had been stepped on. Their almond-shaped eyes widened, and they were dumbfounded. It was unknown which girl cried out in surprise. Our competitors aren't limited to girls. The number one beauty of the sacred boundary in female clothing. How powerful was that? Almost all the men in the class were turned gay, or rather, half of them were already turned gay. Feeling the burning gazes around her, Haniji was so shy that she wanted to drill into the ground. She lowered her eyes and said timidly, "Dressing like this, wouldn't it be too strange?" Bai Ruoyan smiled. "Then you'll have to ask him." Haniji raised her eyebrows and gathered her courage. "Class monitor, are you happy today? Sister-in-law told me to wear this. She said that wearing it would make you happy. She said that she wanted to give you a surprise. Would it turn into a shock?" Lin Chen was dumbfounded. Although he had already experienced Haniji's charm, the moment he wore female clothing, Lin Chen almost turned gay. Lin Chen clicked his tongue and exclaimed, "No, I'm very happy. Please put in more effort." Haniji let out a sigh of relief as if she was perfectly satisfied. Lin Chen calmly gave Bai Ruoyan a thumbs up. "My wife knows me best." Bai Ruoyan smiled and said, "Sisters, do you see this heartless man? Do you know how to punish him next?" Clang tilde. A sword was placed against Lin Chen's neck. Jian Qingqing's cold gaze made Lin Chen's mouth twitch slightly. "Send the groom to the bridal chamber." Everyone cheered and lifted Lin Chen one by one to send him into the room. "Class monitor, today is the day for you to show off your spear skills. Sigh, it's my life's regret to not be able to see the class monitor's spear skills." Suddenly, Ying Liang looked curiously at Han Yizhi and subconsciously asked, "Aren't you going into the bridal chamber?" Han Yizhi's cheeks flushed red to the tips of her ears, and she hurriedly waved her hands. At the same time, as soon as Ying Liang's voice fell, a murderous gaze locked onto Ying Liang, making him tremble in fear. Yu Linlin hinted with a smile and said, "If you continue talking, and if the class monitor develops in a strange direction, the sisters over there will cut you into 8 pieces." Ying Liang apologized loudly, "Sisters, I was wrong. Me. You're half dead." One of the princesses snorted coldly. The Heavenly Song Academy's banquet lasted for a whole month. After some people in the sacred boundary received the news, they continuously went to the Jojo continent to participate in the banquet in a low-key manner. Just the congratulatory gifts from the distinguished guests lasted for a month. At the banquet, after 3 rounds of wine, Jian Wuji hugged Yun Tiange and smiled. "Where's Lin Chen? Isn't it too boring to not let the groom come out to toast?" Yun Tiange smiled playfully. "My student is still practicing his spear skills." Jian Wuji's slightly drunk face showed a hint of astonishment. "This kid, when did he become so hardworking? I'm really not used to him being so serious. He's still practicing his spear skills at this juncture?" Yun Tiange laughed. "Yes, he's been practicing for a month." Everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 1871. After the wedding banquet, the Sky Song Academy officially moved to the sacred boundary. Lin Chen led his wives to the sacred boundary. 12 years had passed in the blink of an eye. In 12 years, a large number of geniuses had emerged in the sacred boundary. The reason for this, apart from the providence belonging to the human race, was also due to a portion of the special geniuses. Whether it was the sacred boundary or the mortal realm, there were always special geniuses appearing. They were born with a Yuan venerate cultivation at birth and possessed part of their memories. They could speak fluently and clearly, and they could even cultivate cultivation techniques when they were born. At first, when a few cases appeared, they did not attract much attention. However, as time passed, the number of special geniuses increased and they became strong candidates to compete for the genius rankings and even the demon ranking. Outside the Ice Heart Palace, a little girl in white broke in. The little girl put her hands on her hips and shouted like an old woman. "Open the door quickly. I want to see Lin Chen." The saint guarding the Ice Heart Palace was helpless. A figure flashed past. It was one of Lin Chen's servants, Tang Haiyu. Tang Haiyu asked, "What happened?" The saint guarding the palace said helplessly, "I don't know where this little girl came from, but she's clamoring to see Lord Lin Chen." Tang Haiyu's gaze fell on the little girl. At first, she was shocked, then puzzled, and finally shocked. High above the Ice Heart Palace, on a cloud. Lin Chen was lying on the cloud. His eyes flickered as he finished reading the information Xiao Ling had compiled for him. At that moment, Bai Ruoyan flew over. After so many years, her beauty had changed slightly. Bai Ruoyan said, "Thief, that matter." Lin Chen got up and nodded. "I know." A genius with part of her cultivation memories, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. Yao must have done it. The genius who was reborn is a human who was once persecuted by the criminals of the sacred prison. All the special geniuses were related to Luo Yao. In the past 12 years, Lin Chen had borrowed Bai Ruoyan's eternal sacred fire to go to the reincarnation stele hundreds of times. Luo Yao had used her own life force and cultivation to retain part of the memories of countless dead humans, allowing them to have complete and powerful lives after their rebirth. It's time. Lin Chen stood up. He was in high spirits and had regained his usual frivolous attitude. During these 12 years, Lin Chen roamed the 4 seas, traversing the divine river galaxy and enjoying the blessings of the mortal world. However, after searching the entire sacred boundary, he still couldn't find the last scroll of the Tai Futian mantra. His mantra was never complete, and even after taking away all the elemental light orbs in the divine river galaxy, he still couldn't step into the sacred heart realm. The last volume of the Tai Futian mantra might not be in the sacred boundary, much less the mortal world. Lin Chen could only go to the God realm and gamble. Mental cultivation techniques were the foundation of becoming strong. If he could find the complete version of the Tai Heaven concealing technique, Lin Chen's strength would increase by several times. On the other hand, Lin Chen's pure strength had soared to 700 billion venerable energy even though the Dragon King had only absorbed a small portion of it after killing the primordial Azure Dragon. Lin Chen's realm had stopped at a bottleneck. The only miraculous thing was that Lin Chen's Dragon King had yet to come out of seclusion. However, Lin Chen could feel that the Dragon King's divine dragon meridian had already formed. The next time he came out of seclusion, he would surpass the Dragon King and descend in the form of a divine dragon, and it would be an extraordinary divine dragon. Bai Ruoyan seemed to have realized that it was time for them to part. She said softly, "Are you going to the God realm?" Lin Chen teased. "My wife, you can't bear to part with me." Bai Ruoyan sighed. I wonder how many girls you're going to kidnap from the God realm." Lin Chen looked up and sighed. "Being handsome is so annoying." Bai Ruoyan suddenly asked curiously, "Speaking of which, why hasn't your appearance changed?" Although some cultivators could stay young forever, their appearance and temperament would more or less change. Only Lin Chen seemed to never change. After so many years, he still looked the same. Lin Chen stroked his chin. "According to the system's answer, this body of mine seems to grow according to the age of my original world. If I don't change in my original world, I won't change in this world." Bai Ruoyan looked doubtful. "Original world, system? What's that?" Lin Chen laughed and said, "It's just a part of my body. Speaking of which, it's not like I haven't grown at all." Lin Chen said with a naughty smile, "Haven't I grown a lot in that aspect? You all can't handle it." Bai Ruoyan's cheeks flushed red. She covered her mouth and laughed. "You're all naughty from head to toe." With Lin Chen's foundation, the dual cultivation union, talent had given the girls a terrifying cultivation base in the past 12 years. Even young Qing'er and Yun Manqing, who had the weakest cultivations, were now 9th Revolution saints after 12 years of accumulation. As for the 3 main wives, Bai Ruoyan was a mid-stage quasi-god, Ning Qingxian was a reincarnation sage, and Leng Yueqi was an early-stage quasi-god. Being able to provide such powerful cultivation to the 3 girls was because of Lin Chen's terrifying cultivation foundation. Currently, there were very few existences in the Divine River Galaxy that could threaten them. The only fly in the ointment was that none of his wives or concubines were able to conceive Lin Chen's offspring. The reason was simple: Lin Chen was too strong. No matter what race it was, the stronger the existence, the harder it was for them to have descendants. In the past, the human race's martial god married over 100 beauties in order to nurture his descendants. They were all peerless existences in the human race's sacred boundary. Even so, the martial god still spent dozens of eras, hundreds of thousands of years, to produce one Wu Pianju. Just as Bai Ruoyan was about to talk to Lin Chen about Luo Yaro a group of beautiful figures suddenly rushed into the clouds. It was Lin Chen's beautiful wives. Jian Qingcheng, who was leading the group, hurriedly said, "Lin Chen, quick, someone came from the palace. Quickly go down and take a look." Lin Chen was puzzled. Which big shot had come? Why did he have to go down personally? Lin Chen's figure flashed, and when he arrived at the main hall of the Ice Heart Palace, many servants were stunned as they looked at the little girl in white with her hands on her hips. Before Lin Chen could say anything, he was stunned when he saw the little girl's appearance and aura. The little girl said proudly, "Seeing me come back, are you so happy that you can't speak?" Lin Chen walked in front of her in shock and pinched her cheeks. After confirming that it was a real person, he said in astonishment, "Ping'an, how did you come back?" Lin Ping'an, who had died in the war, had miraculously returned. Ha ha ha. A loud laugh sounded, and the figure of the old man appeared. He was riding a four-dimensional white goat, stroking his beard and laughing. What a strange combination of factors. Lin Chen, you have released the destiny of the human race, and the current situation of the human race has changed. The suffering of the world had been greatly reduced. The current suffering of the world was the pain of pain no longer exists. Lin Chen looked at the old man. "Senior, this is only the disappearance of the pain of pain. Ping'an didn't die in the war." The old man smiled. "You will have to ask her about this." Lin Ping'an's eyebrows curved slightly, smiling like a flower. "After I died, when I felt that I was about to fall into darkness, I saw a ray of light that guided me forward. I followed that ray of light and was reborn in an 8th-ranked family in the sacred boundary. I still have my previous memories." Lin Chen was stunned. When he and Bai Ruoyan looked at each other, the couple exclaimed in unison, "It's Yaroer." After Lin Ping'an died, the ray of light that guided him into reincarnation must have been guided by Luo Yaroer. If this demon empress had not chosen to atone in her own way, Lin Ping'an would have disappeared forever. Everything had its own cause and effect. Except for Lin Chen. Chapter 1872. Ha ha ha, Big Sis Ping'an is back. Everyone, let's drink to our heart's content tonight. As expected, nothing related to the Lord is normal. Why is she so showy? Everyone cheered. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised his hand. Everyone was silent. Lin Chen announced, "Everyone, I'll leave the sacred boundary to you." Lin Chen opened his palm. It was Zhu Tian's spiritual imprint of the death seal. The next moment, Lin Chen erased everyone's spiritual imprints. All the servants trembled. The feeling of being controlled and being watched disappeared. Fang Ling was shocked. "My lord, Lin Chen smiled. "I'm about to leave the sacred boundary. I don't have anything to give you, but I'll give you a form of freedom." All the servants' eyes were filled with tears. Their lord was so magnanimous. This wasn't just a formality, we're willing to follow our lord to death. This life belongs to Lin Chen. All the servants knelt and shouted in unison. Lin Ping'an looked at Lin Chen and said anxiously, "Are you leaving? Can you bring me along?" Lin Chen said helplessly, "You little girl, you're so playful when you're finally back. This time, you're not fooling around. Stay here in peace. No one will bully you when you're here." Lin Ping'an was a little disappointed. Then, she waved her fist and cheered for herself. "Me. If you don't want to bring me along, so be it. Who cares? I'll work hard and surpass you in the future. I'll make you beg me to bring you along." Old man Wuji seemed to have expected this. Lin Chen, after three-dimensional beings enter the celestial realm, they won't be able to adapt to the fourth dimension and will be limited in strength. Please keep a low profile. Lin Chen laughed. "Don't worry, I'll keep a low profile." Lin Chen will keep a low profile. "Yes, I really believe it." Lin Chen said, "After I leave, I'll leave a single phantom to guard the sacred boundary." Whoosh tilde. Lin Chen soared into the sky, and the crowd of beautiful women looked on anxiously. Countless words were on the tip of their tongues, but in the end, only one sentence remained: "Remember to come back. Big brother, I'll send you off." A dark shadow emerged, and Lin Can's figure appeared in the sky. Shadow King, take off. Lin Chen laughed heartily and patted Lin Can's shoulder. The shadow transformed into a dragon and carried Lin Can out of the divine river galaxy. The Shadow King, who had stepped into the quasi-god level of cultivation, could travel through the void even faster than Lin Chen. Lin Chen had met two women from the god realm. The woman with starry eyes had given Lin Chen a starry sky godstone that was refined from a three-dimensional material. Three-dimensional creatures could also use it. Normal three-dimensional creatures would need to find the boundary of the universe to travel to the four-dimensional universe. There were many entrances to the four-dimensional universe there. However, the universe Lin Chen was in was constantly expanding, and the boundaries of the universe were constantly expanding outwards. Using normal means to search for him would take at least several epochs. 12 years ago, one day when Lin Chen was unconscious, the boundary of the mystic domain. On the cliff outside the wooden house, the two women met. Bai Ruoyan lost her voice in shock. You want to save the lives of those humans who died? Luo Yao nodded. I can feel the aura of the eternal sacred flame on your body. You have once reached the reincarnation tablet. If it's you, you should be able to understand what I mean. Bai Ruoyan shook her head. I don't understand. If you do this, you will only be playing with your life. Don't forget that the reason he participated in this war is because of you. A happy smile appeared on Luo Yao's pale face. It's because I started everything that I want to end it all. I promised my mother that I would not fall into the hatred of the demonic tribe. I would understand the importance of life and open up a new path for the demonic tribe. I failed my mother's wishes and was driven by the hatred of the demonic tribe. If I hadn't met him, I wouldn't even remember these things. Luo Yao looked at Bai Ruoyan. Please take care of him for me. Bai Ruoyan pondered for a long time. Then, she said seriously, if you have made up your mind, please promise me something. Luo Yao stroked her hair and said softly, please speak. Bai Ruoyan only said one thing. Please, don't die. The reincarnation tablet. In front of the huge heavenly tablet, a figure stood there quietly. Outside the barrier, Bai Ruoyan, who was bathed in the eternal sacred flame, transmitted her voice. He has already set off for the divine realm. The beautiful figure in front of the heavenly tablet trembled slightly. Outside the barrier, Bai Ruoyan sighed. You want to fulfill the promise your late mother made. I hope you won't forget the promise between you and me. Big brother, please be careful. After leaving the divine river galaxy, Lin Can and Lin Chen solemnly bid farewell. The two brothers gave each other a bear hug. Lin Can's cultivation was not enough to go to the divine realm. Although Lin Can's spatial talent was powerful, he had to face the baptism of the energy tide in order to ascend to the divine realm. It was equivalent to descending to the divine realm. He had to face it with his strength. Lin Can's strength was insufficient, so he could only stay in the sacred boundary. When he opened his palm, the green starry sky divine stone flickered. This item was made with the materials of the divine river galaxy. The three-dimensional human race could also use it. The woman in the starry sky dress left it for Lin Chen to teleport to the divine realm. Lin Chen shook his head and laughed. When I first arrived at the sacred boundary, my cultivation was at the 7th level of the Battle Emperor realm. Now that I'm about to ascend to the divine realm, I'm also at the 7th level of the Sage realm. Why do I feel like I've been arranged so clearly? Crack. Bang. Lin Chen crushed the starry sky divine stone. Instantly, a ray of silver-white light appeared in the sky and crushed the stars nearby. Lin Chen was sucked into the ray of light. Lin Chen's primordial spirit perception instantly disappeared. It was as if it had been cut off. A strange force was pulling Lin Chen. This is the energy tide I have to face when ascending to the divine realm. Lin Chen instantly activated his sacred energy defense. He stared into the distance and disappeared after being sucked into the silver-white ray of light. 1 month later. In the four-dimensional divine realm, becoming a god was just the beginning. There were 3,000 grand Daos, and the truth of the laws were contained within them. True gods who controlled the laws were the best among the gods. In the vast universe, countless galaxies, star fields, and nebulas were arranged in rows. Numerous nets of law covered the universe. The 3,000 grand dows hung in the sky like a net of law. Galaxies formed a star field. Among the many star fields in the divine realm, the divine desolate starfield was the most vast. At the border of the divine desolate starfield, there was a continent. Today, two handsome young masters of the Shangguan family of the enlightened sky continent were carrying out an family mission with many true gods. In the void, a team was moving as fast as a shooting star. A burly man with fiery eyebrows and sharp eyes said with a mocking smile, "When did the Shangguan clan produce such handsome heroes like you? Why have I never seen you before? Could it be that you're an expert hidden by the Shangguan family?" The snow-robed young master in the team said indifferently, "Your Excellency Kai Yu, it's enough that we can prove that we're from the Shangguan family. You don't need to worry about anything else. Or do you want to use your body to personally experience the Shangguan family's cultivation technique?" TCH. True God Huamai curled his lips. The attitude of the two people was so strong that he was given the cold shoulder. When the team passed by a mountain range, a terrifying roar that seemed to tear the sky apart resounded throughout the sky. Roar, roar, roar. The sound waves rolled over, and the true gods were shocked. This is the roar of the king of the exploding dragon in the nearby exploding dragon mountain range. The 7 true gods looked at each other and had a tacit understanding. Let's go and take a look. In the curved space, the various true gods used their movement techniques. Strange phenomena appeared as they shuttled through the void. Clouds and smoke filled the air. The mountain range with undulating peaks was in a complete mess. The ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. Such terrifying destructive power caused the 5 true gods to have grave expressions. Good heavens! Which ruthless person suppressed the exploding dragon mountain range? Other than the king of the exploding dragon, there's also an azure dragon. The 2 divine dragons are ferocious by nature. Apart from us and the other true gods, no one would dare to provoke them. It's rumored that the nearby Cheongchi of the Great Wilderness has set their eyes on the exploding dragon mountain range. Could it be that they've started a fight? But why is the corpse gone? No, there's someone under the mountain range. While the 7 true gods were discussing, True God Huamai exclaimed. The true gods stared at the mountain range. Under the mountain range, a silver-robed figure bathed in blood stood there. His saint points were dim and lightless. He stood there like a war spear with his arms crossed in front of his chest. His posture was awe-inspiring, and his aura did not decrease. Hiss. The true gods sucked in a breath of cold air. Is this for real? 7th heaven sage realm? Where did this true god come from? In the exploding dragon mountain range, saint beasts ran amok. Saint King Saint beasts could be found everywhere. A 7th heaven sage realm expert was not even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of a Saint King Saint beast. He dared to enter this place. Before he even reached the periphery, he was already devoured without leaving a corpse behind. The 2 handsome Shangguan family young masters stared at the figure. The snow-robed young master suddenly said, "He seems to have lost consciousness." The 5 true gods' figures flashed. After confirming that there was no danger, they approached. When they landed and took a closer look, the snow-robed young master's pupils shrank. He actually fainted while standing. Another handsome young master of the Shangguan family, who was also a brilliant young master, lost his voice in shock. The reason why he fainted it's because of the rejection of the dimension. The true gods felt as if they were struck by lightning. They were dumbfounded, and their expressions gradually became ridiculous. Rejection of the dimension? This was even more King ridiculous. What kind of concept was this? Did it mean that this kid was actually a 3-dimensional human who had just arrived here? A 7th heaven sage realm 3-dimensional human dared to enter the exploding dragon mountain range? And he even survived. There was a huge gap between a true god and a true god. The 2 of them could not be compared at all. No matter how amazing a genius was, it was impossible for a 7th heaven sage realm expert to overturn the heavens. Even a novel writer would not dare to write like this. Even if you want to talk nonsense, you still have to pay attention to the basics. What kind of bullsh*t was this? Divine World Chapter, Start. A New Journey, Speeding All the Way. Chapter 1873. Time continued to move forward. Lin Chen used his fleshly body to resist the tidal force brought about by the ascension. He had forcefully entered the divine world. Even though he managed to forcefully resist the tidal force, an awkward thing happened. The cosmos divine stone that the lady in the starry dress had given Lin Chen disappeared halfway. No. He couldn't blame the lady for this. The destination of the cosmos divine stone was the 5 continents of the divine world. At the very least, it would be able to reach the enlightened sky mainland. At the very least, it would be able to send Lin Chen to a safe place. However, because the cosmos divine stone was made of 3-dimensional materials, there was a flaw. The user's cultivation would determine the distance the stone could travel. If Lin Chen used the stone as a true god, he would definitely be able to reach the 5 continents. He might even be able to reach the territory of the Lin family. Even though Lin Chen's saint energy was strong enough to fight against a true god, he was still a 7th heaven true saint. The lady with the starry eyes had never expected that a 7th heaven true saint would be able to ascend to the divine world. Who the F***ck would have expected this? A 7th heaven true saint. He was like a ghost. At the very least, he should be a quasi-god. This was something completely unexpected. As a result, the heavenly space divine stone was shot out of Lin Chen's body as soon as he entered the divine world. As a result, Lin Chen had landed in the most dangerous place in the divine world, the divine desolate star region. Even though it was just the border, it was definitely not a place that a true saint could reach. The divine desolate star region of the divine world was occupied by the dragon race, devil race, beast race, and Azura race. It was the most dangerous place for the human race. True saints were no different from ants in the divine desolate star region. The slightest movement would cause them to be crushed to death. Rumble tilde. A silvery white pillar of light descended, and Lin Chen's figure appeared. At this moment, what appeared in front of him was a brand new world. The curved world seemed to be hanging in the sky. Above him was a dense forest surrounded by towering trees. There were even a few Saint King grade saint beasts in the forest above him. Due to the hardness of the crystal walls, Lin Chen could only create a gust of wind when he punched with his 700 billion venerable energy. The space of the God realm is so hard. Back in the Divine River planetary system, my fist strike could wipe out half of the planetary system, but here, it could only destroy a forest. Lin Chen took a deep breath and inhaled a mouthful of spiritual energy. He was in high spirits as he praised. The spiritual energy of the God realm is truly pure. Compared to the sacred boundary, the purity of the spiritual energy was more than 1,000 times higher. What a monster! If I were to pick up attributes here, wouldn't I soar? Boom! Lin Chen threw out another punch with all his might. The wind from his punch wasn't moving forward, but from a visual point of view, it was actually moving upward. This is a 4-dimensional world. Lin Chen gasped in amazement. The 4-dimensional world, from the perspective of the naked eye, was like being inside a curved and rotating sphere. Every time Lin Chen took a step, the curved world would spin, and the scenery would change. If Lin Chen wanted to reach the forest above his head, he shouldn't be flying upwards. He should be walking forward. Lin Chen threw a punch forward. The attack seemed to be flying upwards in a curved arc, but it was actually moving forward. This was just an analogy. Lin Chen was currently in the 4-dimensional world, and what he sensed was far more complicated and magical than he imagined. However, in the next moment, Lin Chen's expression was extremely interesting. My sacred power, flesh shell, and even my primordial spirit are starting to shrink. Lin Chen was moved. His cultivation, pure strength, and primordial spirit were slowly dimming. The more his cultivation shrunk, the clearer Lin Chen could see the 4-dimensional world. This is what the old man Wuji said, when the body is familiar with the 4-dimensional world. Most of my cultivation will temporarily enter a state where I can't use it. Lin Chen was about to slip away. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled, and a violent aura swept through the surroundings like a hurricane. When the scorching dragon aura approached Lin Chen, a low roar reverberated in the sky. Where did this weak human come from? How dare you sneak into my lair, die. Whoosh. The sound of wind cracking could be heard, and a dragon claw burning with majestic divine flames smashed down from above Lin Chen's head. F***CK. Encountering a divine dragon at the beginning of the heavenly realm? What the F***CK? What the F***CK? Facing the attack from above, Lin Chen's shoulders trembled as he channeled all of his remaining saint energy. With a backhand strike, he activated the 9 extinction heaven burning palm with the flash shadow technique. Whoosh. Bang. The mountains and rivers trembled, and the wind and clouds suddenly change. The shockwave blew away a large amount of vegetation, and the aftermath of the two sides burst forth, burning a sea of fire. You can actually take a claw from me, the exploding Dragon King. You are not an ordinary human. Die. I'm going to devour you and your secret. A huge creature appeared out of nowhere. Its majestic dragon body was hundreds of feet long, and its majestic aura was majestic. It was even stronger than the divine dragons in the sacred boundary that were comparable to small galaxies. It's more familiar with the fourth dimension than I am. If I want to escape, I have to escape before my cultivation is suppressed. If I can't escape, I will die here. Rather than that, it's better to end this quickly and destroy it before my cultivation is completely suppressed. Lin Chen released his 6 illusionary doppelgangers and rushed forward, unleashing all their firepower. Rumble. The heavens and earth were filled with an endless battle aura that instantly attracted the attention of the second Grand Desolation Azure Dragon. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. F***CK, do you really think the people in the three-dimensional universe are easy to bully, divine dragon? A dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, and another divine dragon descended. Under the valley, a silver-robed figure bathed in blood stood there. That person's sacred acupoints were dim, and he had lost all his sacred power. He stood there like a war spear with his arms crossed in front of his chest. His posture was awe-inspiring, and his aura did not diminish at all. Hey, hey, hey! Is this for real? Why is there a saint in that place? The explosive Dragon Mountain Range is where the sacred beast of reincarnation roams. Why is he here? Staring at the unconscious Lin Chen, the few true gods asked curiously. What a young three-dimensional human. Sigh. His physique refining power seems a little interesting, but because of the repulsion of the dimension, it's suppressed. It's suppressed to an extremely low level, and I can't sense his exact strength. No matter what, it's unbelievable that a 7th-level saint could enter this place. While the two true gods were discussing, the two handsome young masters of the Shangguan family suddenly said, "We can't sense the aura of the explosive Dragon King and the Grand Desolation Azure Dragon. They must have died an unnatural death. It's strange. If they were killed, where did the ruthless person who killed the two divine beasts go? Along the way, we didn't see any signs of experts leaving or using skills. Could it be a big shot who has mastered the laws of nature?" The true gods looked at each other. "True God Huamai Kai, you said seriously, first, we can eliminate the first possibility. The death of the explosive Dragon King has nothing to do with him." Kai Yu looked around and said seriously, looking at his appearance, he should have just descended from the third dimension. There should be one or more true gods with him. That's right. Any true god with a normal brain would not think that a 7th-level saint human had anything to do with the death of the explosive Dragon King. What kind of existence was a divine beast? It could wipe out a large number of sage kings in one breath. A 7th-level saint. He was not even enough to fill the gap between the teeth. Based on their experience, no matter how powerful a 7th-level saint was, it was impossible for him to be able to threaten a divine dragon. The only possibility was that when the young three-dimensional human ascended, there was a true god with him. Then, when he descended, the true god killed the explosive Dragon King. Then, something happened and they were unable to bring him away in time. Thinking about it this way, everything made sense. Otherwise, it was impossible to imagine how this kid could survive in the explosive Dragon Mountain Range.